Okay. I think everything's up and running, y'all. Give me 1 second to get the TikTok stream running. Welcome in, friends. I think we've got. Oh, I gotta change this prompt. All right. Cool. Set that prompt up. Here we go. All right, and then before I forget, I have to open our guest box. Come on, TikTok, you got it. All right, TikTok guest box is open. And I also need to make sure, yep, our YouTube guest box is in fact open. We're good to go there. And then let me do one more thing here. Boom. All right. We should have both of our guest boxes open and ready to rock and roll. I worked quite a bit yesterday and today on getting the turn my wife off. Getting the guest video and the guest audio and whatnot routed and working properly. I think we're gonna have a pretty smooth experience today. Famous last words, obviously, but I did do quite a bit of working on that. So I think we're going to be in much better territory today. Before we get going too far, if you're on, I see everyone on TikTok. TikTok obviously is getting my audio because I can see the TikTok audio moving. If you are on YouTube and you're in the vertical stream, just type in vertical if you can hear me. If you are on the horizontal and you can hear me, just type in the word horizontal and I'll know that everything's ready to rock and roll here. And yeah, give me 1 second though. I'm gonna open up, make sure I can see all the chats real quick. All right, good. Well, I got some super chats already. Good to see y'all, friends. I'm gonna grab a couple super chats. We'll wait for our guest box to populate. The way to get into the conversation, if you're on TikTok, is just to hit the guest request button. And someone said diagonal. Vertical. I appreciate that. It's on the screen, tinyurl.com/dzchats. I'm trying to get a URL with TinyCC. Let me see if it's approved yet. The problem with TinyCC, I don't know if y'all use the URL shorteners, but the problem we have with some of these is like it's actually really difficult because some of the web pages, like websites that are new, are like immediately blocked by TinyCC. It's obviously for security. You know, they don't want to be shortening any URL. They've got some parameters, obviously. So my current website that I'm using to run the guests and whatnot through it's too new for them to really care about. But nevertheless, we're gonna get it all figured out. But for now, the tinyurl.com/dzchats is the link. There's a clickable version of the link in the description if you need a clickable version of said link, so we can take care of it that particular way. And with that, friends, let me grab a couple super chats and we'll wait for our first guest to load up. This is a new topic. I think those of us that been like in this community have been around long enough to kind of know what's happening with this topic. I think it's pretty apparent. The The Bible, despite being the Word of God, is a book that I think Christians are just allergic to, and so it does create kind of a weird situation in that Christians are afraid to touch it. So, nevertheless, though, I mean we're gonna see what we can do. I think we're gonna get some Christians up here tonight, some believers up here that think that my prompt is rage bait, and they'll find out the hard way that it's actually not rage bait, and that Christians actually don't like God's word at all. Texas Panhandler, before I forget, give me 1 second. I got to open up, I totally forgot. 1 second. I got to open up my super chat source real quick. Many apologies. Let me grab that before I forget. There we go. All right, we got supers on the horizontal loaded up, and then let me grab it and send it over to the vertical. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. And then I'm just going to resize it real quick. All right, should be about right there. Should be all right. I'm thinking should be good. Okay, cool. Hey, Texas, good to see you, friend. I hope you're doing well, by the way. Texas says, did Jesus really die a virgin? Because according to the stories I've heard, that dude got nailed. All right, bad joke. Happy Friday, Ethan. Actually, I don't listen. This is a classic. I actually don't think it's a bad joke. The classic joke is something akin to it's not just that Jesus got nailed. Jesus got nailed by a whole team of dudes in togas. So as far as I can tell, Jesus might have been into some frat parties. That seems to be the takeaway from this particular talking point. And I don't blame him. You know what I mean? I don't blame him at all. It is interesting, though, that the Bible spent so much time talking about appropriate and inappropriate relationships, and Jesus just out here walking around in dresses, hanging out with dudes, 12 dudes. I don't know. It does. It seems sus for his position. And Rachel, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Currently reading Jaron's book, Christ Before Jesus. Excellent, by the way. And I'm curious about your thoughts on Docetism. Thanks for all you do. Hail Satan. You have to give me 1 second. I forget the sect of the Docetists. Let's see, which one was that? Okay, gotcha. They're the ones that thought that, yeah. So Docetism actually, believe it or not, was like, I want to say it was popular. Docetism is a form of Christianity that really kind of caught root in the fact, and you can see it kind of forming in the Gospel of Luke, where, like, listen, it seems pretty clear that, like, if Jesus returned, and there were people trying to make that case, if Jesus returned, he had to return in some incorporeal state, right? Like, because he said he was going to come back, and he can't fail. So he, kind of like the early Jehovah's Witnesses, he came and nobody knew it was him, some stuff like that, right? But in order to make these types of doctrines work, you do have to kind of conjure up some things like, does Jesus actually have a body? What is the nature when Jesus was here on the earth? What's the nature of that particular body? How do we make sense of those particular things? And so, like the Gnostics, they tried to create some separation between Jesus and the physical, body that you saw on the earth, right? And so that's kind of where Docetism creeps in it. And you can see why that might be the case. In Gospel of Luke, it was written so late, and people are trying to figure out what the fuck are we supposed to do with this whole kingdom coming bit. And Luke is like, hey, when the kingdom comes, nobody will see it. You won't look and say, here it is or there it is. In fact, it's already here. It's among you, right? Trying to soften the idea of what it means for the kingdom of God to come. Good question, though. And helping make a deconstruct, thank you for the super chat. Says, hey, Justin, you should check out detection of a 4-carbon sugar in interstellar space. Life's building blocks might be everywhere in the universe. Actually, I did see that already. I was intrigued because not that long ago we found on, was it, what was the name of that meteor now? Is Ryubu? Hold on. Let's see. Meteor sugars was, what the heck was the name of that meteor? Bennu. Yes, on the Bennu meteor, there were sugars and bioessential things for building life, and that was a really big thing. We're finding more and more, right? Now, the thing that I would caution about a little bit is like this idea that um, there are some reports that are really cool. Like I was reading one where it talked about how there's a planet similar to ours that has a gas atmosphere, a lot of helium and things like that, but it's also like 48 million light years away, right? Those types of reports, while I am sure that the scientists know more than I do, which is why they can make these declarations, I am also sure that if you tell a Christian like, "Hey, we found a gas planet 80, 40 something light years away," they're it's not going to mean anything to them. They're not going to believe that somehow we were able, just using like the instruments we have, we were like able to, you know, we were able to detect gases that like you can't even see with the naked eye, right? It's just a hard sell. But for those of us who understand science, it's actually pretty fucking cool. Jason, although not the Bible Jason, thank you for the super thanks. Although it looks to me that there was like an emoji in there or a sticker of some nature that didn't come through. It says church, and I think what you're I had to guess. I think what you're trying to say is deconstruction zone, take me to church. And you know what? We're going to go to church tonight. We're going to read some Bible because the Christians won't. And if the Christians aren't going to read the Bible, I mean, come on, who's going to read it? So just one of those things. We're gonna make things happen, y'all. Oh, also with the follow up, Jason says, It's got to be the song, "Take Me to Church" song, right? Am I wrong here? I think I got that one. And also from Unashamed Apostate, good to see a friend. Roses are red. Christians don't read, that's for sure. They define words and then special plead. Doug stokes the coals. The smoke's rolling thick. Let's cook like it's Sunday, cause Yahweh's a prick. Oh, fucking amazing! What a rhyme! The skill set here. In fact, hold on. Where's my? Oh, I don't have my DJ. There we go. I don't have my DJ stuff set up here yet. Anyways, but dope rhyme, dope rhyme. I wish I was better at like that kind of artistic endeavor, but I'll leave it up to y'all. And also from Dugosaurus Erectus, good to see you, friend. Thank you for being a member, and thank you for the super chat. So happy to hear from the Christian earlier this week that dinos can't go to heaven and that suffering improves the heavenly experience. You can't imagine the suffering this dino's gone through with short arms and an erectus. You nailed it. Well, the other thing too is like, listen, if dinosaurs are going to heaven and like suffering is vital for like enjoying heaven, it seems like fucking dinosaurs are gonna enjoy heaven more than humans. Like they're really the suffering scale that they were on was like really high, like incredibly high. So I don't know. It seems to me that maybe I don't know. We would have been better off as dinosaurs. Give me 1 second. I got to do something real quick before I forget. And take this from to TikTok and to OBS. When I played a sound through the soundboard, y'all heard it, right? When I play this sound, did y'all hear that? On my end, it was a little clipped. Anyone hear the soundboard sound like it kind of clipped the beginning and the end of the sound? Here's another one. Hold on. We'll do amazing.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward there. Anyways, we'll worry about that later. Let me grab our first guest, Liam, and we'll get our first conversation rolling here. Welcome in, Liam. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in the Bible God?
What's the Bible God?
What's the what?
What's the Bible God?
You don't know what the Bible God is?
The Christian God?
I'm having hard trouble hearing this guess, actually. Maybe my headphones are fucking up. Let me make sure my headphones are actually tied in properly.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, see if that's any better. Can you say something for me?
Yo, what's up?
Yeah, now we're good. I had the wrong audio source selected. I was fighting some
Not too bad.
audio.
Just give me 1 minute. I'm getting a glass of water. I'll be right there in 10 seconds.
Yeah. I think that would explain why my soundboard was acting funny. Let me see if it sounds better now. Now we're good. Cool. Cool. This should be fun.
Okay, I'm back, dude.
Welcome back, Liam. All right, so if I think I already asked you, you are a Christian and you do believe in the Bible God, right?
Oh, yeah, I do.
Cool. And are you at least 18 before we get any further?
Yeah, I'm 26.
Gotcha. Okay. And do you agree or disagree with the prompt on the screen?
I disagree with that.
Okay, you disagree. Okay. Now, my argument is that Christians, and this is a generalization, obviously, not every Christian is going to be identical to every other Christian. Christians in general don't like and or possibly even hate God's word, which is why they fight so hard to, one, not read it, and two, when I read it, tell me that it doesn't say what it actually says.
Okay.
And now, I think maybe the first step that we'll have to take here is figure out if we can at least agree on like what it means to hate something. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. When I say that hate, I'm not saying that like they have like you a deep-seated grudge against God's word. I'm saying that they have a strong disdain for it and a strong dislike for it, which is, in my opinion, demonstrated by their own behavior. Is that an adequate definition to use?
Yeah, I'm okay with the definition. I mean, if you can elaborate on the behavior, sure.
Sure. So, for example, if I said that my this coworker hates me, right? You might ask yourself, "Oh, well, how do we know if that coworker actually hates them?" Well, you could then look at their behavior. Okay, do they talk to you politely at work? Do they talk behind your back? Do they treat you well? Do they try to sabotage your career? Do they, when you tell them things, do they change your words and repeat it to others? Do they have your best interests in mind? Like, are they actually concerned about your welfare rather than their own welfare? I think these would all be questions that we could use to determine if it hates you, right?
Yeah, sure.
Now, in relation to the Bible, I think we can apply some of the same principles. When the Christians read the Bible, do they try to interpret it for what it actually says, or do they try to interpret what they want into the Bible? When they read the Bible, do they think that all of it is of equal importance, as it says in the New Testament in Timothy, or do they think that some of it is, I don't know, we can just throw parts of it away because we don't like it? Do you think that that would be, an adequate means to determine if Christians do or don't hate God's word?
Yeah, people definitely do what you're saying. I wouldn't know if I could use that sole piece of information as justification to say they hate God's word, but there are people that definitely downplay certain parts of the Bible because they're difficult to talk about in comparison to others, which are easier to defend.
Sure.
But I don't
So
know.
what if
I don't know.
we?
I don't know. Sorry.
Uh-huh. Well, what if we say something like, we can determine that a Christian hates God's word because they say that they read it and then they don't, or they'll say that they obey it but they don't.
Oh, hate God's word. I mean, operating off of how you're using hate from the beginning, you said it wasn't a deep-seated like grudge, but it was
Yeah.
extreme disdain, though, right?
Yeah, because like, but I think when we're talking about hate, I think the way you hate another human is slightly different than like the way you would hate an inanimate object. Like, for example, I hate mushrooms. Spend a whole lot of time worrying about mushrooms.
Yeah, I gotcha. I still don't think that would fall into that. I think the disdain means is disdain means you're holding something. If I understand correctly, what the disdain means, I think disdain means like something is beneath you, correct? Or like it's
I th-
below you, or it's like you don't.
sure, yeah. You
Is
think
that what it means? I don't
negatively.
even.
Yeah, you just think negatively of it, like it's inherently flawed or
Yeah,
inferior.
I would say by somebody not saying they should read the Bible, not reading it, they wouldn't put the Bible beneath them. I wouldn't call that hatred. I would call that more just like a form of maybe negligence, if you want to even call it that. Negligence is an improper term, but um, yeah, it would be improper. Not negligence, but maybe more just
Mhm.
like um, people
Well,
can get busy and then like not follow through with what they're supposed to do. So if someone like believes that they should read the Word because that's how you draw close to God, and they choose not to do that, then you may have an argument that the person doesn't actually even believe in the Bible. So you would have an argument in that sense. So if somebody doesn't read the Bible at all, or or pray, or live a life before Christ, sure, you could make that argument. Maybe they have a hatred, yeah, because they're not even a
well,
real
let's
Christian.
sure. Well, let's also we can narrow down the definition to make it easy. Something like when I was talking about an intense emotion of strong dislike,
hmm
disgust, hostility, or aversion to something. Is that easy enough?
Yeah, if you want to use the part of it. Oh, by the way, just so you know, I don't know if it's just for me. Your mic cuts out in and out a couple times per each sentence, but I don't know if
Oh,
that's just
really?
me it's happening to, or if other people are noticing that. But it's happened a couple times. But to answer your
Oh,
question,
that's
yeah, if you want
important
to
to
hold
know.
to,
I appreciate that.
yeah, no problem. It happened for me a few times just there, but yeah. What was I gonna say?
Hmm.
Yeah. So the if you want to hold that last part of that with like a version, sure. Yeah, I guess you could say it's hatred. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So I think personally that this claim is based upon the fact that if when I read the Bible to Christians, they have a very strong aversion to it, and they
Mhm.
usually tell me that they're not going to, that they love it. All of God's words is sacred and things like that. But unfortunately, like when I read, so for example, if I go to one of my more favorite passages as of
Mhm.
late is something in Hosea 13, 16. And I find that Christians have a pretty strong aversion to this passage, at least typically.
Is that
And
for
what it,
Samaria? That's Samaria, or is that the one with Samaria?
yeah, in fact, you've probably heard me talk about it, right?
Oh no, I've actually. Well, that's my first time here. Or actually,
Okay.
maybe my second. I tried to come in one time when I couldn't talk. This is the prophecy of the judgment against Samaria, right?
Yeah. hmm Well, I mean,
Yeah.
just
Okay.
about
So I'm
everything in
sorry. I
Hosea
just want to
is
make
a
sure.
prophecy against Samaria.
Yeah, you can continue. You can continue. I just want to make sure I had the story. Yeah.
Yeah. So in Hosea, God says that Samaria shall bear her guilt because she has rebelled against her God. They shall fall by the sword. Their little ones shall be dashed to pieces, and their pregnant women ripped open. Have you heard that one?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
familiar with this. Yes.
Yeah. And what do you feel when you hear that?
As as an agent, I think it's just like pretty terrible. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. So, do you think that this is a good passage or a bad passage?
God's word is divine, so anything that comes from it is of His divine nature. So I would just say the passage itself, although I don't understand it at all, and I can grant that there is it's hard to comprehend. I would just say it's divine in nature, so therefore it's okay. It's holy.
Okay. So it is good then that when God said He's going to have pregnant women ripped open and have their babies' heads dashed to pieces on rocks. That was good.
Well, no, sorry, it's like
Oh
for
no, it wasn't good.
clarification.
Maybe I
No,
didn't understand you.
yeah, sorry. So there is a distinction I think like to make between like an agent understanding something and God's judgment. So if you're asking me, is this a good thing that I would do or I would ever condone it with someone else? No. Okay. Now the problem is going to be is that this is would be seen as like an evil action, but I just don't think that evil is an independent thing. So I think it's a privation.
Well, I think that's a whole different thing. I don't think evil's a privation, and I don't think the Bible agrees with that either. But the reality is, I'm trying to figure out when God decides He's going to have pregnant women ripped open, by the sword. Is that like a good thing that He's doing or a bad thing?
The question is very direct. When you're saying is it a good thing or bad thing? Again, I'll ask you the question: are you asking my interpretation of this, or are you asking God's divine judgment?
Well, I'm asking you what you think about it. I
I'm
mean,
thinking that
obviously, I'm hoping that your opinion lines up with what you think is, objectively true.
right. So this is a prophecy of judgment. Okay. The reason why I'm
Sure.
asking about judgment. So it's not a moral command. So
I,
if you're asking me about if is this a good thing or a bad thing, okay? the answer is still going to stand that I think it's a bad thing under my view and understanding of what is good and what is bad, from my interpretation of it.
Okay, so what you're saying then is, objectively, it was good, but subjectively, like in your opinion, it was bad.
In itself, it is a morally. You're basically saying in itself, it's a morally evil act, correct? Is that your argument you're going to be making, or?
I didn't make an argument. I'm asking you.
Okay, yeah, sure. Um, the act itself, I'm going to say the act itself is evil. The question is whether the passage, though, is saying God morally approves of the act, okay, or whether it's ascribing consequences.
Mm-hmm.
That would be my response. That the best way I could probably word it there. So, um,
So is the act
you're
of cutting a
you're
woman
saying
open with a
if God
sword
allowed it, does it
evil?
make him evil?
No, I'm asking you. Is the act of cutting somebody open with a sword evil or no?
Under my worldview, absolutely, yeah.
Right. Does it
Yeah.
matter who?
Sorry, I'm sorry that you cut out again there with your mic. I don't know if that's just me. People have said it's just me, but
That's
it's kind of cutting.
interesting. Yeah, if you're
Yeah, I'm not trolling you, by the way. I'm being dead serious. It
I'll believe
kind
you.
of cuts in a little bit.
If you're in the YouTube or TikTok audience and my mic is cutting out for you as well, not just the guest, let me know.
Yeah,
If
but it's
so,
very infrequent too. It was just like, okay,
just like a
okay.
blip.
Yeah, it was like it's like a blip. It happens here and there. Okay, so
Okay.
what was the last part of what you said? Because it kind of cut out.
So
You said
what I'm trying to figure out is the act
they're
of
saying it cut out for them too. By the way, in the chat, it
interesting.
is happening.
Some of them are saying it is, some saying it's not. Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah. All right.
So is it a good or a bad thing to cut a woman open with a sword?
For me to do it, yes, it's a bad thing.
Okay, for you to do it. Okay, what
For
if
anyone to do it, for anyone to do it, that it would be a bad thing. Yes.
what about God?
Well, God. Let me think how to word it. I think God can permit or use morally evil human actions to accomplish justice.
Right, but
Yeah.
is that how is that good? Like if the action itself is bad and someone causes the action to happen, how is the action now good?
Well, was the crucifixion of Jesus Christ a bad thing?
Personally, I don't think that we should be in the business of doing capital punishment. So for me, I would say yeah, but in the Christian
Right, right.
framework,
So it's
you would
just
actually say no. In the Christian framework, you'd say it was required, it was good.
well, right. Yeah, I'm just trying to use an example of like how God can permit certain of morally evil human actions to accomplish justice. So when Jesus was crucified, Christians will just obviously say the crucifixion of Jesus involved murder. It was an evil act committed by humans, yet God used it to accomplish redemption. So when you're asking me about
Wait, redemption? Redemption of what?
what do you mean redemption of
But,
what?
but God had to do an evil action to redeem people from what?
The redemption of humanity from sin and separation from God.
What? Why does God have to kill somebody for that?
Why does he have to kill somebody for that? Well, I mean,
Like,
you're obviously aware of like how
why
like,
would
you're
why
aware.
would God have to do something bad to do something good?
Yeah, I mean, well, it's pretty simple. I mean, I don't want to go through the whole entire chain here, but I mean, I'm sure you're aware of how like Christian theology typically works. I mean, the answer that's going to be is that it's not that God needed to have like blood. It's just that he
So he chose to.
well, no. So it's just going to be like there's a conjunction of things that are happening here. So it's going to be basically, well, it's a good question, by the way. Just so I'm just trying to think of how to respond to this properly. I think that forgiveness under the Christian theology is going to always have a cost. Okay, and we see that through the Bible. So, yeah, that would be the answer. So forgiveness has a cost. Okay.
Why?
And God's forgiveness obviously isn't like portrayed as like pretending evil things don't exist. I
Why
mean,
does forgiveness have a cost?
in the Bible,
Yeah. Well, no, I mean to God. Why would God set forgiveness up so you have to like harm somebody?
yeah. Well, it doesn't have to always be harm. Okay, but
So God didn't have to harm Jesus?
what? No. It's going to be is that forgiveness has a cost because evil causes real harm.
So you
And
have
like
to
and
harm somebody
genuine,
because somebody else harmed somebody?
well, no, genuine justice cannot simply treat that harm as if it never happened. So like
I didn't say
I can
that.
just say,
I
well,
said,
just say someone
why do you have to
fucks up
harm
your
somebody
car.
else?
Well, no, I'm like, well, let's just say like somebody like fucks your car up. I mean, and then you tell them they have to pay for it, okay? Or you can just forgive them, right?
You could forgive them, but you also don't
Right,
have to like light somebody on fire or crucify them either.
right. But if you forgive them, you don't really, you just absorb the financial loss, right? The cost doesn't
So,
disappear. It falls on you instead.
so
So Christians just basically take this concept and they're just gonna, obviously extend it to the
to killing an
the
innocent
idea of
person,
moral evil. Oh, sorry.
to they're gonna extend it to like making it right is by killing an innocent person who didn't do the crime.
When you're saying innocent, who you're referring to Jesus Christ?
I mean, that's your opinion is that he's innocent, right? I don't know how killing an innocent person fixes the justice aspect.
Because if, well, wait, I just explained to you why. So the debt is still
Mm.
there, correct? Even if you forgive somebody, how
No,
do we absolve the debt?
if you forgive somebody, the debt is absolved.
Well, that wouldn't be true because in the analogy I gave to you
Well,
with the car, that if the car is destroyed, and then you have the choice to actually demand payment for it or to forgive them, you can forgive them. You're right, but the
yeah,
debt is still there, correct?
no, not if you just forgive them.
Well, no,
Who's
you have to. That means you absorb the
what?
debt, right?
Yeah, you absorb the debt. Yeah, is there a reason why God can't absorb a debt?
I just explained.
I,
So
I didn't
I
hear an
got a call.
explanation.
Wait. I just gave you the explanation a minute ago with the actual analogy. Oh, you're asking for an
Yeah.
analogy, like a supplementary argument for
No, I'm
that?
trying to no, trying to figure out why there's a debt that needs to be paid in the form of blood.
Okay, I mean, yeah, I just like humanity basically has like a moral debt through sin.
Okay.
God could just leave humanity. I'm trying to think of the word. I'm sorry, man. I'm just trying to think of
Mm.
the word to you. So God could just leave humanity to like bear the consequences, right?
Of what?
Of the moral debt they have through sin.
What would those consequences be?
Well, eternal damnation, right?
What? Who set those consequences?
Well, if Jesus Christ didn't come to save us through crucifixion, okay, we were damned to hell, correct?
Why? Well, who set that consequence? It seems like that's God's problem. If he's the one setting that kind of consequence, he could just not do that.
That comes into like his like wait, sorry, the last part again?
Yeah, I mean, if that's the consequence of sin, well, he could just not make that the consequence. God is the one who decided what the consequence was, not me.
That's not that wouldn't really follow because if God is all loving, there would have to be consequences for actions.
But why consequence have to be lighting for eternity?
Yeah, your mic did that thing again. I didn't hear any of that last sentence.
Why does the consequence have to be somebody like getting lit on fire for all of eternity?
Oh, okay, sorry. Uh, right. So the way okay, I apologize.
Okay.
So God obviously created like the moral order. Okay, so the consequence of his sin basically exists because God made reality that way. So if he is truly what I claim him to be, which is going to be all of his properties, okay, you're saying why couldn't he simply just forgive without requiring the suffering and the death? Okay,
I didn't say
well the
actually
answer,
that. I didn't say he had to forgive. I'm just saying, why does the payment for the debt require
sure,
torture?
yeah, yeah. So it's going to be like God didn't like arbitrarily. Well, to answer your question directly, he didn't arbitrarily invent this rule. Okay, that someone must die, but the consequences of sin, okay, they come from God's own nature. So, okay,
Oh,
God is perfect.
well,
So
what
God
do you
is
mean
perfectly
from his
just,
nature?
right? Because he's perfectly just, so he cannot
But
like he can't just treat evil as though it never happened.
right, but I'm asking, what is a nature? You're saying it comes from his nature. What does that mean?
Well, he obviously has certain properties. God's nature,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like, he has certain things that are his properties.
Okay, and because of God's properties, he can't do what?
Right. So God has certain properties that he has to uphold while not contradicting another. So if he's
Like
like
what?
all loving and all, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. It sounds like you're about to say. I was just saying, like, what? What properties are we talking about?
Yeah, sure. So he has like properties of like he's all loving. He's omnipotent. He's omniscient. He can't commit something that is all loving while also violating his all like for example, sorry, he can't commit something that is all loving while violating his omnipotence. So people will ask the question, the problem of evil, for example. Let's say, why does evil even exist at all? Well, the problem is going to be is that if God is well, this is a whole different conversation. So sorry, so I don't want to pivot
Mm-hmm.
off. You're asking me his properties. His properties are he's omnipotent, he is all loving, he's all just, he's
Mm-hmm.
omniscient. in a
So he's got
sense.
the omnis.
Got the omnis, yeah, got the omnis.
Okay. And what's that to do about requiring somebody to be tortured for all of eternity?
Yeah, yeah. So again, so if he holds all of these actual like these attributes, there are certain things that he is going to do that can't violate another. Okay, so
Like
if
what?
he is fully just, then the just action for someone that is committing and rejecting him and committing an evil act is damnation. But there's a whole
But
different conversation to have about
well,
this. 'Cause
that's
I don't actually,
but that's
just to
what I'm
be
trying to
clear,
get
I
at.
don't
Why
really
is damnation have to be the result?
right. I just want to be very clear about one thing too. This is not me running. I guarantee you this is actually a fact. I don't really fully adhere to like I'm more of an nihilist. Okay.
Annihilationist.
Yeah, so I don't really hold to that came much later. So I don't hold too much to like there being this internal torture or damnation. I
Mm.
think it's just a separation from God.
What does that mean?
Rather than
How do you get separated from a being that's everywhere?
right. So if you die, I would just say your soul would be dead.
Gotcha. So you just don't exist anymore.
Correct. So the separation from God is just
Uh,
non-existence. You can
and
be with him in paradise.
and is
But
that a
this is
punishment?
something I'm still working out myself actually. I'm sorry, what was that?
Is that a punishment?
Yeah, that'd be a punishment. Yeah.
Punishment
Of
for
course it is.
what?
Is that the punishment would be for the evil you committed if you
So
choose to reject him.
okay, how much evil do I have to do to no longer exist?
Well, sorry, it wouldn't come down to the amount of evil. It would come down to rejection of him in his existence.
Oh, so it's actually
If you,
not the amount of evil. It's just me rejecting him.
yeah, because of course, if God is all loving, He has
Well,
to give you a choice to choose Him.
well, you don't get a choice to choose him. What if you just don't believe in him?
That is rejection of Him.
No, it's not. Do you believe in like Frosty the Snowman?
Well, when I was younger,
Did you reject him, or do you just not believe in him?
no, I just didn't believe in Him.
Yeah, you didn't reject Frosty. I didn't reject your God either. I just don't believe in him.
Yeah, yeah, but the problem is that there's been enough. Everyone they make the argument. They'll say that there's a certain standard you set for yourself, okay, in terms of evidence to accept Him. The problem is that God, being all knowing, knows all the things that will make it so that you choose Him. So I believe you've been given the
So he
evidence.
doesn't do it. So he
He
knows
has though.
everything.
I think
He knows
he
everything it would take to
does.
convince me, and he
He
just didn't give it to
knows
me.
he knows the evidence that it would take for you to believe. I think that you chose to reject that, or maybe you
No,
haven't actually had the evidence yet. Maybe it's coming
no,
one
you
day.
you don't choose to reject to believe something. Again, you don't get to choose your belief. You're either convinced by something or you're not. That's it.
Right, right. But I would just argue that there is definitely more than enough evidence.
What do you think that evidence is? Because if it was good, then everybody who saw the evidence would believe.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like there's just plenty of like things that we can actually demonstrate to show that it's like not. I mean, that there has to be a creator, but outside of that, people can just like people who
No, I
are
mean
like more like
specifically about Jesus, right? Because just believing in God doesn't mean you're going to go to heaven. You have to believe in the right God. You got to believe in Jesus. Why would anyone do that?
oh, and Jesus.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, we have historical evidence of more than just like there was historical evidence for other like prophets as well. Okay,
Hmm.
when it comes to Jesus, there was like outstanding evidence for him, not just in the Bible but outside the
But
Bible.
I agree that he existed. I agree that Muhammad existed too. I just don't believe the mythology.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But there's evidence for his miracles too.
There's evidence for Muhammad's miracles and Joseph Smith's
No,
miracles and all
no, we
kinds of
don't
other
have
miracles.
we don't have writings for miracles. Well, I mean, we
Yeah, we
have
do. We have a
people that
ton.
said he did it, but
We have a ton
there's
of
going to be
miracle
other.
claims from the early world. In fact, the priests of the Asclepii have documented at least 300 different healing miracles of Asclepius.
Sorry, who's Asclepius?
Asclepius is a Greco-Roman god from
Uh huh.
roughly the time period of Jesus.
Okay, wait. So, all right, that's fine. So, in these
They,
actual miracles, are they contemporary evidence?
yeah, they're written down by priests at the time of the testimony.
Well, I'd look more into that too because
It's written
how
on
many people?
stone.
You said it was on a stone?
Yeah, they literally carved it in stone. Yeah.
Oh, okay. How many? Just like single people, or was it like like I don't want to like reference the. There's more evidence we can give for Jesus, but I mean, like before we even get there, we have people that like we have writings of Jesus that were by numerous people and by crowds. So I mean, when it comes to the crowds, the problem is we don't actually
Who?
have direct evidence of that.
Who wrote?
We don't have evidence. We don't have actual like like letters from 500 people. No, we
But
have
who wrote?
writings of the people. Sorry,
Who left us the writings?
about these things.
Yeah.
Like Paul. Paul's a big one.
But Paul
Paul
wasn't
was
there for
martyred.
anything. Like Paul
Well, no, no,
didn't see a
sorry. So I'm saying
resurrection. He didn't.
Paul wrote, but right, I'm saying that Paul. Wait. First of all, Paul was martyred, right?
Paul certainly was martyred, but he didn't see a resurrection, did he?
Right, but who did he know that did? What about Peter?
Well, if you think he and Peter were close, but Peter didn't say anything about Paul. If you think that Peter wrote Second Peter, then maybe chapter 3 you can say he claimed to have perhaps known about Paul's
Right.
writings, but I don't. And scholars don't think that Peter wrote Second Peter. I don't even think he wrote First Peter. But even if he did, we don't really know what Peter witnessed. Is the other problem, because Peter didn't really tell
Yeah.
us what he witnessed. So, like, to say, I agree that Peter and Paul, if they knew each other, would have been a relationship. But that doesn't mean that that Peter was a witness to anything. Peter could have
What
wrote
do you
down
think
his
about?
story.
Okay, what do you think about Clement of Rome?
Did he witness anything?
No, no, no. It's not that he witnessed. Like, so Clement, I believe, was a toddler when Jesus was crucified,
Okay, so
and then he wrote his letters. Speaking of Paul being martyred and Peter as
well,
well.
well, I agree
And
that they were probably martyred. What I'm trying to figure out is who are the actual witnesses and what did they write for us? Because it's great that you've got some people that said, "Hey, there's a guy that did some miracles and rose from the dead." That's fantastic. So there's like hundreds and hundreds of people who we have those documentations for. So like, why would we? Why do we think that Jesus is credible but the other ones aren't?
okay, well, the problem is that if I reference to you like Matthew, Mark, and Luke, you're gonna say that this is just within the Bible, and you don't really even believe in the Bible to begin with, right?
Well, no, I mean, first of all, I don't. But also, the other problem is that like Matthew, like Mark, Luke, and John were all anonymous. Like the early documents don't have their names on them. They're not identified in the text anywhere. They're just names that were attached by somebody later. And if you look at like the actual criticism of the Greek text, it's pretty clear that they were written quite often by multiple authors. And why would Matthew copy his
I
own
thought
conversion story from Mark? It's such a
I,
weird
th-
thing
I
to
thought I thought
think.
that Matthew was like we know that John Mark was the companion of Peter, which is the author of Mark.
We don't really know that.
Well,
So
we have
John
Christian
Mark is
writings
a
like what is it,
cousin of Barnabas.
Papias?
John Mark is a cousin of Barnabas. That's in Colossians chapter 3. My screen went blank for a second. I don't know what's going
Yeah,
on.
you cut out again there. I couldn't.
Yeah, don't. It's not you. It's me.
Okay.
My streaming machine is either that or my monitor setup is constantly fucking up. I don't know.
It's
I
fun.
replaced my 2K monitors with some 4K monitors, and I think my machine's having trouble pushing them.
Oh,
Nevertheless,
you're good.
the reality is John Mark, the cousin of Barnabas, we learned about in Colossians. While he obviously was doing some kind of traveling with Peter and Paul at various points, we have no evidence that he wrote Mark.
Doesn't like what was that guy's name? There's a guy named Papias. He referenced
Yeah,
like
I know Papias.
okay, and then yeah, is that
But
is that Papias? And
Papias,
then
but we don't have any of his writings. We've got one that's preserved, Eusebius, about what Papias said. So somebody who lived way after Papias said, actually, I've got a quote from him. Here's a quote. And then that same person also said that Papias was a lying idiot.
Oh, you mean the one by Eusebius where he says that Mark? So because like didn't Mark yeah, okay, all right. So I mean there is when it comes to the actual writings, authorship has been something that is up for debate. And
Hmm.
a lot of people use like stilometry too. There's a guy on
Hmm.
here I debated in Christ Before
I know.
Jesus. He said,
Yeah, I know what you
yeah,
mean.
okay, yeah. And he mentioned some of this as well.
Hmm.
The thing is that across the board, the problem is going to be is that every single gospel you're saying is the authorship is up for interpretation because I'm pretty sure that with John too, like is John up for interpretation also because I'm pretty sure that that is considered like that was an actual like a disciple
All,
they have like actual like
well, I would say all four of them. I mean, it's clear that whoever wrote John is not John. In the last chapter, chapter 21, the authors identify themselves as a we and claim that they've collected a testimony from John. Like, so who's ever writing on multiple occasions has stated that they're collecting testimonies from people. In chapter 1, it looks like they're collecting the testimony from John the Baptist. And in the last chapter,
mm,
it looks like they're collecting the testimony from John the disciple. So it's somebody who came later who's compiling it, which is why there's a multiplicity of authors. But I think the more telling thing is, let's imagine that it's true. Let's imagine there's like, I don't know, a couple of people that are collecting these witnesses and putting them into a document. Well, why do the witnesses of John like directly contradict the other gospels? Like when we get to some of the interesting stuff, like what day did Jesus die, what time did he die, what were his last words, when was the cleansing of the temple, when was the call of the disciples, how many days before the crucifixion was the anointing of Jesus's body. None of these things in John line up. John directly contradicts the synoptics more times than I can count on my finger and toes, which to me, that's unexpected. If John was actually giving an oral testimony to someone and they were writing it down, I would expect that it would match the synoptics if the synoptics were coming from actual disciples.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, so the contradictions in the Bible, some of them are definitely ones that I'm still looking into, but some of them do have like some sort of like argument for them. Excuse me. One being what is it with the I believe it was with the Jesus where he was born.
Well,
But Jesus,
I've never
John does not
used that
describe
as a
Jesus' birth.
contradiction.
Oh, sorry, what's that?
I've never used that as a contradiction. I think when he was born is more interesting than where he was born, because between Matthew and Luke there is a
Oh,
drastic
sorry, when?
disagreement.
Yes, I worded
Yeah.
that wrong. Yeah, because you're obviously going to use how in Matthew 2 you have Herod, you have the reign of Herod the Great, right? That's the one you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, but like John doesn't actually mention a Jesus birth.
But Luke does, right? And Luke says he's collecting eyewitness testimony as well.
Right. But I think the main argument for that is that like they said that I believe what was it like Luke's chronology of that is actually what was it? There's different translations, but the problem is that I'm not really going to Hebrew there, but
I mean Greek.
Oh yeah, sorry, the Greek. Yeah, so like what is it? Herod died around what was it? 15 BC.
Herod the Great died
No,
in 4 BC.
4 BC. Okay, and then because of the guy, what guy like Quirinius or something or.
Quirinius. So Quirinius took over the governorship after his son Archelaus was deposed, because Archelaus kind of got caught fucking around.
Okay, so like a 10-year gap. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, what was it? Luke can just be referring to something earlier, like an earlier like administration.
No, he didn't. He says while Quirinius was governor.
Well, I mean, it's possible.
Well, it's just what it says while Quirinius was governor. Like if you go to Luke, I'll put it on the screen for you real quick. We're going to go to Luke chapter 2, and give me one moment. I didn't add it to my screen yet, but it'd only take a moment to add it to the screen. Oh, a little big. Let's shrink it down a bit. All right, and then let me throw it up on the other screen real quick so they can see it. Bada bing, bada boom. Cool. All right, so in Luke 2, what we find is this census is like the beginning of the journey over to the birth of Jesus. And then Jesus is subsequently born while the census is ongoing, right? So it says, in those days a decree went out from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be registered. This was the first registration and was taken while Quirinius was governor of Syria. All went to their own towns to be registered. Okay, well, that's when Jesus was born, is when they went back to Bethlehem during the registration, which would mean that Jesus was born after the census was commanded, right? Which is during the reign of Quirinius, which the reign of Quirinius didn't happen until about 5 or 6 CE.
Okay. All right. Yeah, it's a 10-year gap. Okay.
Right.
Fair enough, man. All right. So I'm gonna have my dinner. I'm not running. Okay.
Fair enough.
But I mean, yeah, I'm pretty hungry. I mean, you made some good points, so I'd like to come back and talk to you again sometime.
Yeah, coming
But
back. I'm live like 3 nights a week, usually Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and we'll continue
Sure.
right where we left off.
Sounds great. Thanks for having me up, man. You take care.
Sure thing. Cheers, man. Quick question. On the audio on YouTube, I'm just making sure I've got everything set up correctly here. My microphone feed, some people were saying, was a little bit choppy from time to time. Was it just my microphone, or did listening to the TikTok guest do the same thing for you? Was it hard to hear the TikTok guest the whole time? Because that's gonna help me understand what's going on here. Also, I did turn off all the filtering on my mic. I kind of half suspected it was my mic filtering. I usually try to filter out my background noise. I might have had the filter up a little bit too high. If it's been good the last couple minutes, let me know, and I'll chalk it up to my noise filtering was probably a little bit high. Just me? Yeah, it was my noise filtering, I assume then. Okay. So if it's just me, I assume it was just my mic settings. Let me know if it's taken care of now. I had a noise filter and a noise gate I was running on my mic, just because I've got noise in the background and probably a little aggressive. So if it's okay now, go ahead and let me know, and we'll take care of it. But nevertheless, friends, I'm going to read a couple of super chats. We're going to our next guest in here. It looks like next in line is some dude too. We had some people in the YouTube guest box. They left. Actually, we had like at one point during Liam's conversation, we had like 3 people up in there, and they're just gone now. I guess they couldn't stick around a couple of minutes. So, but currently, believe it or not, our YouTube queue is empty. We got 2 waiting in the TikTok queue. So we're going to. Oh, interesting. I got a message from Nick, Cyber Deconstruction, said that TikTok has been cutting out all day for hosts. So it might be a double whammy. It might be that TikTok's causing some trouble, and it might be that my mic filter was causing some trouble on top of it. So, but nevertheless, let me grab a couple super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here, Hunter Girl. Great to see you, friend. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says, do I have a problem with budgeting? Yes. But here I am. What's your position on annihilation in Revelation? Airman just said that is what the text means, not forever torture. News to me, even though I've read the Bible 3 times, Rock Harder for Doug. So this is actually a pretty interesting problem. So in my cheat sheet, I actually have a tab. And for those, some people have been asking me to get a cheat sheet put together that's not just a spreadsheet. And I'm working on it, by the way. I'm actually converting it to a web-based product that will also work as an app on the phones. We'll worry about that later. But I do have a tab on here for hell, where it goes over all the mentions of hell in the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Jewish literature, like the Talmud, the Apocrypha, anything related to the culture, and then also in the New Testament, right? And even in Josephus' writings. So you can kind of get the only thing I didn't include yet, I don't think I put follow in here, but nevertheless, I've got all the Deuterocanonical books, I've got all the Apocryphal books. So if you want to like kind of get an understanding of what they thought hell was like, you can turn there. Now, I discovered something in my time of putting this together, the same thing that other people discovered a long time ago studying this topic, namely that it's actually not clear. So when I was in Bible college, I was intrigued with what was the name? Rob Bell. Rob Bell basically quit his job as a pastor, wrote a book called Love Wins, and he basically became a universal reconciliation guy. And it got me interested in thinking about what the Bible really says about hell. And it turned out that both the early church and the Bible are split. About half the verses in the Bible would lead you to believe that you're annihilated. And then another half of the verses in the Bible would lead you to believe that you're tortured forever. Same thing with the literature that you'll find in the Talmud and literature that you're going to find in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's actually very split. There's a lot of passages that say you will literally be tortured forever. And there's actually a lot of passages that say the opposite, that say that you won't be tortured forever, but you will in fact be annihilated. So it's not a very good, it's not good as a reference, like using the Bible, because it's actually just not clear, right? And I you can make an argument from the Bible that annihilation was what they envisioned, and you can make an argument from the Bible that they did not envision annihilation. I think it really depends on which texts you want to turn to. And honestly, I think if I was in a debate, like if someone wanted to debate me on it, I could put together a really good argument for both positions. I think there's that many verses that disagree on this topic that you could put together a pretty robust argument in either direction. So that's my opinion on it. I think 9 times out of 10, I agree with Bart Ehrman and most of the what we would classify as like independent scholars, not like the apologetic scholars. But nevertheless, like I think this is one of those topics that is a little more nuanced than what people might realize. So nevertheless, that's my opinion. Thanks for being here, Hunter Girl. Hope you're doing okay. And also from Hezek. Hold on, let me see this one here. Hazak says, if you read 1984, the concept of doublethink. Oh, yeah. The ability to sincerely hold two contradictory beliefs at the same time, like calling somebody both just and unjust, or both good and evil. Orwell nailed it. That is kind of the thing, right? Well, we would call it cognitive dissonance, right? Where you kind of know that you have a belief or a knowledge of something, but you're like actually fighting against it because you've got other knowledge or other information that you haven't quite processed yet, and you end up in cognitive dissonanceville. And from Billy Cypress, my friend, thank you so much for the super chat. Hope you're doing well. Oh, fuck, $50 super chat. Thank you so much. Actually, my cousin's friend's brother's girlfriend's great uncle knew a taxi driver who said he totally saw it, and it's very true. So, atheist, I guess we're cooked now. You're right. That sounds like very credible evidence. And to be fair, right, to the ancient world, if you're writing something from the ancient world, you might think that someone saying something that somebody else said is fine for communicating a message. But if you're God, you have to know that that's not convincing. If you're God, you have to know that you got to do better than that. I'm not impressed with God's inability to write a Bible that's believable, and not impressed at all. And also, one more $50 super chat again from Billy Sipes. I said Cypress. From Billy Sipes. I'm sorry, Billy. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat, the double up. Huge W. Separate but personal. I've started learning Greek because you specifically inspired me to, Justin, so I can try to read as much of the Codex Sinaiticus as is available. Hell yeah, Billy Sipes. That's what I'm talking about. I will say this. Most people have been here for a while know that I have a preference between Greek and Hebrew. I like Hebrew way better. I think it's more poetic. I think it's more fun of a language to do. However, Greek is super rewarding. If you've got a good memory, if you can remember all of the grammar rules, you'll do fine. You're gonna love Greek. If you have trouble remembering grammar, it's gonna cook you. You're gonna have a tough time. If learning grammar rules are difficult on you, I would avoid using like the conjugation charts and memorizing the conjugations like you would classically do, and just do like the immersion style, right? If you're not good at just memorizing raw forms, do the immersion method. Like just go to like Rosetta Stone or Duolingo and start there. Although I would say ancient Greek, classical Greek is a little bit different than modern Greek. But if you learn modern Greek, you got a really huge head start on ancient Greek, so you'd be all right. Let's get some dude in here, and we'll get our next conversation rolling. Welcome in, some dude. Are you at least 18?
I'm at least 18, yes.
Cool. And do you believe in the Bible God?
Depends on what you mean.
The God that is
Bible God
depicted
is
in the
a
Bible.
very broad statement.
Do you think that
Many different religions believe in the monotheistic God of Yahweh. It depends on what you're trying to state. So state it clearly, please.
Pretty much did. Do you think that the God depicted in the Old and New Testament is the God that you believe in?
New Testament.
That's what I said.
You said Old and New Testament.
Yeah, Old and New Testament. Do you believe in that God or no?
I believe in the God of the New Testament, the New Covenant.
Sure. And do you think that the God of the Old Testament is the same God?
Do I believe that the Old Testament God is the same Testament God as the New Testament? You see how stupid you sound. But yes, I do.
No, it's actually pretty easy.
No, that's
so
not what I said.
The God of the
exactly
New Testament is actually supposed to be the same God that is in the Old Testament.
That's what I said, but that's not what I
So
said.
if you believe in the God of the New Testament, which is Yahweh, you should believe in the God of the Old Testament, which is also Yahweh. Now, in the New Testament, there's a twist, right? Because some people in the New Testament would say that Jesus himself is Yahweh, but that's neither here nor there. I'm just asking, do you believe that Yahweh is God?
I believe Yahweh is God. Yes.
Easy enough.
That was a clear.
That wasn't.
And that was a clear.
That was
and
actually.
honest question.
It was a really easy question the whole time, because
That's
as it
not
turns
what you
out, the Bible
stated.
says that there's only one God in the New Testament. In fact, 1 Corinthians chapter 8, Paul just explicitly tells you that there's one God. Deuteronomy 6 tells you that there's one, and so forth. So if God that exists as described in the Bible, then that's the one God I'm asking about.
I know, but you
So it sounds like
stated.
you're just having trouble with the number one. I get it. Numbers
Oh
are
my
scary.
God. No, I am
So
not.
maybe
When you say you believe in the
maybe
God of
I
the
can
Old
put it together
Testament,
like an
can I
algebra
finish my
formula.
points?
I
Can
can
I
put an
finish my
algebra formula
points?
together for
Can I
you.
finish my points, or are you going to
I mean,
continue interrupting me
I'm
like a
gonna
fourth grader?
I'm gonna continue to punk you and make fun of
So
you
you're going to
because
continue
you're
interrupting
a
me like a
clown
fourth
pretending
grader?
like you don't know basic questions. Yeah,
No, because I'm
I'm
not
gonna
able to
interrupt you
explain myself.
like you are a fourth grader because you are one apparently.
Yeah, great insult. Can I
It's not
actually respond?
it's not actually that great of an insult. I was just turning yours back on you.
It's called
If
sarcasm.
if it was a bad insult, you should have thought about what you started with because I was using
It's
your
called
material.
sarcasm, and
That
you
didn't
won't
sound
let
like
me finish my
sarcasm to
point
me.
because you're moving the
It sounds
goalpost.
like crying to me is what it sounds like.
Why won't you let me actually answer your question?
Because you actually didn't answer my question like 5 times. I had to pry it out
Okay,
of
can I
you.
answer your question? Because there's
Yeah,
multiple
sure.
gods.
We'll start
Because
from the
there's multiple
beginning.
gods in
Do
the
you
Old
believe in
Testament.
the Bible
Oh
God,
my
the
God! Now
one
you're
the
moving on.
one
Why
that
why can't we actually
the
debate?
one that the Bible tells you to actually worship or no?
Yeah, so let's actually get into that. Let's actually get into the synoptic gospels
Oh
because you want to go
boy.
so into your ideology. What do you disagree with Mark, Matthew, and Luke?
A bunch. I
Name
disagree.
one thing.
Well, I disagree that Jesus came from the line of David because it's actually pretty clear that he didn't.
So Jesus was the son of God. He came from the line of David. Next.
He didn't, though. You want me to show you in the Bible where it says
Next. I
otherwise?
don't care.
So
I
I'll
don't
just
care.
show
Next.
you in
I
Matthew
don't
1
care about your
and
bullshit.
in Luke
Next.
3 where it says that he didn't. And it's okay. We're used to
No,
Christians not actually
explain
being
it to me because
capable
I can debunk this.
of reading their Bible. Actually, you can't.
Okay, then explain it to me.
Yeah, you'll find out. So let me put it on the
No.
screen since you
Re-
obviously haven't read the
Yep.
Bible. It's fine. We're used to this kind of thing happening. All right, give me 1 second to make that the right size for you, though. You're not going to be able to read that. Cool. There we go. And I'm going to throw it up on the other screen real quick. Cool. All right, good to go there. All right, Matthew chapter 1 gives a lineage of
I
Jesus,
can't
does it
see
not?
the verse.
But I didn't put the verse on the window yet. You gonna be okay there?
You said you would put it on the window.
Are you
I'm
so
waiting for
impatient you couldn't wait 3 seconds for me to put it on the other screen? You think you're the only one watching this stream right now?
I'm just
That's
telling
wild.
you.
So in Matthew chapter 1, it's actually pretty easy, right? The lineage goes to who? Where's the termination? Where's the termination of lineage?
And Elud, father of Elzar, and Elzar, the father of Mathan, and Mathan, the father of Jacob, and Jacob, the father of Joseph, and the husband of Mary, who bore Jesus, who was called the Messiah.
Yeah, so this goes to Jacob, right?
Yes.
Oh, is Jacob the daddy of Jesus?
Is Jacob the daddy of Jesus? No. Again,
Oh. So is Mary from the line of David? Because if Jesus came from Joseph and Joseph is not the daddy, it seems like we got a kind of a problem here.
well, here's the thing. I'll make this plain and simple for you. Did
Yeah,
David...
my brain really need help.
I'm waiting for you to finish. Did David come from the line of Adam?
Everybody came from the line of Adam.
Exactly. Who did the line of Adam...
You think that's a point?
1 second,
The
sir.
question is whether or not Jesus came from David's lineage, not Adam's lineage.
Exactly. 1 second, sir. Who did the line of Adam come from? Who created Adam?
The line of Adam, theoretically, like depending on which Bible passage you read, either didn't come from anywhere or it came from God. There's one Bible
There you
passage that
go. It
refers to
came from
Adam as
God.
being a son of God.
No,
But
you
as it
just
turns
proved
out-
my point.
as it
You
turns
just
out,
proved my point. It
God
came
didn't
from
actually
God. It
father.
came from God.
God didn't actually
Thank
father Adam.
Ferris Bueller.
So when it
Bueller.
says that Adam was
Bueller.
the son of God, obviously it doesn't
Bueller.
mean son in the way that
Bueller.
the word son is
Bueller.
used. What is a son to
Bueller.
you? What do you think a son
Bueller.
is? What do you think a son
Bueller.
is? What do you think a son
Bueller.
is? Dummy.
Bueller.
Dummy.
Bueller.
Dummy.
Bueller, you
Dummy.
said that Adam came from the line
Dummy.
of God.
What do
Where did
you
Jesus
think
come
a
from?
son is?
Bueller.
What do you think a son
Bueller.
is? He can't do
Bueller.
it. He can't help himself.
Bueller.
He
I know you
can't
keep
stop
running.
himself. He
You
has
keep moving the
literally no
goalpost.
idea how words work.
Where did
He's actually proving my
again?
point
Where
that
did
Christians literally
I
hate the
love
word
how
of
you
God
can't actually debate, so
because
you have to move
they
up
won't
onto like
actually
other
like they
topics
won't
to
actually
manipulate your
use
argument
words
because you actually
appropriately.
can't
I
theoretically
asked you what it meant to be a
combat my
son of
argument.
God,
If you could
and
combat my
even if
argument, then you would
you
make a
haven't
good point. But
actually
instead of
you actually
making a
you have to
good
listen to
point,
my
you keep moving the
rebuttals.
goalposts to other
So
questions
some
because you
dude,
can't actually
I'm actually
debate.
addressing your point. Your point was
Really,
that Adam
Bueller?
was the son of
Ferris
God,
Bueller, are you
and
here?
you don't even know what that word means. You don't even know what the phrase Ferris Bueller means. Like
That
you're
with Bueller?
maybe barely old enough to even know the movie,
I'm
and
making
the
fun of
reality
you
you're not making fun of me because you don't know how that phrase
because
is
you're
supposed to be
losing this debate
used.
and you're
That's
moving
certainly
the
not the
goalposts.
case. I didn't move the goalpost. I'm
It's
addressing
simply
the
not the
point that
case
you
because I
brought
can't
up. It
combat
simply
your
is the
argument.
case that if Adam was a son of God, it certainly
Is that why
doesn't
you
mean
won't
that he
combat
was
my
an
argument? Because you
actual
just proved
son
me right.
of God. And even
You
if he
said
was a
that
son of
David came
God,
from the line of
Adam
Adam, and
wasn't
then you
a
said
son
Adam
of
came from the line
David.
of
So
God,
I
and
can
then
draw you a
God,
picture
and
if you
then
need to
Jesus
know
is the
how
son of
lineages
God.
work.
So how is
I
he
know that
not from the line of David?
lineages are really difficult for some
I'll
people,
repeat
but
myself again.
I actually
You said
do.
David
I have a
came from the line
whiteboard
of
here.
Adam. You
Let
said
me get the
Adam came from the
whiteboard
line
out,
of
and
God, and then you said
I'll draw
Jesus came
you
from
like a
God.
little
How
tree
am I
that
not
might be.
debate? You just proved
So
me right.
let me get a marker out here, and we'll. There we go. So we're gonna do. Can you see? You can see on the screen the yellow box, right?
No.
Wait about 3 seconds. Can you see a yellow box on the screen? I want to put two of them up here.
Wow. Congratulations.
Oh,
That's a
okay.
rectangle.
Cool. So
They're both
these are
rectangles.
going to represent parents. Let's imagine that the parents have a child. We can represent that child here. I think that's pretty easy. We have a child
Wow.
now. Let's imagine that this child now, let's say they get married. We'll put the spouse over here in blue. In fact, we'll just make all the
Mm-hmm.
spouses blue and make it easier
Wow,
for your
great.
reptile
You're
brain.
such a genius. Yeah.
So now it might happen that these two also produce an offspring. And now what we can
An
determine is that
offspring. Wow.
anybody that comes after, in fact, I'll get a red. This is just for notation. Everybody that comes after this point is part of that lineage. Now, it might be true
The
that
line of
everybody
David.
comes from
Is
this
that your
lineage.
argument?
We'll call that lineage Adam and Eve, right? It might be true
Yep.
that everybody
And
comes
where
from
did
that
David come
lineage.
from again, host?
But we can do.
Sorry, where
Let's
did
put
David
a
come from
D
again?
here. We'll just call this
Bueller?
David for now.
Bueller?
And as
Yep,
it
thank
turns
you.
out, there were other lines that
Thank
came
you.
prior to that. So we'll just do another line here.
Adam, right? Adam, right?
And we'll do another line here.
I love how you keep ignoring
All right,
me
and
because you know
so
I'm right, and
we'll
you have
just
to go to
you
boxes to try to prove
actually
me wrong.
not right. I'm actually just
You're
demonstrating
actually
you how
not right,
lineages
even
work,
though
and it's okay.
I have no argument
I
against
understand
your
that like you're
point.
probably from like a state like West Virginia where maybe lineages go in circles, and that's why your brain doesn't function. But the reality is
Is
this
that
is
why you look
actually
like an
pretty
inbred idiot?
simple. Do you
I'm from
think?
Minnesota,
Do you
and
think?
my
Do you
dad
think
is
that?
black and my mom is white,
Do
so
you
I'm
think
like the
that
opposite of
David
inbred.
was the only one alive at the time he was alive, or do you think that maybe he had
Oh
cousins?
my God.
So
David
David goes
yeah.
back to a line of
Yeah, I
Judah.
did.
So we're gonna put a J on the screen for Judah. David
Oh
comes
my
from
God. This is the
the
most
line
pathetic
of
debate I've
Judah,
ever seen
and
in
as
my
it turns
life,
out,
dog.
Jesus
This
doesn't
is
come from
so
the line
bad.
of Judah. So we can go really
Really?
easy
I had
here.
no idea.
Yeah, it's actually true. That's what we're trying to discover right now, right? So let's
I
imagine that this
know
other
this.
line here, we're just going to say that this
You're
other
acting like
line
I'm 4 years
is
old, host.
Simeon, right?
Ferris
So
Bueller, are
now
you
we've
in
got
the classroom?
two lines. One is from Simeon. In fact, we'll draw it in green, right? One is from
I
Simeon. It
know
goes
4
like
plus
this.
4 equals 8, host.
And one goes through Judah, right?
Oh
Now,
my God, really?
if somebody is from the line of David, is it true that they're also from the line of Simeon?
Oh my God, yes. Is the people
No,
from
that'd be
Simeon
wrong.
the...
We'll try this again.
Yeah,
If you're
because I'm not
from
listening
if you're
to you.
from the tribe of
You're just
Simeon,
trying bullshit on your
if you're from the
screen,
tribe
dude.
of Simeon, it would mean that you're not from the tribe of Judah.
Oh my God. Are
Because
the line of Adam?
I said the tribe of Judah.
Oh, are the line of Judah from the line of Adam?
That has nothing to do. We're asking who is from the line of Judah.
I'm asking you. I've
It
asked you
sounds like
so
you're
many
confused.
questions.
The question that
No, I'm not.
you need to focus on right now
I'm
is
not focusing on
Jesus
your like
from the
second
line
grade
of
arguments.
Judah, not from the line of Adam.
Yes, but is the
So
line of Judah from Adam?
everybody's from Adam. It's a meaningless data
Thank you.
point. The question that we're asking
Where did the
ourselves
line of Adam come
is
from?
not from Judah.
Okay, where did it come from?
I think he's trying to do a circular genetic tree, and
No, I'm not. I'm
it
trying to
certainly
make a
didn't,
linear
it
argument.
certainly didn't
Where did
come
the
from
line
Yahweh.
of Judah come from,
The
host?
line of
Or am I gonna
Judah
have to call a
came from his daddy Jacob, which came from where?
Okay,
From
keep going
Isaac,
back.
then from
Yep,
Abraham. Okay.
yep.
Is it
And then from
true that you
Adam,
could be
and
from the
then
line of David and not be
from
from the line of
God. Oh
Simeon?
my God,
He
we've
can't do
landed
it.
at the airport.
He'll never be able to get it.
Congratulations.
I don't think you've landed anywhere. I think you're still like
We're
in
at
the air
the
somewhere.
airport. I've parked the plane.
I don't think you've
Okay,
parked
great.
anything. I think you're
So
one of those
the
airport
line
travelers that
of
got
all
removed
those
from the plane
individuals, I
because
know
they
you
were
like
too
to move the
intoxicated to
goalposts,
actually
host. I
board.
know you love moving the
So
goalposts. The
I haven't moved
goalpost
the
is
goalpost
on
once. I'm actually just
a race
addressing the
car
point that
track right
you've made
now,
right
and you
now.
keep
The
moving
point
it
that you're
around
making is
and
that
around. It's like
Jesus is from the
NASCAR.
line of
I
David
love watching
because they
NASCAR
both
races.
go back to Adam.
This is
But that's
just
not
a
how
giant
lineages work.
NASCAR race.
That's not how lineages work. You know that, right?
Yeah, but all the lineages come
So
from the
the
same place,
so
right?
the
So, but I'm stupid for
but
saying that, and
no
you're
one's
just a total
but no one's
genius for pointing
asking,
that
do all
out.
lineages go to the same place?
You literally
That's
did
the
literally
confusion that
3
you
minutes
have.
ago,
The
but
point that
I'm
we're
just
trying to
an
resolve
idiot.
right now is,
Yeah, and
does
then I'm trying to
Jesus come
discuss
from
the.
the descendancy of the tribe of Judah? That's what we need
Oh
to
my
figure out.
God. Yes,
No,
because guess
he
who
does not.
came from the descendancy of the line
Tell
of Judah?
me.
Guess who started it all?
Tell me.
Let's go back
I
to the
bet you don't even
airport. Okay,
know.
host,
I don't know if you know this, but the
we're
person who
400
started
feet in the air.
the
Let's go
person who
back to
started
the
the line of Judah
terminal.
was Judah.
I'm putting you
I don't know if you
towards
know this, but the line
the
of
pilot, right?
Judah,
The pilot
the
is
line
right
of
there. Say
Judah,
hi
the
to the
line of
pilot,
Judah
host.
started with Judah, which is
Hi,
why it's
host.
called the line of
Hi.
Judah. All right, so I'll just mute him since I just want to explain this
Created the
briefly
line
because your reptilian brain
I
isn't capable of handling it. So if you're from the tribe of Judah, what that means is that one of your ancestors was the original Judah, right? The tribe is named after a guy named Judah, which means if you're from the tribe of Judah, at some point in your history, Judah was a forefather. It just happens to be the case that if
Bueller.
Simeon was your forefather,
Bueller.
then Judah was not your
Bueller.
forefather because
Bueller.
Simeon and Judah were
Bueller.
brothers.
Ferris Bueller.
So he just wants to get kicked. He doesn't want to actually have a conversation. All right, I guess we'll move on to an adult, perhaps. Let me clear the whiteboard here. Fuck, I didn't even write down any notes. Let's see. I'm just gonna write total asshat POSFF who might only have one brain cell left. Imagine being that stupid with that level of confidence. It's pretty impressive, to be fair. In order to be that dumb while also thinking that everybody else is stupid it's pretty much next level. Hey, Rate GW, thank you for the super chat. Newish deconstructing person started after my whole family supported Trump, and I couldn't stand the hypocrisy. Heard today that Book of Revelation Antichrist was Nero. I had no idea. Is that true? Yeah, actually, it's true. It's one of the things that we talk about quite often here. Actually, the Book of Revelation, chapter 13, clearly depicts Nero as the Antichrist. That's why the 666 is in there. If you do the gematria on the name Neron Kaiser, which has got the nominative Greek endings of the name that Nero had, it comes out to 666. If you use the Latin version of his name, it comes out to 616, which ironically the Latin manuscripts say 616 because they understood this to be about Nero. And that's why in the same chapter it talks about him being revived of a mortal wound, because that's what they thought happened to Nero. In about 68, he died, but people believe that he still lived on and were coming back to, persecute those that remained. And so we get the Nero Redivivus legend. And in fact, we had a bunch of Nero imposters going around as well, pretending to be the resurrected Nero. in order to convince people, but that it was actually true. So yeah, it's clearly about Nero, which is why the book of Revelation is just a huge failure, because everything in that book should have happened in the first century and it didn't. You know. And from William Rogers, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the 1234. If Phil Bros taught math, does 2 plus 2 equal 4? How can we know objectively without grounding? Can you demonstrate it doesn't equal 5? Asserting it is 4 is self-defeating without objective truth. No, that's not the case. William, you've been around long enough. The reason why 2 plus 2 is equal to 4 is because we defined what those functions are. We said 2 is a quantity. That quantity is this. We said 4 is a quantity. That quantity is this. It just happens to be that if you have 2 quantities of 2, you happen to have 4 because that's how we define those numbers. It has nothing to do with math being transcendental. It has nothing to do with truth being transcendental. We literally defined shit into existence, I guess you would say. And Cynthia, my friend, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says 10 to drop him. I know it's not much, but if I ask, please. I'm sorry, Cynthia, I didn't see it sooner. Yeah, I mean, he was annoying. It was fun a little bit to kind of fuck around with him for a while. I wish, though, that TikTok had a better function for controlling the guest's audio level. I personally could tell that his microphone was loud because I can hear him louder in my earphones than I could hear the previous guest. So I assumed it was kind of annoying for y'all. Also, by the way, if you're listening on YouTube, let me know if my mic is still cutting in and out. I took the filters off of it. I think it's probably okay now. Cameron, my friend, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, it's so cool how you've inspired many of us to keep learning, to dig into the facts, explore history, and even study languages. Kudos to Greek learner. Thank you for all you do. Rock hard for Doug. Friday night, just in time. Well, thank you, Cameron. I appreciate that. And this is something that I am passionate about. I think readers are leaders, and I think it's like super important to spend your time learning. I get it. Some people might find it boring, and you know it's a real thing that you have to compete with. Not everyone likes learning. Nevertheless, if you want to be effective at whatever you're doing, the best way to do it is to learn how to be the best at it, and you got to read, you got to study. Billy Sipes with another $50 super chat. Thank you so much, my friend. That's huge. Caller, is there an intelligent caller here? No. Some dude too is not an intelligent caller, and I have a sneaky suspicion he's done the death by mute button quite a bit. I have a sneaky suspicion this is something that he probably does on the regular, and I bet he gets cut from quite a few different live streams. It's just my opinion. I could be wrong, but that most likely is the case. So, 1 second. Okay, we've got some more super chats. I'm gonna grab our next guest though, since we've got guests. The YouTube queue is open. We had some people in the YouTube queue early on, and they dropped. Not sure what happened to them, but the TikTok queue is open as well. If you want to use TikTok, if you want to use the link on the screen, you'll be plugged into the queue no matter what platform you're on. tinyurl.com/dzchats, and we'll get you into the queue. But let's grab our next guest in here, and it looks like it's going to be CTMGK, and then Dads on Dads, and we'll keep the ball rolling here. Welcome in,
Hey,
CT. Yeah, I can hear you. Are you at least 18?
Yeah.
Cool. And do you believe in the Bible God?
Yeah. I don't got a lot of time. I was wondering what your contention was, or what your argument is.
For the prompt, my argument is essentially that based on like simple definitions of the word hate, like having a strong aversion, disdain, or dislike for something, I think it's fair to say that Christians hate the Bible.
Oh, why is that?
One, because they refuse to read it. Two, because when I read it to them, they typically hate it.
So what would be like a passage you would quote?
Quite a few. So one that you don't get to look at too often. I like one in 1 Kings 13. It's a really interesting passage. I can summarize it because it does take a little bit of reading, but I'm happy to read it if you need. There is a fellow. He's a prophet, and God gives him a command. He's got to go deliver a prophetic message, and he's not to turn to the left or the right. He's got to go deliver his message and then come back, and he's not supposed to go and stay the night with anybody. He's not supposed to accept their hospitality. And then he goes and delivers their message, and then on the way back, another prophet of God finds him and says, hey, here's the thing. You know I'm a prophet of God. God said you need to come and turn in and spend the night with me. And so he goes and he spends the night with the other prophet. And then after that, the next morning, God's like, oh no, you fucked up, buddy. And so God sent a lion, or actually I think multiple lions, to go kill him. Says, after the man of God had eaten food and had drunk, they saddled him for a donkey belonging to the prophet who had brought him back. Then as he went away, a lion met him on the road and killed him. His body was thrown in the road, and the donkey stood beside it. The lion also stood beside the body. People passed by and saw the body thrown on the road with the lion standing by it, and so on and so forth. And so that was God's way of dealing with one of his actual prophets, who literally just made a, no, it's not Saul. Just made a mistake by believing one of God's other prophets.
Oh, well, I mean, I would say that's justified.
How?
Well, he faces consequences of his actions.
So you think that appropriate consequences for being confused is being torn apart by lions?
Well, he was told what to do, and then he failed to do it.
But do you think that an appropriate consequence is being torn apart by...
appropriate?
Well, I'm asking you. Like, so for example, if my child disobeys me, is it appropriate to rip his arms off?
Well, I mean, would it be?
I don't think so. Do you think that punishments should be proportional to the crimes?
I mean, I think we're granting you, like, what is your epistemology? How would you even know?
The dodge is wild. I love it when they dodge. See, I asked you a very simple question, and now you're refusing to answer it, which is, do you think that punishments should be proportional to the crime?
I think that there are proportional punishments, but he did suffer a proportional punishment.
Okay, so being confused is proportional to being torn apart by lions.
Yeah, he was a prophet.
So it's okay to tear somebody apart by lions for being confused? Is that
God chose to do?
Is that an objective proportion?
For him, yeah.
Well, then it wouldn't be objective.
But God decided it, so it's objective.
Oh, well, that's not what objective means. So God deciding something doesn't mean that it's objective.
God is objectively outside of your mind.
But a law code, being objective is not the same.
How do you know what morals are?
A moral being objective means that it exists independent of any mind, which means that it would be independent of even God's mind.
So you think morals exist outside of your mind?
I don't think morals exist at all.
Can you look at them with a microscope?
I don't think morals exist at all. I just told you.
Okay, so how can we object to what God decided to do to his prophet?
Well, it's pretty easy. I'm asking you, why is it the case that it's proportional for this guy to get torn apart by lions, but say not for me to have somebody else torn apart by lions? What's the difference?
Well, you wouldn't be God in that case.
So what? So the moral code you believe in is just relative? I thought you said it was objective.
Relative.
Is it relative or objective?
It's not relative, but if
do you know what relative morals are?
Yeah.
I don't think you do. What do you think they are?
They're morals that you decide based on things like naturalists often say net well-being, right? Is that what you would decide?
That's not what moral relativism is. No.
What would you say morals are then? How would you derive morals from?
I said moral relativism. Do you know what that is?
It's not relative.
It is. Do you know what moral relativism is?
Yes.
And what do you think they are?
Moral relativism, they are?
Yeah.
They, like the multiple ideas of moral relativism?
What do you think the phrase moral relativism means?
It means that morals are relative.
To who?
It means that they're decided.
To Relative to who?
by whoever is adopting them.
I said relative to who?
They're relative to the subject of.
There you go. They're relative to who's ever receiving the moral implication or the moral rule, right? So, for example, somebody in Zimbabwe might have a different moral system than somebody in Canada. That's moral relativism because they differ from person to person and from culture to culture. We agree?
Well, I mean, the fact that they differ doesn't mean anything. What does that mean?
It's just the definition of the phrase.
Yeah, so we could say that there are other morals that people have, but we don't get like an ought from morals existing
This is not
themselves.
about ought and is. This is about the definition of moral relativism. If your prophet has a different set of morals than everybody else, if your God has a different set of morals than everybody else, that means you have a relative moral system. That's all.
But how would a moral system be relative if it's
I just
decided by God?
I just explained it.
Okay, so
You weren't listening?
what is your argument then?
Relativity has to do with application, not about invention. Invention has to do with subjectivity. If your God invented morals, that means that they're subjective. If your God has different morals for different people, that means it's relative. Your moral system is relative and subjective because you don't think that God's laws are actually good. If I read you other laws that God gave, you would say that they're horrible laws, like the laws on slavery, the laws on selling your daughters as
What are the laws on
concubines.
slavery?
You've never read the Bible?
Well, what is it?
You can have them. You're allowed to own them
Oh, you're allowed
forever,
to own them.
for life. Yeah. And you're allowed to
And what's
sell
wrong
your
with that?
daughters as sex slaves.
Is that real? Is that a real interpretation of what that law means?
Yeah, I can just show it to you since you've
Are
never
you
read
talking
it.
about?
They're actually
can give
proving
your-
my point right now. They're proving that they hate the Bible. They don't even know what it says. Did you not know that the Bible says some of this stuff?
I can't pull up the Bible and lie with you.
Oh, I got it. When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. If she does not please her master who designated her for himself, then he shall let her be redeemed. So you can just sell your daughter as a slave, she becomes a concubine.
So I wonder what that says about your mind to presuppose that a woman being a slave can only be a concubine.
It says it in the text. Do you want me to keep reading?
Oh, what does it say?
It says, if she does not please her master who designated her for himself.
I wonder what that says about your mind to think
The
that
word
pleasing her
designate,
master-
the word designate in Hebrew here is the same word as they use for betrothal, because it's a betrothal. It says, he shall have no right to sell her to a foreign people, since he has dealt unfairly to her. If he designates her for his son, he shall deal with her as a daughter. If he takes another wife for himself, he shall not diminish the food. This is about taking a slave wife. That's what this is about. That's why it says if you take another wife. You just didn't
Okay.
bother to
And
read it, huh?
I mean, if we accept your reading, like, what is wrong with that? How can you object to any of those things?
Again, I didn't say it was wrong. I'm saying you don't like it.
I'm not saying I'm not. It
Do you,
is what
do you
it
think
is.
it's a good law?
I think. I mean, if you want me to talk about my morals, I can.
do you
but
think it's a good
before
law?
we even get to that, how can we even object to?
Do
the
you think
laws
it's a good
themselves?
law?
It is. The law is what it is.
But is it good?
It just is.
Is
Do
it
you
good,
even
though?
know if that's a?
But is it good?
Huh?
Is it good?
Okay, so if we're asking about if it's good, then we could say that these laws, if we accept your reading on them, are part of those that God doesn't approve of, but are permitted, you could say.
He doesn't approve of it, but he allowed it. Is that the case?
Yes.
Where can I find that in the legal code? Because God says in the same legal code to follow this law forever.
Well, God hates divorce, but
Well,
we have
this is
laws
not about
divorce.
this is not about divorce, and unfortunately, had you actually read the Bible, you would see why Jesus brings this up. Jesus brings this up because there's a contradiction in Malachi. In Malachi, it says that God hates divorce. So Jesus has to figure out why God says he hates divorce while also allowing you to do divorce in Deuteronomy chapter 24. The reality is, the only way Jesus could square this contradiction is just by saying, that wasn't actually God's original intention. But unfortunately for you, you can't just apply that to every single law in the law
Why
of
can't I
Moses.
just
And it
apply
and
that
it
to
also
every law?
and it also means that Jesus was wrong, just like you're wrong, because the
Well,
God
then
of the
how-
Hebrew
how can
Bible,
people
because the
not
God of the Hebrew
practice these
Bible
laws?
says to follow this law forever.
Then how do Jews nowadays not practice these laws?
Well, they will. In fact, a lot of them do. I don't know if you know this, but there's a whole section of Judaism that still follow these laws. Maybe
So you're saying
you just
you're
don't know
saying that
about
the
them.
Jews today own slaves and they practice concubinage and polygamy?
There are actually some Jews that are okay practicing these laws if they're allowed to. You
Okay.
do know
I
that
mean,
that both
but,
Christians and Jews practiced concubinage like all the way up until the 1900s, right?
and I mean, like, even if this was true, like, how can we object to it if this is what God
I'm
did
not
to you?
objecting to it. I'm waiting for you to tell me if you think it's good.
The laws were good for their time.
But it doesn't say that this is temporary. It says this is permanent.
Where in the text does it say that this is a permanent law for all people who are not under the Mosaic covenant?
I didn't say, well, I can show you that, but I'm not saying right now that it's for all people.
So you're saying that this law specifically, it says that it's permanent and supposed to be practiced by all people under the Mosaic covenant.
All of the Mosaic laws are permanent, yeah.
Oh, it says that.
Yeah.
Where?
Deuteronomy on like 12 different occasions, also in Leviticus and also in Exodus. But we can go to an easy one, and I assume you haven't read either of these passages because you didn't know Exodus 21 even existed. But in Deuteronomy 30, we find something really interesting about what we would like call the, I don't know, the Messianic age. Let me ask you a question, to kind of gauge how much of the Bible you've ever actually read. When the Bible talks about this, period where God circumcises the hearts of the people, and then they finally, the people will love the Lord their God with all their mind, heart, and soul, yada, yada, yada. When is this period?
The time of the Gentiles.
Right, after Jesus, right?
Well, that's a confession dependent.
The time of the Gentiles is after Jesus is crucified.
It depends what you
It's
believe.
after
Not
the
everybody thinks the
it's
same
after
thing.
the new covenant begins.
Yeah, not everybody has it. The time of the Gentiles.
The time of the Gentiles is not before Jesus.
It depends on what you believe.
It
Some
doesn't.
people think differently about it.
No, they don't.
Some people are partial preterists. Some people are full preterists.
Partial preterist has nothing to do with the time of the Gentiles. The time of the Gentiles is still after Jesus.
Okay, we'll move past that. Set that aside.
I'm asking you, in your actual reading of the Bible, when is the time period where God is going to circumcise the hearts of the people and it's going to cause them to love the Lord God with all their mind, heart, and soul?
Yeah, for me, it is during the Great Commission, so after Pentecost.
You got it. It's going to be after Jesus has already died, right?
No, after the Commission.
Yep, which is after he died, right?
No, he didn't die.
After he was crucified. Yes, it says he literally died.
Not after he's crucified. The Old Covenant is still going on until after he gives the Great Commission.
You're not good
The
with
Acts
words.
is-
I'm asking
Acts is
about
completely
a
about-
marking in time. Did Jesus get crucified, yes or no?
Yes, Jesus
Is
was
the Great
crucified
Commission
as
after the
Passover.
crucifixion?
It is after the resurrection.
Is it after the crucifixion?
The resurrection happens after the
Is it after the crucifixion?
No,
Yes, it is. The Great Commission is after the crucifixion.
it's after the resurrection. Who could
It's
commission
after the
apostles?
crucifixion because the crucifixion was before the resurrection.
Yes, but it didn't.
You're
happen
struggling with
until after the
timelines right
resurrection.
now. This is bad. All right, so I'll just make it easy because I'm not sure that I'm not sure you're actually up to speed. So I'm going to read you two verses that I think are pretty clear. It says, the secret things belong to the Lord God, our God, but the revealed things belong to us and to our children forever, and that is to observe all the words of this law forever. The other one, which is in the very next chapter, Deuteronomy 30, says, moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. And this obviously is not before the time of Jesus. But if you actually just keep reading, it gets interesting in verse 8. It says, then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments that I'm commanding you today. So according to the book of Deuteronomy, when God does bring you into the Messianic age, you're going to follow all the laws that Moses gave him.
That Moses gave him?
Yeah.
Well, didn't Moses give polygamy? Why are we not marrying more than one person?
Some of them do.
Well, that
And
doesn't mean
again,
that
you keep
it's an
confusing
abomination.
what the Bible is not an abomination. You keep confusing with what the Bible says with what people are doing. The fact that people are doing a thing has nothing to do with what the Bible says.
Then what are you talking about then?
I'm talking about what the Bible says. The Bible says to follow this law forever, which means it's not a temporary law code. And God said that you can own slaves and then said to follow this law forever. That just means that it's a permanent law code.
Okay, so I can't remember where Paul talks about this, but so your argument is to show that there are like bad laws that are commanded and to get people to say whether they like it or not.
Again, that hasn't been my argument this entire time. You're completely lost. I asked you if it was a good law when God said you can sell your daughter as a concubine. You said that it was good for the time, and I said no, it's not just for the time. It's a perpetual statute. So the question is it a
Okay.
good law that God said as a perpetual statute that you can sell your daughter as a concubine?
Okay, I don't have the justification for how I can say of the time to memorize right now, but I'll just say yes, it's good of the time. Or so I'll just
But
say
I'm not
yes.
asking about the time. I said, is it a
I'll
good
say yes, it's
perpetual
good.
statute?
Not a perpetual statute. I
But
disagree with that. I
God said
can't
it was.
justify that. So I'll say yeah,
So you
it's
hate
good.
God's word enough that you're going to say it actually is not a perpetual statute, even though God said it was?
That's context dependent.
What's the
But
context? I bet you don't know it.
anyway, I'll just say yeah, it's good for perpetual statute. It's fine.
Gotcha. Okay, so now you're coming around after I had to like pry it out of you. So you do think that it's a good perpetual statute to sell your daughter as a concubine?
Yeah, I'll just say that just because I can't justify it. But where are you
Cool.
taking this?
That was it. I'm just trying to prove to people that you hate the Bible, which you do, which is why you have to wrestle for like 20 minutes with me on what it actually says rather than just admitting with what it says. So, for example, if I said that in the same vein, right, this idea of like taking concubines and whatnot, it seems to me a pretty tough thing to swallow. But if I bring you to a passage like Deuteronomy 21 and I show you that actually you can take, women as, I would say, a concubine or a war bride, even if their daddies don't sell them to you. So Deuteronomy
That's talking
21.
about after Amalek. So after they conquer Amalek, that law is given for taking the virgin women, right?
I have no
Those
idea
who have not known
what Amalek has to do with it. Amalek wasn't officially conquered until 400 years after. That happened during the reign of Saul. The Exodus 17 war with the
Oh,
Amalekites was just the tipping point.
so
Man,
okay, I got
people
it.
never.
Do you
Okay,
have
so
other objections though?
I I don't have any objections. I'm proving my claim right now. My claim is that Christians hate what's in this book. Deuteronomy 21. When you go out to war against your enemies and the Lord your God hands them over to you and you take them captive, suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman whom you desire and want to marry. Bring her to your home, to your house. She shall shave her head and pare her nails, discard her captive's garb, and remain in your house a full month mourning for her father and mother. After that, you may go into her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. Do you think that this is a good law perpetually?
Yes.
Okay, so you do think then that in today's age it would be acceptable to kidnap women in war and turn them into war brides?
Well, I mean, is it time dependent or is it not?
They're not time dependent. We already covered this.
Okay, why did you clarify in today's age? I'm just saying that it
Because
was
if they're
good.
not time dependent, that means it still applies today.
I mean, I'm not granting that. I'm just saying that they're good simpliciter. So
I'm
I agree with the
asking.
law.
Okay, so you do think that it is inherently good to kidnap women against their force and make them into your brides?
Well, there's extra context around that. Like we could talk about the the normativity of the time of
Uh
how
huh.
people were treated back then and all
Uh
those
huh.
things. It's we
How
could
does
talk
that fix
about how
it?
it's like an innovation, but
It's not an
in
innovation.
any case, how can we object to
How is that
these?
innovating?
How can we object to these things?
I didn't. How is it innovating?
It's innovating because we could consider that the Amalekites or any
Amalekites.
other tribe that attacked Israel themselves would have treated
This
them
isn't
worse
about the
than the
Amalekites.
Israelites were. Okay, then anyone who attacked the Israelites themselves feasibly could have treated the people worse than what's commanded
This
to treat
isn't.
in the
This
Bible.
isn't about anyone attacking Israel.
You just asked about how it's an innovation. It's innovative. It's liberal.
It's not
So-
actually. It says when you go to war, meaning Israel's going to war, which is actually pretty apparent in the previous chapter, right? In Deuteronomy 20, God talks about when you go to war against nations that are very far from you. Because the Canaanites, the ones that are near to you, you have to utterly exterminate them. Man, woman, and child, you have to kill them all.
Yeah, they were commanded to exterminate them specifically.
So this is obviously not one of the nations that live nearby, like the Amalekites. This is a nation that's far off. And God says you can go make war with nations that are far off, and when you do, you can kidnap their women and take them as war brides.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
you think,
I would say
and you
yes,
think that's a
and
good law
you
or
don't have a
no?
basis to object to these things.
I didn't object. I'm just trying to get your opinion. Do you think it's a good law
Yes,
professionally?
I think it's good. I think
Okay.
it's a good law.
So then it would be okay then. Like if somebody say in the dispute right now between Israel and Gaza, if the Israelis were taking Gazan girls, kidnapping them from their homeland and forcing them into being war brides, that'd be acceptable?
I mean, that's just what the Muslims did, wasn't it?
I'm just asking you what you think.
Yeah, they're under the Mosaic covenant. Why not?
Okay, so you think it would be acceptable?
I mean, the Gazans thought it was acceptable to do.
I'm asking you.
Bears.
If the Gazans were jumping off a bridge, would you do it?
That's not. That has nothing to do with the question. That's not
It is. Yeah, the question is what you think, and then you said what the Gazans think. I
was
don't
just
care what the
saying, like,
Gazans
by
think.
what basis can we say that that's wrong? When that's
I didn't.
completely
Again, I didn't say
illogical?
I didn't say it was. This is where you're really confused. See, you came into this room thinking that I was going to be running an argument that I'm not actually running, which is why this is so embarrassing. So I'll cover one other passage because I haven't talked about it in a couple weeks. I am curious to know your opinion though. When it comes to things, and obviously you've studied some philosophy. When it comes to things like justice, I think you and I might be able to agree that justice does have, we'll say, a real definition, not like a floating definition, right? We would say justice is the idea that you are given what you say you deserve, right? So if you commit a crime, you get a punishment for the crime. If you don't commit a crime, you don't get a punishment for that crime. Innocent people don't get punished for crimes they didn't commit. We would call that justice, right?
Who's Continental that talks? Is it Bentham that talks about justice?
I have no idea. I'm just asking you about your opinion on justice. Can we agree that it's innocent people, if they're tried for a crime, if that person is innocent of the crime, it would be unjust to punish them for the crime in which they are innocent of?
By definition, if they're innocent, it would be unjust for them to receive a punishment to.
That's my point.
They're not guilty of.
That's my point. I think the definition, we can argue all day about the definition of good or bad, but I think the definition of justice is pretty easy. We can agree on that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, one more thing. Somebody who, say there's a judge who practices injustice, like they routinely punish people who have been proven innocent, even though they're innocent, we would say that that judge is immoral, right?
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. So there's a...
No, not immoral. A misapplication of justice is prior to morality.
No, if they do it on purpose.
It's separate from morality. We haven't determined
Okay,
what
so
morality is yet.
purposely practicing injustice is amoral.
How do we know if that's immoral?
I'm asking you.
Just by itself, like just a random person doing it, I can't say that it's immoral.
So you don't know if a person purposely practicing injustice is an immoral person?
Well, what if it results in a net positive?
I'm just asking you. What do you think?
I don't know by what basis we can morally condemn somebody practicing injustice.
I didn't. I'm asking you for your opinion.
Oh, like within my framework?
Yeah.
Well, we would only know that if they adopted my my ethics.
I'm asking
So,
for your opinion.
I'll just say yeah, yeah.
Okay, so in your opinion, someone who purposely practices injustice, we would call them immoral, right?
Yes.
Gotcha. That's all we needed. All right, so there's an interesting passage in Deuteronomy 22, and it's not long. I'll read it. It says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, you know what that means, dislikes her, and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. We would understood we understand this passage pretty clearly. Most likely, the guy bought somebody or married somebody, and he was expecting her to bleed on the wedding night, and she didn't. Right?
Yeah.
Cool. Says the father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. And so they're going to go to court, and then it says, then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town, and the elders of the town shall take the man and punish him. Okay, so the proof of whether or not the woman bled on her wedding night is whether or not there's blood on the marital cloth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And it says the elders of the town shall take the man and punish him. That's, he's going to get a punishment. If she actually did bleed and he was lying, obviously he's going to get punished. Now, if the role is reversed, right? It says, if, however, the charge is true, that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her to death, because she committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. Now, would we agree then that if a woman does not bleed on her wedding night, that it would be appropriate to stone her?
I would say, first of all, this is talking about purity law.
I'm aware.
Second of all, this is technically an invalid contract that's been formed, and
I'm aware.
Caused this man to sin by having him engage in contractual prostitution.
But that's not contractual prostitution, and that's not a sin anyways. So the question is it appropriate to stone a woman for not being a virgin? And by not being a virgin, I mean, a bleeding or not bleeding on her wedding night. And we agree that obviously somebody lied. The father lied or the daughter lied about their virginity, presumably.
Yeah, the law is that they were led into a contract under false pretenses.
Right.
So
and because
the punishment as a deterrent, it's like the death penalty exists for murder to deter people from doing these things. It's not the actual application of the judges themselves didn't follow the law of the punishments by the letter.
That's not true. We have the writing from the ancient rabbis. They literally did do this. And
even if they did, it's still a violation of contracts, and that's the punishment for creating a false contract.
I'm not disagreeing. All right, so you then think that it's like good. It's good to stone a woman for violating her virginity contract.
Yeah, as a moral relativist, that's what the society decided was a valid punishment for a contract under false pretenses.
Cool. Now, you told me previously, though, that it would be wrong, it would be immoral to purposely do something unjust, like punishing an innocent person, which brings me to the actual point of this passage, which is that you are aware that a woman bleeding or not bleeding when you go into her is never a sign of virginity, right? It's never something that can prove you were or were not a virgin.
Well, that's incredibly underdetermined because
no, it's not.
This is an entirely different field of thought because physiology could be different in the ancient world. First of all, second of all,
it wasn't.
That would preclude someone from being married if they weren't able to bleed in the first place.
No, it wouldn't.
No, would it?
Nope, sure wouldn't. And you're also wrong about the ancient world. In fact, people, even before the time of Jesus, were writing about the fact that some women did and didn't bleed when they had their first experience. And there are a lot of theories as to why that is. Sometimes it was because they had a premature rupture from doing housework.
Okay.
Sometimes they had a premature rupture from carrying heavy vessels. And more often than not, they had a premature rupture from riding an animal like a donkey. That was actually very, very common. And some people
then we
just
could
weren't
say-
born with them.
So then we could say that I mean it wouldn't be unjust because that's the letter of the law, and that person was guilty of what had happened. So
No, they
were
wouldn't be
subject
guilty.
to the
So
law.
if a woman doesn't bleed the first time somebody goes into her, it's actually not proof whether she was a virgin or not.
It's not about proof of whether or not she was a virgin. It's asking about whether or not she bled. So if you suspect that she wasn't and she didn't bleed, then she's guilty.
No, she's not guilty because her bleeding or not bleeding is not actual evidence. It's not reliable.
That's not what the law is about. The law is about somebody questioning whether or not she was a virgin.
Right.
And-
And then they go to court to do what? To figure out if she actually did lie or not lie?
So the law is about his contention with it and the fact that she bled or she didn't bleed.
Yeah, but is that
Regardless
an
of whether she
indicator
bleed.
of her guilt?
That's the ancient epistemology. That's
But
how they
is
know.
it an indicator of her guilt?
It is by the letter of
It's
the law.
actually not, though. It's in real life. Somebody bleeding
Oh,
is
in
not
real life.
actual evidence of their guilt.
In real life. So epistemically, ancient people were supposed to know that.
It's a yes or no.
Oh, they did know because we also
Is
have
it
accounts of
just a
people
yes or
saying
no?
that having a premature rupture also makes them
Just
unable to be
a
married.
just a yes or no. I just need a yes or no. Is
Yes or no to
is
what?
is bleeding an actual reliable sign of somebody's virginity?
Not by our standards, no.
Not by real standards. Okay, so what that means is that women who didn't bleed could be brought up on charges and be found guilty, even though it has no relevance to whether or not they were actually virgins, right?
Yeah, that means that if they're not going to bleed, that means that they're ineligible for being married as
That's
a virgin.
not true at all. Well, yeah, it's ineligible to marry them as a virgin, but they can get married. But that's not my question.
Yeah.
My question is, would it not result in women being stoned who actually were virgins that just didn't bleed?
Well, we would have no way of knowing that.
It doesn't matter. We do know that. Would this law result in innocent women getting stoned because we know for a fact that not all women bleed their first time?
They wouldn't be innocent, they would be guilty.
They would be innocent of the crime. They're being accused of having premarital sex, and the blood has nothing to do with whether or not they actually had premarital sex.
But that's not what the law is.
The law is asking
So
whether
you're
or not there's
questioning-
blood on the sheet, and the blood on the sheet is evidence as to whether or not
So
she
I
had
just wanna
premarital sex.
Remind everyone that the first question that you asked me is premised on whether or not somebody intentionally enacting injustice was immoral. But it isn't injustice because that's the letter of the law. So the law
It
itself
actually
determines
would be
injustice.
injustice because you said it's always unjust to punish somebody for a crime that they were innocent of.
But they're judged guilty,
It doesn't matter.
so they're not innocent.
It would
Definition.
be an unjust judgment.
It's not unjust because it's justice within the law.
It would be unjust based on your definition, which is it's always unjust to punish somebody for a crime that they were innocent of committing.
They're not innocent under the law. Okay, we're
They
just going to
they
circles.
are innocent in real life.
Do you have any other like verses or objections?
It's actually pretty wild that you're unable to like follow this. This is like super cringe, man.
It's
So
always,
I didn't actually think that this was difficult. I thought
You
this
said
was
it's
like
always
a really
immoral
easy
for someone
passage to figure out.
intentionally-
So I'm gonna just like put it in like some sort of syllogistic form, like P1. It's always unjust to punish a person for a crime
P1 is
if
false. You
they
said it's
are
always immoral.
innocent of the actual crime. We do agree on premise 1, right?
No, you said it's always immoral for someone to punish someone. who's
Premise
innocent.
number 1 doesn't say anything about morality. It says unjust. So premise 1 says it's always unjust to punish a person for a crime if they are innocent of the actual crime.
Definitionally, yes.
Do you agree with the definition?
Yes, I agree with the definition.
Gotcha. Okay, now we're getting somewhere finally. Okay, so premise number one, I think, is pretty easy. It's always unjust to punish a person if they are innocent of the actual crime. Premise number two is we don't even need to address the moral piece of it yet. Premise number two would be bleeding on a sheet is not a method, too many caps, there we go, not a reliable method of determining guilt. Yes or no?
P2 is a non sequitur, doesn't follow.
It's a question. Bleeding on a sheet, also non sequiturs apply to conclusions. Bleeding on a sheet is not a reliable method of determining guilt.
Bleeding on a sheet is a reliable method of determining guilt of the law of Deuteronomy 22.
It is or isn't?
It is the reliable method under Deuteronomy 22.
I'm not asking about what Deuteronomy says. I'm asking in real life. In real life,
and this isn't
is bleeding on a sheet a reliable method of determining guilt?
That's not applicable to the law.
It is applicable. I'm asking you about real life. In real life, is bleeding on a sheet a reliable method of determining guilt?
Under Deuteronomy 22.
I'm asking about Deuteronomy. I'm asking about real life.
Of entering into a contract under false pretense.
I'm asking about real life. In real life, is bleeding on a sheet.
Do you think laws have real existence?
In real life, bleeding on a sheet is not a reliable method of determining guilt. This is yes or no. I'll give you a hint. The answer is yes.
Okay, but that's if you're saying that universally, but that's disqualified by a single disproof. So if it is,
actually, it's not
a reliable method. Oh, it's not in all cases.
Yeah, you actually don't need. You actually don't need one case to prove if it's reliable or unreliable. You need lots of data points, and we have lots of data points. So what we know is that slightly less than 50% of women actually bleed the first time, and we're not asking about the law. We're asking about statistics.
So
if we're talking about something being reliable, that's a matter of statistics, not a matter of law. Statistically, is bleeding on a sheet a reliable method of determining guilt in what we're referring to?
Yes, it is.
It's not. Only about 43% of women bleed their first time.
Okay, so
try
we're
again?
disagreeing about P2. Your determination is not.
We're disagreeing about P2 because you're wrong. Do you want me to show you stats?
It doesn't matter what the stats are. That's not what
It actually,
the laws
it does matter what the stats are because the stats say that you're wrong. I'm not asking you about law. I'm asking you about real life.
The law is governing a contract.
I'm asking about real life.
The criteria of the contract is.
I'm asking about real life. In real life, is bleeding on a sheet an accurate way of determining guilt?
Yeah, in real life where that contract law is applicated, yes.
No, it's not. The answer is no.
Okay.
Maybe you didn't hear me the first time. In real life, bleeding on a sheet is not a reliable indicator of somebody's virginity, which is what we're determining.
It is practiced in Deuteronomy 22. In real
it doesn't matter if it's practiced. The question is it reliable?
It's reliable under the criteria of
It's
the law.
not reliable. Imagine being this unserious as a grown-ass adult. This is wild. This is why we have to do these types of live streams, is because grown people, you look like you're at least 25, grown people getting up here trying to dance around whether or not something is or isn't statistically reliable, rather than just admitting that something either is or isn't statistically reliable. It's really embarrassing. Like, if this is the best that Jesus can send, then Jesus is completely cooked. He's done.
What does reliability have to do with it?
It has to do with justice, because if you're determining somebody's guilt based on a test, if that test is not reliable, it means that innocent people are going to be receiving the punishment.
But the contract itself is nominally determined.
It doesn't matter about the contract. We're not asking about the contract. We're asking about the punishment.
Okay, this law determines by its criteria that a virgin is somebody who bleeds on their wedding night.
Yeah, and
That's
we're
what the law
aware that
requires.
that's not appropriate criteria
It doesn't matter
because
what your
it
definition of a
it
virgin.
does matter.
What the,
It does
that's what
matter
the
because a
law is.
virgin is somebody who has not had sex.
Okay, well, this law says otherwise.
No, it doesn't.
The law. Okay, so the law is adjudicating in a case where we literally cannot peer into somebody's life and see everything that they've done. So
That's the problem.
order
You nailed
the-
it. God, the
Yeah,
God of
so
the
in
Bible,
order-
thinks that bleeding on a sheet is a determined way of knowing if somebody's a virgin, and it's not. There's no way of determining if somebody
No, that was
100%
said by
actually is or isn't
That
a
was a law
virgin,
given by
which is
Moses.
why this law is a problem for you, because you said that it's always wrong to punish an innocent person, and by the rules laid down in this text, innocent people are going to be punished.
Well, then it's not wrong to always punish an innocent person, as I said.
There you
first time
go. We finally got it. See, and
Because
once again,
you
you're
don't even know what
demonstrating that
something
you
wrong
hate God's
is.
word because you have to change all of your definitions in order to read this book. In order to read this book, you have to say silly things like, actually, it is just to punish people for crimes that they've never committed. This
But
is
you're
why
presupposing
it's
some
so
sort of
cringe.
universal morality or law.
Nope, no, I didn't. I asked you yours every single time. I don't know why you were so lost in this conversation. I asked you yours 15 times. I never once told you it was wrong. I never once told you it was immoral. I asked you about your moral framework every single time, and it turned out that your moral framework just happened to disagree with the Bible. So you had to go in and change the words. When changing the words didn't work, you had to change your moral framework because you haven't read the book because you hate the Bible. So it's easy. CTMGK was the caller. Dumb enough to maybe be a troll. That's what I wrote down. Let's see. See. Bites crazy bullets. Let's see. Bites crazy bullets on concubinage. And let's see. Oh, yeah. War brides. And let's see what else. War brides and. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Punishing the innocent. Oh shit, this is gonna be a wild one. This is 2 in a row. I'm gonna write POS FF also. Fuck, we got 2 POS FFs right in a row. It's gonna be a wild one, friends. Let me grab a couple super chats and we will keep the ball rolling. We'll get our next guest in here. The TikTok queue is open as always. The YouTube queue is also open. It's oh, one second. Let me get the super chat here got a little bit cut off. Let me get that situated better. There we go. The YouTube queue is on the screen. It's tinyurl.com/DZchats. And on TikTok, you just got to hit that guest request button. Doug-eyed? Hey, thank you for the super chat. Bit of advice. Don't say you've never read the book. You should say you might have read it, but you didn't understand it. Because if I read that brick of a book, I want the credit. That's a fair point. And you know what? There are some people who have read it, but they obviously don't understand it. They have no idea what's in it. And, they didn't comprehend any of it. It fell right out of their head after they consumed it. What are you going to do? Jason, thank you for the super chat. And I think some info says, Justin, your noise cancellation is not working. I still heard the guest. I'm sorry about that. Terribly, terribly sorry about that, friend. I will work on getting that corrected. And from Ronnie Land, thank you for the super chat. Friend says, hey, Justin, can you tell me what Daniel gets wrong about Antiochus? You mentioned it several times. Thank you. Sinfluent for sharing. Love to rock. Well, thank you. Ronnie, yes, gets the death of Antiochus wrong. So he obviously was writing, whoever was writing when Antiochus was like mid-invasion, perhaps even mid-revolt from the Maccabeans. However, when they predict what happens after Antiochus dies, they get it all wrong, right? They predict where he's going to die, how he's going to die, they get that wrong. They predict what's going to happen with Israel after he dies, they get that wrong. And the reason is because the person was writing while Antiochus was still alive. That's why. So hope that helps. And I'm not the only one who've noticed this. Even as early as Porphyry of Tyre, they've been mentioning this. He's an early critic of the Bible, specifically the book of Daniel. His complaints were preserved in Jerome's writings. Universe Review, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. Grew up a pastor's kid. This is one of my favorite channels of all time. I have learned more about the Bible from Justin in 18 years of mandatory 3 times a week church and 25 years of self-reading doubt. Been atheist for 15 years now. Well, fuck, Universe Review. I really appreciate that, friend. And listen, one of the things that we are trying to do here is to educate people, right? Because I believe that education, knowledge is power, and the knowledge of this nonsense religion is what's going to set you free. So, I mean, here we are, right? Learning and deconstructing. Thank you for the support. And Diabolus Ursus, thank you for this another super chat. The callers today seem to be passionate about demonstrating why you shouldn't get your neurosurgeon on Temu. Ice pick lobotomies aren't generally recommended. No, that's not the case at all. Although I would say, of all the people we've talked to, that last one did seem like they had a lobotomy, for sure. All right, I got 2 guests waiting to get on TikTok, so let me grab this last super chat and we'll get our guest pulled up. From Sheriff Slug, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Also was arguing with Christian the other day about the passage where Jesus says they will not flee through all the towns of Israel before he comes back. The person I was talking to said that was a spiritual coming back. Oh, God. Well, they have to say that bullshit. That's all they got, right? Clearly, that's in Matthew 10:23. Clearly, Jesus was referring to his second coming, the coming of the Son of Man, which is taken from Daniel chapter 7, verse 14. The coming of the Son of Man is not a spiritual coming. It's a real coming. And Jesus didn't do it, unfortunately. He flubbed. He failed. It didn't work. Maybe he'll get here one day, but he's not here now. All right, I think Liz was next, and then Savvy World after Liz. And then I was told, give me 1 second, I need to add the guest to the screen. Give me 1 second. How you doing, Liz? Are you at least 18? Liz? Liz, did you? I think Liz got in the guest box by accident because Liz is actually on my friends list. I think she might have clicked too many times and is actually a friendly. All right, let's get Savvy World in here. We'll try again. Savvy World, are you at least 18 and do you believe in the Bible God?
Yes, and yes, I believe in Yahweh.
And Jesus too, I assume?
Yep, Jesus is God.
Cool.
Jesus is Yahweh.
Sure. And do you agree or disagree with the prompt on the screen?
Yeah, no, I disagree.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. How much of the Bible have you read?
All the way up to, well, I just finished Philippians.
Have you finished the Old Testament?
Yep, I've read from Genesis into Philippians.
Gotcha. Okay. So you have read some of the Bible, which is fantastic. Would you say that the Bible, as you read it, is completely good? Like when God does stuff, he always does what's good. When God gives commands, the commands are always good. You know, that type of a thing?
Yes, God is good and everything he does is good, yes.
Gotcha. So everything God does is good. Fantastic. Let me ask you a question. Like, is it, if somebody commits a crime, let's say they were very disobedient, right? Do you think that it would be like just
I'm sorry, you said if somebody commits a crime but were very disobedient?
A crime by being very disobedient, right? So say there's a crime that says not to do something and you do it and you're guilty, right? Would it be fair to punish that person and then also punish, say, like, I don't know, all of their children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren?
So just so I'm getting you right, you said if somebody, the crime is being disobedient?
To the law, to disobeying the law.
Yeah, I guess. It's kind of weird way how you're positing this question.
Is the word disobedient like giving you trouble?
It's like a double negative almost, right?
No. If you're disobedient to the law, it means that you're breaking the law.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So if somebody keeps breaking the law, we agree they probably should get punished, right?
If somebody breaks the law, they should be penalized, yes.
Okay. And if somebody breaks the law, should their children and grandchildren and great grandchildren be punished for that?
I feel like that's typically how it goes
No,
to some
I'm not
capacity.
asking how it goes. I'm asking should it go that way?
No, but that's usually the consequence of somebody, doing wrong, that the people around them are also affected.
But I'm asking should it happen to be that way, right? So if I commit a crime, should it be the case that the judge punishes my children, my grandchildren, and my great grandchildren for my crime?
Not necessarily,
And why is not?
because they didn't technically do it.
Oh, there you go. Okay, so the person who committed the crime is the one who should be punished.
Yeah, but we see that usually people around the person are also they are also faced with consequences.
I'm not talking about consequences. I'm
That's
talking about
just, well, I'm
punishments.
just saying, like, yeah, in a theoretical world, no. But in the
But
reality we live in, that's
but
how it goes,
those are
right?
consequences, not punishments. Punishments are decisions that are placed upon somebody, right? A judge can meter out punishments. But the consequences are just like natural occurrences that flow out of
Isn't
circumstances.
isn't a punishment a consequence of your crime?
It can be a punishment, like being
It can be.
punished.
It's not always.
Just follow. Being punished, like the act of being punished, would be a consequence. The specific punishment is a different category. The specific punishment is a decision that somebody had made, right? So, like, all punishments would be considered consequences, but not all consequences are considered punishments.
Okay.
Okay, so what a judge does, like the punishment that a judge decides to enact, while that is a consequence, it's not true to say that the consequence, say that, I don't know, their father or mother being missing for the next 6 months, that is a consequence, right? That's not as much a punishment. It just happens to be
It's
that way
still
because
punishment, in
it's
my
a well,
opinion. But I feel what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
It's not
I
hard.
get
Okay.
you. We can move
So,
forward.
yeah, this is not difficult. All right. So this is pretty easy. So it would be wrong then for somebody to intentionally inflict punishment on the family members or even friends of people who haven't actually committed the crime. We could probably say that that is unjust.
You're saying that's unjust?
I'm asking you, do you think it's unjust?
Potentially. It depends about the situation.
Can you give me a situation where it would be just for, say, my great grandchildren to go to prison for a crime that I did?
You said your great grandchildren going to. Oh, I mean that's a little different. Great grandchildren. I thought you were talking about like the immediate family.
No, just people who are not involved.
Oh well, immediate family can still play a role, by either, like, let's say you have a theoretical father who unalives someone, and comes home, the wife, you're making a face, but the wife finds out and does not report the crime. It's like,
I'm not talking about being an accomplice.
well, I'm saying you're asking, is there any scenario in which the people around get punished? But the great grandchildren, that's a little bit out the way. So, not the great grandchildren.
I thought the question was obvious. I'm talking about people who didn't commit the crime and had no involvement in the crime.
I guess so. Yeah.
Okay, so that would be unjust to punish people who had no involvement in the crime, even if it was somebody in their family or somebody in their leadership structure, right?
Yeah, from my opinion, with lack of information, yeah, I would say
Okay, cool.
Probably so.
Easy enough. All right. There's a really interesting Bible passage, and it gets overlooked quite a bit, actually. I'm going to put it on the screen real quick, and I'm curious what you think about it. It says,
Okay.
I put it on one screen. Let me get it on the other screen real quick. There we go. So this is a punishment that's going to happen because you read the Old Testament. You know about the priest Eli. You probably know about his scoundrel sons Hophni and Phinehas. And God's pretty mad that Eli hasn't, let's say, reined in his scoundrel sons. And so God sends a prophet to give a punishment. And this is the punishment. It says, therefore, the Lord, the God of Israel, declares, I promise that your family and the family of your ancestors should go in and out before me forever. But now, the Lord declares, far be it from me, for those who honor me I will honor, and those who despise me shall be treated with contempt. See, a time is coming when I will cut off your strength and the strength of your ancestors' family. None in your family shall ever live to old age. The only one of you whom I shall not cut off from my altar shall be spared to weep out his eyes and grieve his heart. All the members of your household shall die by the sword.
Okay.
You think it's a fair punishment to kill all the members of somebody's household just because two of their sons were scoundrels?
You think this is God killing his household?
It is, yeah.
No, it says they shall die by the sword. Does God hold a sword?
And why is that punishment coming?
But could you go back up a little bit?
Yeah.
Right where it says, "Far be it from me, for those who honor me I will honor, and those who despise me shall be treated with contempt." So it seems like they despise God.
They
and
didn't.
Not only does it, oh no, they didn't.
No, because children get killed
They honor
too.
God.
The children got killed too. So it says
But did
that
the
the
children honor
entire
God?
lineage of this man is going to be executed because of Hophni and Phinehas. Remember, this is a punishment that is being handed out to this particular family because of Hophni and Phinehas. God says, because of these two people, because they dishonored me, I'm going to kill your entire lineage, except for one person, which is going to be Abiathar.
To weep out his eyes, to grieve his heart. All the members of your household shall die by the sword. Yeah, so we see in different verses where things are happening because of these people's actual actions, not
Babies.
God doing the thing.
No,
So we know that God does not. I mean, you could go ahead and I'll keep listening. They'll respond, but I can respond whenever you're ready.
Well, the problem is that you're just flat out like not addressing the problem. The problem is that God decided that this was going to be the case.
Did he decide, or did he decide,
Yeah.
or did he tell them their fate?
He decided. Yeah, because this is a punishment.
Where does it say this is the punishment?
Yeah, because this is for what's happening with Hophni and Phinehas. Thus the Lord has said, I revealed myself to the family of your ancestor in Egypt when they were slaves of the house of Pharaoh. I chose him out of all the tribes of Israel to be my priest, to go up to my altar, to offer incense, to wear an ephod before me. And I gave to the family of your ancestors all my offerings by fire from the Israelites. Why then look with greedy eye at my sacrifices and my offering, and honor your sons more than me by fattening yourselves on the choicest parts of every offering of my people Israel? Therefore, means because you did this, therefore the Lord, the God of Israel, declares, I promised that your family and the family of your ancestors shall go in and out before me forever. But now the Lord declares, far be it from me. For those who honor me, I will honor, and those who despise me shall be treated with contempt. See, a time is coming when I will cut off your strength and the strength of your ancestors' family. So God decided that the punishment for what's happening is he's going to have this person's ancestry killed off.
No, that's poor interpretation, bro.
It literally says I.
It's clearly saying, well, allow me to explain my interpretation. Right? It clearly, yeah. So I will cut off your strength. What is their strength? Their strength is his protection.
No, it's the family.
Their strength, no, bro.
Yep.
Their strength is his protection.
That's not the case.
He's taking off his protection.
He didn't say that.
Now they're vulnerable.
Nope.
Well, what is their strength?
What he says is that he is going to cut off their strength and the strength of their ancestors' family, and that is going to happen in the fact that no one in your family shall ever live to old age. The only one of you whom I shall not cut off, which means to kill, from my altar, shall be spared to weep out his eyes and grieve his heart. So he's saying one of them is going to be spared. I'm going to allow them to be spared, and that comes true. That's Abiathar the priest. So he says, because you have done this, I am going to be cutting off your strength, and what that means is that your ancestors are going to be cut down by the sword.
Okay, so how could that mean their ancestors are cut down by the sword. So if all of their ancestors are cut down by the sword, how is the one person spared from his ancestor being cut down by the sword when it's the same ancestry? Clearly,
Because you
their
can
strength is his
you can spare one.
protection.
You know that, right?
But how can he listen real quick? You said that their strength is their ancestry, right? Is the one being spared
That's
a
what
part
that
of the
means.
same
Yeah.
lineage?
The strength that he's referring to is their lineage. Yeah.
Okay, so the one being spared has the same lineage, correct?
The one being what?
Spared.
Yeah, the one being spared, Abiathar, is the
Right,
one
has the
who's
same
of the same
lineage.
lineage, who is not
So-
going to be killed. Yeah.
Yeah, but you said his strength. So does Abiar? I'm sorry, what's the name?
Who? What?
Abiathar.
Abiathar?
Abiathar. Does Abiathar have the same
Abiathar.
strength as his family? Abiathar. That's what I just. So does he have the same strength as his family that was all slain by the sword?
No,
Does he have a different ancestry?
they got killed. So his strength was
Yeah,
cut
so
off.
it doesn't make.
Although by
it
strength
doesn't
is referring
follow-
to the children of the individual. The children of Abiathar weren't murdered. The children of Eli were murdered.
Prior, you said it was his ancestry.
That's what ancestry means.
So is it ancestry or is it his
Well,
future
you-
children?
Well, it's obviously future because you can't kill people that are already dead.
So for the people,
you can't kill your ancestors because they're already dead, right?
Okay, let me give you an analogy to make it make more sense, right? Let's say I have a brother, you know, and let's say our strength is our family, right? If our family, it's my brother, you know. If our family are all, you know, punished, quote unquote, how you're putting it, punished, and my brother's also punished, right? How does it follow that I'm my strength isn't cut off, but my brother's strength is cut off if we have the same family?
Yeah, it's actually
and strength
pretty
means
clear
family.
because Abiathar isn't a brother or even a child of this person. He's something that comes a number of generations later.
Yes, but everybody prior is my family, and if the strength is my family,
Yeah,
right?
the family
they're
that came
all cut
before you
off.
is already mostly dead. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah, but you're saying that's the strength. So
No,
if
I'm
that
not.
strength is dead, how am I spared?
I'm not. I'm saying that your family, the people that came out of your loins, is your strength.
So okay, gosh. Okay, listen.
I don't think this is. I don't think it's very difficult. God says, "I'm going to cut down your
it's
children
only
and your
difficult-
grandchildren and your great grandchildren." That's what he's saying.
Is this an internal critique?
This
Or
is not a
external?
critique at all. I'm literally asking you a question about whether or not you understand this passage to be about what it really is, which is a punishment. Is a punishment that God handed out for what Eli allowed his sons to do. That's all we're trying to
Well-
get to at this point. I haven't even issued an argument yet. So, again,
Well, you have made a claim though. You're not
Well,
just asking a question. You made a claim, correct?
what do you think my claim is?
Yeah, you said the claim is that the strength is the family. That was your claim.
My claim, yeah, that's the easy one. Yeah, the strength is obviously the
Okay, so
children
that means you are
that
making
are
a critique.
born to this person, which is why they're going to get cut off. They're the ones that are dying. It's pretty
Okay,
simple.
So can you retract your last statement? This is a critique. If you're making a claim on a book,
It's not a critique. I don't
So
think you know what
you didn't
critique
make a-
means.
so you didn't make a claim.
A claim and critique are different. They're not the same thing.
I know, but I would agree. But when you're making a critique, right? You're also, I'm sorry, when you make a claim, you're critiquing something.
No,
Right.
not always.
Well, in this scenario, you are, because
No, I'm not.
you're making an assessment. You are making an assessment
I'm not
on
critiquing
the
something
book.
though.
You're
Making
an
an
assessment on this passage.
assessments and critiques are different.
Assessments are part of a critique, bro.
I agree, but not all assessments are critiques.
What this one is, you're trying
it's
to
not.
run away from what you're doing, but you're literally interpreting
You actually,
the scripture.
you're completely lost on what's happening. So I'm not offering a critique of this
No, you're being
passage.
dishonest.
I'm
Just
not
be honest.
offering.
You're making
I'm
an
not
interpretation.
offering. I'm not offering a critique of this passage. I'm simply getting to a point where you and I can agree on the interpretation of the passage. That's all.
So you're making an interpretation, but okay,
I'm
anyway.
making. You're
Yeah,
right,
let's
and I'm
just-
trying to get you to a point where you and I can agree on what this passage is saying. That's all we're doing right now.
Yeah, so I'm definitely gonna say the strength is gonna be God's protection.
Why
And
would
we
you
we
say that?
see, yeah, because God's in covenant with Israel, right? So God protects Israel until they,
Is this Israel?
huh?
Is this Israel or is this Eli's family?
Isn't Eli an Israelite?
I'm asking. Yes, we know Eli's an Israelite. Is this something
yeah.
handing? Is this something handing down to all of Israel, or is this something going down to just Eli's family?
So if you're circumcised, you're in covenant with God.
I'm aware.
Correct.
Is this a punishment
No,
on
this is
Eli
his
or on
Eli.
Israel?
This is Eli's family.
There you go. So this is
But
Eli's family,
God is in covenant.
and what is God
Eli is in
suggesting? What is God suggesting the problem is?
God is suggesting that the problem is that they are. Where's the part where it says honor and they despise. The problem is first off they're instead of sacrificing, or you might have to go up. I forgot what it said, but basically it said he's not doing the sacrifice right. He's fattening his children, so he's giving his children the sacrifices or something like that, the offerings.
Yep,
Correct?
the children, Hophni and Phinehas, are basically taking the best parts of the sacrifices for themselves.
Right, dishonoring God, and they're in covenant with God.
I agree, but this isn't a punishment for all of Israel. It's a punishment for who?
Eli and his lineage.
You got it. Okay, so this is a punishment. God said, because you did something, I'm doing something else. We agree?
Because you've done stuff to dishonor me and our covenant, yes, I'm releasing my covenantal protection from you and your family.
Well, he didn't say anything about covenantal protection, and I actually don't care. All I'm trying to get you to admit to, it actually doesn't matter. It's not only is it doesn't say anything about this here, it also isn't relevant. The question is what's happening to Eli's family a punishment? Yes or no?
Why are they sacrificing in the
Is what's happening to Eli's family a punishment? Yes or no?
Bro, you're not even engaging. Yes, it's a punishment.
I am. It's a punishment. Okay. Now, what is a punishment? Because I think you and I can probably agree on what a punishment is.
A punishment is going to be, in this case, applying justice for.
There we go. It's applying justice. Okay. So yes, God's form of justice is that he's going to either directly kill, which is what he says, or he's going to allow some people to be killed. We agree?
Not directly. He says he's allowing it. He's removing his covenantal protection from them.
Well, does it say allow, or does it say he's going to do it?
Neither. It says neither.
Well, it does say actually that he's going to kill the family. Right? So the word here,
where does it say that?
The word here in Hebrew for cut off, gadah, typically just means something akin to cut into pieces, which is what you do with a sword. Swords you use to cut into pieces, which is why you've got which is why you've got the family, or it didn't even say family. Strength here just means like the extension of something, typically a family unit. So it doesn't say covenant protection.
The extension of his protection.
It doesn't say anything like that. Nope, doesn't say that.
Wait, you said it's an extension of something. Why can it not be the extension of his protection?
Because it's specifically referring to the extension of a family, which is what you find if you study the Hebrew in the Hebrew Bible. The word actually here in English would be shoulder, and the word shoulder is used throughout the Hebrew Bible to refer to somebody's physical lineage.
Where else is this applicable?
It's applicable all kinds of places. In the blessing, for example, in Genesis 48 and 49, when the 12 tribes get their blessing, when their father is dying, there's an explicit reference to this using the same word shoulder. It shows up all over the place in the Hebrew Bible.
What chapter and verse is that, if you don't mind?
I just told you it's in chapter 49.
Of Genesis?
Yep, 49:24. It shows up in 49:24. Oh, that's not the one you want. But it does also show up. Let's see.
But his bow abode in strength, and the arms of his hands were
I
made
just told you not
strong
that
by
one.
hands of the mighty
I just
God
told
of
you.
Jacob.
I told you not that one before you read it. You weren't listening.
So why did you bring it up? You didn't think I was gonna read it?
No, I told you not that one because it was the wrong one.
Oh, okay.
You shouldn't have read it because it
Well-
wasn't the one that you needed
Well,
to
you
read.
shouldn't have brought it up if it was the wrong one.
That's why I told you it was the wrong one.
Okay.
You understand that you can make corrections when you say things. You don't have to just double down all the
but
time.
you didn't. Okay, sure. Bring up what's the right?
Ah,
one?
there you go. Yeah, sure. Okay. All right. So there's a bunch of
Because you brought it up, but you didn't want me to read it. It's crazy.
I brought it up and then I told you not to read it because it was the wrong one. Why would I want you to read the wrong one?
Why would you bring it up? We're gonna go in circles. Let's just move forward. What's the right one?
It's crazy. Yeah. Okay. So, what you're gonna want to look for is, let's see.
And real quick, just to be clear, this one is saying their strength is God. God giving them their strength,
Yeah,
the blessing.
I'm aware. Yeah. This refers to.
So real quick, if we
this
do
re-
apply
this
those-
refers-
if we apply the
This
usage of
refers
this word to the other verse, it makes sense.
It doesn't make
that
sense.
It does make sense.
No,
that
it
what's
doesn't.
being lifted up. So one more time, it says, "But his bow
He'll never like he's
abounds
never.
in strength."
He has no
Real-
idea
real
how
quick.
this doesn't actually fix his argument.
Well, let me explain, and then you could prove me wrong. It says, "But his bow abound in strength," and so when the word strength is there, right? What is this strength? And
His
the arms
strength
of his
is-
hands were made strong.
His strength
by
is
the
in his
hands of mighty God.
children.
But it says you're speaking over me. You're panicking. It
You're
says
asking me a question. I'm answering it. You asked me what the strength was. I told you.
even though it says were made strong by the hands of mighty God, you're clearly misinterpreting what it, because it was rhetorical. It tells you what the strength was. The hands of God.
You're right. It's the ancestors. You're right. It tells
No.
you what the strength is. I will cut off your strength and the strength of your ancestors' family. No
And the
one in your
strength is the
family
hands of
shall
God.
ever live to old age. So what that means
This guy,
is
you
that
get cooked,
all
bro.
of God's family, or
brought up
all
the
of
wrong
Eli's
verse.
family, are going to get cooked. They're going to get cut up.
Yeah, they're gonna. God is gonna release.
And this is
God
a
is gonna release
punishment.
His hands.
And this is a punishment.
God releases His
And
hands
this is a punishment.
off of them. Yes, but He releases His
Okay.
hands off of them for them dishonoring.
Just
for
keep
them
following,
dishonoring the
because
covenant.
it doesn't fix the argument. Nothing you're
literally
saying right now
does.
is going to help you.
Or if you stop interjecting and panicking.
I'm not panicking. I'm helping you to understand that your argument doesn't fix the problem.
Okay, well allow me to explain if you don't mind.
It's-
Or you can
it's-
keep talking. I'll wait.
It's
I'll-
not
go
going
ahead,
to
you can
fix.
talk.
How many words do you want to
Right,
waste
go ahead,
before
you
I
can
tell you
talk.
why it doesn't fix anything?
Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Okay, it doesn't fix anything because God is intentionally inflicting a punishment that results in children being killed.
Oh, now you're invoking emotional, by an emotional argument by bringing up.
It's
the
not an
children.
emotional argument. It's a logical argument because children are innocent of the crime.
It doesn't say they're gonna die at a young age.
It does.
Where is that at?
It says, none of your family shall ever live to old age. And you do know that this prophecy comes true, right?
So if they unalive at 24, did they fulfill
If
the
they-
prophecy by not
if
living
they're-
to old age?
If they're killed
Are
by
they
the sword
children?
at age 2, you understand that that's an innocent person dying?
I mean, you're assuming they're two, but even if
No,
I grant you that,
I know that they're 2
I'll grant-
because the
okay,
text tells
okay.
you
right,
that
you're
the men,
I'll
women,
grant it.
and children were killed.
okay. I'll grant it. Perfect. So, the punishment is God. If we read how the word is used, and this is the same covenant, that they're under. So if we see in verse 49, Genesis 49:24, it tells us that they were made strong by the hands of God. Therefore, their strength.
I have no idea
relies on
why
the
you think
hands
this
of
is
God.
helpful.
So it says, it's saying, the only one see a time is coming when I will cut off your strength, meaning I will lift my hands off of your family. So he's not putting hands on the family. He's
I
lifting
think you're.
his protection off
I
the
actually
family.
think you're confused here. Is God taking an action that results in children dying?
Yes, he's removing his
Oh,
protection.
okay.
Now you
What
concede to the
what do
first
you
part.
call an
So wait, so you
action?
concede?
What do you
Hold on,
call
hold
an
on.
action that you take on purpose that results in innocent people dying?
You just asked me one question. Before you ask the second question, can I ask a question
So you
so
don't
fair
want to
conversation?
answer the question.
I'll answer it. You just asked. Actually, you asked two questions. Now you're
I
asking a
did.
third.
I
Can I
asked two
just?
questions. The first one I thought was easy. The second one probably even easier.
I just answered two of them.
You
Before I answer
answered
the
one of
third, I
them. My
think it'd
second
be
question
fair.
was, what do you call it when you take an action where on purpose where someone
It's the
innocent
third,
dies?
but okay. You take an action on an intention. You make an intentional action where somebody unalives.
Somebody
I don't know.
innocent
What do you
is
call that?
killed.
What would you call that?
I would call it a murder.
What?
If
So,
I take
so
an action where I know when I take that action that an innocent person is going to be killed because I took that action, that's just called murder.
So if we're in a war, right, and it's me and my partner, and I know that there's a minefield ahead, and I don't tell my partner, and I go backwards, and my partner, I know by me not telling my partner will unalive, that I murdered my partner. Is that what you're saying, sir?
If you take an action that on purpose and knowingly results in
Yeah.
somebody's death, it's either a
Right.
murder or manslaughter. Now, for the sake
So
of
I
English, for the sake of English language, not worrying about what the legal code says, we would understand this to be murder.
So in my analogy, when I take the action of going back and not telling my partner there's a minefield and knowing he will unalive in the minefield, inevitably, did I murder my partner?
Yeah. If you know for a fact, 100%,
Oh, words don't
that
mean words now.
they do actually. Yeah. If you know for a fact that if your partner is going into that minefield and they're going to die in that minefield, and you know for a fact that you could prevent that by telling them not to go in the field, but you let them do it anyways, then yeah, you're either a murderer or, according to the law, you'd be an accessory to murder. And it's crazy that you're actually arguing over the word murder
So
right now,
murder
rather
says
than actually focusing on the real
murder
problem,
says-
which is not the definition of the word murder. The real problem
Yeah.
is whether or not you're doing something that is unjust.
Well, you're making stuff up because the murder says
No,
the
I'm
unlawful
not.
premeditated killing of one human being by another.
Yeah, again,
So by it, one
that
human
would
being
be
by
a
another. So you're just making
premeditated
stuff up.
killing. Yeah.
No, that's the definition of murder.
No, it's
murder.
Yeah, premeditated,
Well, break
which
up
is
the-
what happens when
yeah.
you know 100% of the time if you're going to take an action, it's going to result in death. That's called premeditation.
Yeah, it says a killing of one human by another. This
Yeah.
is not what that is.
Oh, okay.
First
So
off, God's not even
so
a
then if
human.
you shoot somebody, it's not a murder. Do you have to physically use your hands or no?
No, if you shoot somebody, you're taking the life of another.
Oh, but you
But if
didn't
I
touch
don't-
them. But your hands didn't touch them.
It's not about.
Okay, so
it's
if
about-
if I throw a grenade at somebody, is it still murder?
if I throw a grenade at somebody and take their life, yes, that's murder.
Okay, what if you plant a minefield and then you just let somebody walk through it? Are you a murderer?
If you tell them to walk through it,
I didn't say tell them. I said if you plant a minefield knowing somebody's going to walk through it and die, are you a murderer?
yeah, essentially yes.
Okay, we're finally getting closer. Okay, so if you know that your action is going to result in somebody's death and you do it anyways, especially when you don't have to, you've committed a murder. So
No,
the
murder
reality is
just
you're
look up-
you're
just-
trying to squibble
Okay.
on the definition of the word murder, even though it's
No,
not
I'm looking at it
even
from
relevant.
Merriam-Webster.
Like, you're so concussed right now that you're trying to cling on
Okay.
to anything you can rather than addressing the actual facts of the matter,
I'm
which
just
is
using
if
a
you
standard.
take an action that you know is going to purposely result in somebody's death, somebody who's
Bruh.
innocent, somebody who doesn't have to die, then you're committing something that we would consider unjust. You can call it murder. You can
What?
call it accessory to murder. You can call it homicide. You can call it manslaughter. I don't care what you call it.
Well,
The reality is
let's-
it's considered
words
an
mean words, right?
unjust action.
Words mean words, right?
Words do mean words. You got it.
What standard are you adhering to invoke this word?
Uh,
Or is it just your
I'm-
opinion of what you
I'm a
mean?
appealing to
I
the
mean, we're just
English.
saying
I'm
anything.
appealing to the English language, and in English language, murder
That's not a
is
standard.
considered an undeserved death.
That's not a standard.
It
A
is.
standard would be
Yeah,
dictionary.com,
yeah,
Merriam-Webster.
the English language is defined by the dictionary, and
Stanford.
the dictionary will tell you that an
Which
unjustified death or an unwarranted death or an undeserving death would be considered a murder. The only difference is if you're in a court of law. The court of law has stricter definitions for some of these words. That's why in like common parlance, you can say murder, whereas in court you might have to say manslaughter.
So I'm looking at Merriam-Webster. It does not agree with what you're positing.
It does.
Do you know that? No, it says the crime of unlawful.
Again, I'm not talking
or
about
unjustified
a
killing of
crime.
person.
I didn't say anything about legal codes.
That was just the first one. The second
I didn't
one
say
says,
anything about legal codes, and I explicitly told you on 2 occasions I'm not talking about the legal definition of this word. I'm talking about the colloquial English definition of the word, which is literally just an undeserved, unwarranted killing of an innocent human being.
where are you getting that from?
From the English language, not from the actual legal definition.
No, what is this dictionary.com? Is this Stanford? Is this
You're going to find it
Boston
in
Tech?
a dozen different texts. You'll even find it in the Hebrew definition. If you look up the word
Okay,
murder
right.
in Hebrew, like
So
what
you
you
don't
find
have
in the
a-
Ten
you're not standard,
Commandments.
okay.
If no,
You're
we
just
do have a
positing a
standard.
word. That's
No,
all.
you do
It's
have a
cool.
standard. That standard is the language.
Okay.
And
I'll
I don't know
grant
if you
it.
knew.
Whatever,
I
I'll
don't know if
grant
you
it.
knew
I'll
this.
grant it.
The word murder is more generic than you want it to be.
Okay, that's cool. So
Okay.
my question now, because you asked 4 questions at this point, my question would be, in Genesis 49:24,
You're still on this? I already told you
Yes,
that's not the
because-
passage you're looking for.
what is the strength being referred to?
It
of
is
the
crazy, crazy that he's still on
covenant?
this
So you're
point.
gonna not engage
After
my
I've already
question?
told him that this is not only the passage we need, it's also irrelevant.
Is very relevant. I'm glad you brought it up actually, because it shows us the strength is God's hands. How do you not see that?
Because it's
literally-
irrelevant. Again,
How's
the,
it-
the passage
Wait,
has
is it the
nothing
same-
to do with what's happening in the verse, the section that we're reading.
Is it the same Hebrew word used for strength in this
There's
verse and the other
well,
verse?
there's 3 words that are going to be used for strength typically in the
I'll
Hebrew
look it up.
Bible. One, like I said, is shoulder, and we find that in a number of places. One is gadah, which is actually sorry, that's to cut into pieces. Another one is going to be let's see,
Well, which
should
word is
be
being used
hel. Refers to strength typically, and then the word for ram gets used for strength, and there's another word that gets used for strength. I'll have to look up. Oh, hazak
that's
can be
cool.
used for
I'm
strength as well.
and which word is being used? Oh my goodness.
Again, it doesn't matter which word's being used here because
does
it
matter, 'cause that's
doesn't
how you
matter
can-
to
that's how
the
you're able to
argument at
understand.
hand. The argument at hand is there an action being taken that has a result?
Yes.
Okay. And is the
God is within
action
his protection.
going to result in innocent people getting killed?
1 second, bro, because you're just shotgunning questions. You're not even addressing. You went away from trying to interpret.
He's
what
never
strength means to-
going to answer the problem. Listen,
I've answered
I
10
don't
questions in a row,
care
man. What are
anymore.
you talking about?
I don't
Wait,
care
have I
anymore.
not answered 10
Listen,
questions
I don't
in a
care
row?
anymore about the definition of strength. It's meaningless to the
You
argument.
Don't care
It's
about the definition of strength.
it's literally a side
That's your
quest.
whole- it's what your
It's
argument
literally a
relies on.
side quest at best. And no, my argument is not based on that definition.
The reason
My argument
is
is really easy. My argument is that
You're
if you
saying-
take an action on purpose that results in innocent people dying, you're doing something that is unjust.
They're not
unless
innocent. They're
unless
not innocent.
Are babies innocent?
Right. It says that
Are
that
babies
literally-
innocent? Yes or no?
You're shotgunning. You're panicking and shotgunning
Are
questions, and you're making
babies
you're forcing me to
innocent?
answer your questions.
It's really
instead of
easy.
actually engaging with the conversation.
I'm trying to
Do
get
you know
you
that's
to. In fact, you know, since your brain's broken and you're incapable of doing it, I'm going to put together just a simple
Now he's
syllogism.
ad-homming.
And I'm
You're
not ad-sobbing. I'm
panicking, bro.
insulting. I'm insulting you because you're not bright.
Yeah, because
So
you're
I'm going to put.
panicking.
I'm
If
certainly
you
not
were actually aggressive
panicking.
with my
I'm
conversation,
actually just going to
you know-
spell out the argument since I can't. You're too slow to get
Now, our
walked
children
through
is
the
the
argument, so
problem.
I'm going to have to spell it out for you. So premise number 1 is children are innocent of crimes.
Crazy
We
word.
would agree there, like babies. I'll put babies, since maybe that's not specific for you. Babies are innocent of crimes. Yes or no?
Well, first, show me where it says that the children are also.
I don't
unprotected
have
by
to.
the
This is
sword.
a syllogism. It's either true or not true that babies are innocent of crimes. Yes or no?
Real quick, what was that verse? The first verse.
1 Samuel chapter
With
2,
the
and the
punishment.
question is, are babies innocent of crimes?
Sorry, you said first what?
1 Samuel chapter 2.
Samuel. Okay, chapter 2.
Are
verse
babies innocent of crimes? Start
what?
at verse 30.
Verse what, bro? 30. Okay, thank you. 1 second. Samuel 2, verse 30. You said 2 Samuel?
First
chapter 2, verse 30.
Samuel.
My bad. 1 Samuel. Okay, chapter 2.
Oh,
verse 30.
also, I'm being told by my girlfriend, who's much better with words, that the specific type of murder I'm referring to in the legal code is actually called murder by omission. So it is considered murder by law.
Okay, is this positive human intervention or any intervention?
Obviously, human.
So wait, is that
Inanimate
again?
objects can't be charged of murder. I don't know if you know that.
So you're trying to charge God of murder, though. He's an inanimate object, correct?
No, God's a
Is God
person.
physical?
God's a person.
God's a person?
Inanimate objects can't think.
Wait, God's a person? Like, what do you mean
God's
by that?
3 persons in one, according to your religion. Did you not bother to read about it?
Obviously, but I'm saying, well,
Is
how are
God
you,
an
when
agent?
you're saying person, are you saying a human? Yes, he's an agent.
No, a person is an acting agent with a mind, will, and emotions.
Okay.
Okay, easy enough. Okay, so the question I have
Well, no, but I'm
is,
saying,
are
but is he a human,
babies
though?
innocent of
Oh my
crimes?
God.
But we could have been done already. Listen, it's like
So-
a 3-point syllogism. I just need a yes or no for each one. Are babies innocent of crimes, yes or no?
But it's folly, bro. You're getting away from the scripture, which you brought up.
I'm not. I'm
Yes,
demonstrating
babies are-
exactly my point
babies are
from the
innocent
scripture,
of-
and you're
yes, babies are
terrified to
innocent of
actually
crime.
engage. So just go ahead and
Babies are
engage.
innocent of crime.
There we go. We agree. Yes,
Why-
babies
why-
are,
but why
are
can't you engage with
innocent
what I'm
of
saying?
crimes. Okay, so premise number
Because
2
you-
would be
You know, if you engage with what I'm saying, you're gonna
punishing-
prove yourself to be wrong. And
punishing
look silly. So
babies
that's why you refuse to engage
is
with what I'm saying.
unjust. Yes or no?
Yes, punishing babies is unjust.
Okay, we can agree there. I'll put a yes there. And so we say premise number 3. Let's see. Actually, we probably just put a fucking... Actually, premise number 1, 2 need reworded for it to actually be valid, but it's
Oh
neither
my
here nor there
gosh.
just yet. So the conclusion then, all right, I think is pretty easy. We can reword it as needed if you want to complain about the validity. Babies are innocent of crimes. Punishing babies is unjust. I would rather say punishing innocent entities is unjust. There we go. So that would be better. And then the conclusion would be something like then punishing babies is unjust. That would be our conclusion. That's all we're getting to, is that punishing babies would be unjust. Can we agree that the 2 premises are true and that the conclusion follows?
Punishing babies is unjust. Wait, hold on. Babies are innocent of crimes, okay? Punishing innocent entities are unjust. Punishing innocent entities are unjust. Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty
Punishing
easy.
babies is unjust. Yeah.
That's the conclusion. Okay.
I just had
So,
to, okay, yeah. So
all right. So it's not very difficult. So the question we have to answer here is, if somebody is punishing babies,
somebody or any entity, any agent.
an agent is a
'Cause God is
somebody.
not somebody.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay.
This is not hard.
If you say so.
Somebody
No, you're
is
just
obviously
positive-
going to
you're just using
be an
words
agent.
frivolously, but
Any,
I'll go off your
I'm not
concept.
using words frivolously. You're just trying to be purposely obtuse. So it's
I'm not
very
being
simple.
obtuse. Words mean
So
words.
Words do mean words, and I wish you would learn the definitions. So
I looked up the
anybody,
definitions,
so
and they
anybody,
don't align with how you're using it.
well, you'd be
That's the
wrong.
problem.
Nope. The
No,
problem
I
is you don't
literally looked
know.
up murder. I bet if I look up somebody, it's not
Well,
going to align with what
unfortunately,
you're
we
saying.
looked up murder as well in the legal dictionary. It turns out I was right. It's called murder by omission. So maybe you need to research
Yeah, it said
better.
a human doing it to another human.
So
That is not a
anybody
human.
is an indefinite pronoun that means any person at all without specifying who. That would include God because God is a person. A person is an agent. Got it. Okay. So if God punishes an innocent entity like a baby, is it just?
If God were to punish innocent baby, yeah, from my opinion, yeah, saying God, yeah, clearly doesn't do things that's unjust. So, yeah.
Okay. So we would agree that if God took an action intentionally that purposely.
No. God took a action. So God removing his layer of protection
is an action.
Is not, but it's not synonymous with
it's an action though.
with murder.
It's an action, is it not?
Bruh, listen to what you're saying. And
is it an action? Yes or no?
It's action. Yes.
Oh, okay. So
yeah,
if somebody takes an action that purposely they do it that results in a death, we already covered this. That's considered unjust because that person was innocent. Can we continue?
Clearly, the people were not innocent because it
Babies.
says God will honor. 1 second, sir. You don't have to panic. I can speak, or can I not? If I can't speak, just let me know. If this is just a one-sided conversation,
I want you to speak. I want you to actually address what I'm saying. I haven't once mentioned the adults.
That you shotgun, but you don't want me
I
to
haven't
have a
once mentioned
That's
the adults. I want you to address if it's okay to have babies killed
how many questions
as a punishment.
Before I get to ask? How many questions before
well,
I get
if you actually addressed the point, we could have been done already.
I just answered all three premises. And I still don't get to speak at all. That's
okay.
crazy.
That's because all three premises was to get us on the same page. Actually, two premises to get us on the same page to agree that killing innocent babies is wrong. So what I'm asking you is,
just let me know when I can speak, bro.
When you take an action that results in innocent babies being killed, and you know that that action is going to do that, and you don't have to do that, you could take another action. Is that unjust? I know you're confused. The time for you to speak is now, and I need a yes or no.
I'm just waiting for a
I just need a yes or no. A yes or no would pretty much fix it.
Can I say something prior?
If it's a yes or no, you can say any yes or no you want, but it's going to be yes or no.
You're panicking because as soon as I say what I have to say, you're
just
going to be wrong.
Just need a yes or no.
Okay, after I answer the yes or no, can I present something?
You can answer yes or no, and then I have one final question. Then you can ask any fucking question you want.
Can I present something?
You can do whatever you want.
Okay, go ahead. I got your word as a man.
Okay.
I can say what I want. Go ahead.
If somebody takes an action that purposely results in an innocent baby being punished for a crime that they never committed, and that action wasn't necessary, is that just or unjust? Is it unjust, I would say? Yes or no?
It depends on the action.
Like what?
Well, I just answered your question. What's your next question?
My next question was like what?
Are you gonna ask another question after that, or?
I told you my next question is like what? Because you didn't answer yes or no. So now I have to ask you a follow-up question, which is, what is the circumstance where it would be just to purposely take an action where an innocent child dies, but an action that you didn't have to take?
Yeah, so it would be just if the parent of this child acts in dishonor to, the person feeding them, and that person stops feeding them, therefore the parent and their children starve.
Wait, you're telling me that if a baby dishonors their parents, it's okay to starve it?
No. So let's say I'm feeding a family. Let's say I'm taking care of a family, right?
I'm talking about babies.
Every day I feed them. 1 second. I feed them because you asked me a question. So I'm their only source of food. If the dad of the family steals from me and I stop feeding them, therefore they all starve to unalivement, yes, it would be a just
Well,
act.
you didn't answer my question. Listen to my question very
You asked me
carefully.
what's the scenario.
Nope.
Oh, go on.
I asked you a very specific question. If
What was that?
you take an action that you don't have to take, meaning it was just a decision, you decided to take an action that was not necessary, is that just or unjust?
Not necessary. So if the dad steals from me, it's not necessary for me to keep feeding them?
Is it necessary or not?
No, it's not necessary. Why would I keep feeding
No.
them?
Is it necessary to stop feeding them?
Yes. Why would I keep
Why is
feeding
it
them? They
necessary?
stole from me.
Why is it
Because they
necessary?
stole from
So?
So they stole from me.
So?
I'm not gonna keep feeding them.
I'm not asking about what you're going to
Obviously.
do. I'm asking about what's necessary.
Yes, I'm gonna. First off, I'm not gonna feed them, and I'm gonna kick
I'm
them
not
out of my
asking about
house.
what you're going to do. I'm asking why it would be necessary to stop feeding
It's
them.
necessary because I don't want them to keep stealing from me, so I get rid of them.
Oh, okay. So if
they're gonna keep stealing from me.
well, you don't know that. So
Right.
again, the problem that you keep having here is you
Oh
keep
my
dreaming up
gosh, this is
scenarios
ridiculous.
when you actually know what this is analogous to. So God
Okay.
is impotent,
Can I
which
present
means
something now?
he
You asked
doesn't
two
have to
questions,
do
bro.
doesn't
I
have to
answered
do
them.
anything.
You don't allow my.
Well,
You
the
don't like
problem
my
is you're
answers. I get
rather
it,
than
but I
actually
answered your
engaging
questions.
in the topic,
Can
you
you
keep trying
honor
to
me as a
run
man?
away from
You gave
it.
me your
Well, you're not a
word.
man, so you don't get any honor. So this is very easy, right? So God didn't
Oh,
have
are
to
you
do
a man?
anything
You're the one who
that
gave me your word as a
resulted
man.
in the babies being killed. We understand that, right? So when God decided
Wait, are you a
that
man?
whatever I'm going to do, this is going to result in babies being killed. Did he have to take
Okay,
that
that's cool.
action, or did he
Yes.
choose to
Yes.
take that action?
He had to take the action.
Why?
He's a just God because
Why?
he's just.
What is
The
just?
just.
But you said it was unjust to kill innocent
Yes.
babies.
Well, 1 second. You asked me a question. and
Could
now
he
you're
take his protection
while
off
I'm
of
answering.
Eli and not the babies? Why does he have to take his protection off the baby? Oh, so he could have. So it was not necessary. See how he said it was. So it's actually not necessary for the baby.
1 second.
Is
in
it
the
necessary
same-
for the babies to die?
In the same.
He'll
if I
never
go back to
answer
the
it.
Analogy,
Is
yes, I
it
could
necessary
get
for the
rid of
babies to
parent-
die in this scenario?
Bro, you gave. Oh my goodness gracious.
He's
Can I
terrified.
answer the
He
last
knows the
one?
answer. He won't answer it because he knows the answer. No, it's not necessary.
I've
When you're
answered
God, you
30
have
questions in a row. I'm
unlimited
clearly not
powers. There are
terrified.
an unlimited amount of things you can do. None of your punishments have to result in innocent babies dying when you're all powerful because you have limitless punishments
Okay.
at your disposal. So could God have chosen
Oh.
a punishment that didn't result in innocent babies dying?
Yeah, so you gave me your word as a man, but now you're
He's
not
just
honoring
crying,
your word as
just
a man.
crying, doesn't want to address the argument.
Bro,
Could
can I
God
present
have
something real quick?
picked a punishment that did not result in the innocent babies dying?
This is buffoonery, bro.
It's buffoonery that you can't answer the question because you're a coward.
People.
But if you think 400 people are
coward, but
watching
you
this,
can't- but
I
you're
got
not-
news
but
for
you're not
you
honoring
because
your word as a
we
man.
got about
And you're just ad
21,
hominem.
2,200 people watching on YouTube right now. So right now, we've actually got about 2,600 people watching.
they all saw
You
you
make
give
an
your word
absolute
as a
fool out of
man.
yourself, refusing to engage in a very simple
Sure.
question and answer about whether or
It's
not
obviously not
it's
simple.
just or unjust to take an unnecessary action that results in innocent babies being killed, and everyone saw you do it.
Yes,
we're
it's
all
just.
we're all watching.
It's just. Okay, I'm gonna answer this last one. Then please allow me to present. Yes, it's just. You
Oh,
might not agree, but I believe. It's just.
Okay, we finally
It's
finally
justified.
got to the conclusion. It is just to
Perfect.
purposely
Okay,
take
perfect.
unnecessary actions that result in innocent babies dying. Love to hear it. Okay.
Okay, yep. Now watch this. When I read 1 Samuel chapter 2 verse I'm gonna skip to 30. Oh no, I'll do 30 and 31, right? It reads a little bit different, right, than the one you presented. It says, "Wherefore the Lord God of Israel said, I said indeed that thy house and the house of thy father should walk before me forever." That was the covenant we just read in Genesis.
What the fuck you talking about
now
Genesis
the
for?
Lord saith, anyway, because this is when the covenant was
Bro's got
given
no
to
focus.
protect all of Israel.
Literally can't focus.
Okay, here
We're talking about
relax,
babies,
relax,
bro.
you're panicking.
Talk about babies.
Okay, relax. Okay. Be it far from me, for them that honor me I will honor, and they that despise me shall be lightly esteemed. Behold, the days come that I will cut off thine arm, and the arm of thy father's house, that there shall not be an old man in thine house. And thou shalt see an enemy in my habitation, and in all wealth which God shall give Israel, and there shall not be an old man in thine house forever. And the man of thine, whom I shall not cut off from mine altar, shall be to consume thine with eyes. So basically he's saying his altar is their strength. His protection is their strength.
You're still on this point?
Protection.
He's still literally on this
Yes,
point
but-
thinking that it matters. I'll never witness somebody die on such a silly hill in my entire life, thinking that some
This was what
secondary
their
point
argument was based
on how
upon,
to it wasn't.
initially-
My argument
initially you said
my argument
God
is
was
does not
striking them
rest
by the sword.
on the interpretation of strength. Now, to be sure,
No,
this is
it's
obviously
about
talking
thinking
about the murder of the family members.
This
Obviously,
guy.
it obviously is, which is why we have the wordplay of being cut up into pieces when it doesn't actually have to be there. And it also just tells you in the passage that they're going to be killed by the sword, which is an action
Yes.
that God did. God took
No,
an
not
action
an action
that
that God did.
resulted
That's the
in
problem.
them being killed by the sword.
Just say you don't like God, bruh. Just say
I
you don't like
don't
God.
believe in God. He doesn't exist. I don't like liars like you.
No, he definitely exists. And you
No, he
do
definitely
believe
doesn't
him.
exist.
Just, are you 100% certain?
I'm 100% certain that your God does not exist, yes.
You're 100. How did you
Not
get to
only
that
am I
conclusion?
100% certain, I can prove it.
Oh yeah, please. Please show me how you got to this conclusion.
Oh, it's easy. Can God tell a lie?
No.
Okay, cool. So if Jesus tells a lie, is he God?
Yeah, Jesus never told a lie.
But yes or no? If Jesus tells a lie, is he God?
He never told a lie. Use context.
I'm
please.
just asking. If Jesus tells a lie, is he God?
My answer is he's never told a lie.
It's a
that's
yes
my
or no,
answer.
by the way. The answer to the question is yes or no.
You're not gonna get a different answer from me, bro.
Okay,
Use
I'll help you out.
context,
The answer is yes. If Jesus tells a lie, that means he's not God. That's just what that means.
Okay,
I didn't
so
ask
where did he
you.
lie?
I didn't ask you if Jesus lied. Did I
Perfect,
ask you if Jesus
perfect.
lied?
Perfect. So where does he lie?
Did I ask you if Jesus lied or not?
Bro, just prove that Yahweh is not God.
I'm proving that Jesus is not the Messiah or God,
Oh, how? Go on. How?
right? Because Jesus lies
Where?
on a couple of occasions. But I think the most egregious, right? Honestly, the most obvious of them are in John. And the reason why he lies is because he doesn't actually know it's in the Hebrew Bible. He like actually didn't read it.
God, Jesus, who's a rabbi.
He wasn't a
doesn't know
rabbi.
what's in the Hebrew Bible.
No, he certainly
Jesus
was
wasn't
not.
a rabbi, dude. What's
He
a
certainly
rabbi?
was not.
What's a rabbi? A teacher?
A rabbi is a teacher that typically has some sort of
teacher.
rabbinic training, which Jesus obviously didn't because he couldn't read Hebrew.
A rabbi is simply a teacher, bruv. Now,
Well then
where
I'm a
does Jesus
rabbi.
lie?
Cool. Congrats. You're sitting under a rabbi right now. What about that?
Okay, perfect. So where did he lie?
A couple occasions. One of my favorites is in John 3:13. He also lies again in John 13, verse 18. Says, no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man.
No one has ascended into heaven except himself. Okay.
So is it true?
At that point, yes.
So prior to Jesus, nobody has ascended into heaven.
No one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven. Correct.
Do you ever bother to read 2 Kings?
Yep.
Go ahead and read it again.
As they continued walking and talking, a chariot of fire and horses of fire separated the two of them, and Elijah ascended in a whirlwind into heaven.
Oh shit, where'd he go?
Yeah, so this is gonna be a contextual thing.
Yeah. What's the context?
So I actually, let me see. 1 second. Because I remember somebody else brought this up before.
Mm-hmm.
What was that second one again?
2 Kings chapter 2 verse 11 should be what you need.
2 Kings 2:11. Hold on. All right. 11. Wait. 2:11. Okay. 11. All right. So, and the time that David was king, you said 2 Kings 2:11, and the time that David was king of Hebron over the house of Judah is something different.
Are you in 1 Kings?
No, I'm in 2 Kings, literally. The second book of Sam.
Second
you said
Kings.
Kings. I'm tripping. I'm tripping. Okay. Yeah, so okay. 2 Kings. Okay. So the context is different in the sense of what heaven is being referred to here.
Yeah, you go chat GPT what you think the answer is going to be?
No, you're not the first person that brought this. You didn't create this contradiction, right?
No, I didn't create
and
this
I've talked to
contradiction,
other
but
atheists,
I
or
guarantee
people who
you
consider themselves to be atheists.
that whatever your rebuttal is going to be is not going to work. But go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, so again, it's not suggesting that I just had to check, but it's not suggesting that he died, right? It's
I didn't say
saying he's
die.
being, yeah, I know, but when in John, when Jesus is referring to heaven, he's talking about the realm in which God lives.
Which is where?
The realm in which God lives.
What, God has a location?
Which is going to be different.
Wait, God has a location? Where's God? I thought God was immaterial and locationless. Now you're telling me God has a location?
Obviously not.
Okay, so it can't be where God lives.
Rhetoric. This is human rhetoric.
Okay, well, where is heaven?
Yeah, it's gonna be. So if you want to play that game, there is no where, right?
So
because
there's no location.
Of course not.
So heaven has no location.
Correct. It's outside of space. Just like heaven has no time because it's outside of time, it's outside of space and has no location.
It's weird that you say that because the Bible says that the clouds are in the heavens.
Yeah, that's human rhetoric, bro.
Okay, so the clouds are. Well, God said it. So are the clouds not in the heavens?
Correct. It's not. He says this.
So why would he say that the clouds are in the heavens?
Yes, so that humans could understand that it was above them.
But humans already understood the heavens were above them. The word Hashemayim literally just means sky. That's what we translate as heavens.
Yes.
Right. So the heavens are just the sky. Not above physically. There's no location for heaven. You just said it.
So
heaven's locationless. It can't be above you. It'd be every direction.
From that logic, that you're using, you would also have to assume that God has a face, bruh. What are you talking
Well,
about? What are you
the
on about?
well, the Bible does say that God has a face, but that's not what I'm talking about. If heaven doesn't have a location,
You're
then
a
you
fool,
can't say
bruh.
that
You
heaven's
think
above
God has
you.
a face? Hold on. Do you think God has a face?
Well, it just says so.
Do you think God has a face?
I just told you yes. The Bible tells you that God has a face.
You think God has? So you think when God says no man shall see my face, he's talking about a physical face, bro?
He physically does have a
Well,
face. The
that
Bible
no
says so.
wonder you
No
don't believe in
wonder.
God. You think God is a
Maybe.
physical
Well,
being that
maybe.
lives outside of
Maybe you
space
should
time.
bother reading the
Obviously,
Bible rather than trying to use Greek philosophy, because the
I
Bible
no,
does
I
say
do.
that
I
God
do
has a
read the Bible.
face. It says that he has a nose. It says that he has hands and
He
arms
says
and
he has an
feet.
arm too.
And people in the
Is he a
Bible
human?
actually get to see these body parts, which is why in Genesis it says that mankind was created in the image of God, which means in the physical
You think
likeness of
God has a
God, which
human?
is
You think
which
God
is
is a human,
yes,
bro?
Bible says so, which is why the same word is
The
used
Bible
in
does not
Genesis
say
chapter
that, bro.
5. Yes, it does. The same word is used in Genesis 5 to say that Adam had a son in his image. It just means in the physical likeness. That's what the word means. They even
Okay,
use the
watch
same
this.
word in the Hebrew Bible to refer to idols that are carved to look like particular entities. They're idols or
Okay.
images. They're representations of things, which is why Adam is created in the image of God. Now, that's neither here nor there, because
It
the point
is
that
here
we're
nor
trying to
there,
answer
'cause
right
this
now,
shows us why you're
the point
gonna
that we're
read
trying to answer
everything
right
you
now
read
is
wrong. You're gonna
where
misinterpret the whole
the point.
scripture.
I'm not misinterpreting it. Between the two of us, I'm the only
You
one that
are.
has
God does
any
not have a face,
actual
bro.
education in the Bible.
Oh my
So
goodness
the question that
gracious.
we have to ask
You're so
ourselves is,
lost, bro.
where is heaven in the Bible? Now you said
That's a
heaven.
category
You said
error.
heaven has no location. Are you holding by that?
Bruh, that to ask where's heaven is
Are you
like
holding
asking
to
what
the
what
interpretation
does
that
the
heaven
color
has no
green taste like?
location?
What does the color green taste like?
Are you
That's how
telling
you
me that
sound.
heaven has no
Yes,
location?
heaven is outside of space,
Gotcha.
meaning there
So,
is no where.
okay. So in the
Yes.
Bible, when
Just
it
like there
does,
is no when
in the
is
Bible,
when
when
does
it
heaven
gives
exist
you
would
the
also be a
location
category
of
error.
heaven, it's not real.
It's not literal, bruh. What are
Oh,
you talking
interesting.
about?
Well, I actually think it is literal, and I think there's a couple passages that would make this easier on you. For example, when Elijah ascended into
I'm
heaven
talking
or
to
the
a
heavens,
fool.
where did he go? Where did he
Oh
go?
my gosh, bruh.
When Elijah
You
ascended into the heavens, where did he go?
he was just lifted up, bro.
To where?
To where is a category error.
Then what does it mean? Did he go to be with God? Because you told me
No.
earlier that it didn't mean that
No,
he
the
went to
answer
be
to
with
that
God. So what does it
exactly. So
mean?
no.
So what's it mean to say that Elijah went to heaven?
So when it's posited that Elijah went to heaven, first off, this is not his unalivement, right?
I didn't say what it was.
I
I'm
know you're
asking
not. I'm
you,
just helping you
what
out, bro.
does
You
it
don't have to
mean
panic.
when it says
You're
that
asking me a
Elijah
question. You're asking me a very
ascended
complicated question.
into heaven? It's
How
not
do you want me? How do you
complicated.
expect me to respond?
It's actually really
To
easy. I
a
just need the answer.
It's not easy. That's why you read the Bible and misinterpret it.
No,
Because you think
actually,
these are easy
I don't
questions.
misinterpret
They're
it.
not
You're
even
just
literal.
you're a novice.
They're
You
not
haven't
even
read a
literal
single piece of
representations of.
academic
They're
literature on
not.
the
Oh
Bible.
my
You have
God.
no idea what it
You're
says.
just like talking. Bro.
So,
Just let me know when you're done.
what does it mean to say Elijah ascended into heaven?
It just means that, well, first off, we see from the text and the context that he goes back to prophecy. So he was just brought to a
He'll never
place
say it.
where that's not true.
I'm
Yeah,
just
so he was
asking
just
for the
brought to a
answer.
place.
I don't need the context. What does it mean?
The context doesn't matter.
What does it
Context not
mean?
matter. I'm trying to help.
The
It's
context
like
is
you asking me a
important.
question. It's like
The
you're
context
asking me
is
a
important
question.
if we disagree on what it means.
Yes. Okay. It means he
So,
was brought.
to where?
It
To
simply
what?
means that. It simply means that. Okay. It simply means that he was like.
Today.
It simply means that he was. God was, wanted to speak to him, and prophesied through him, and so it's a expression of him being lifted up, closer to God. It's an expression. It's not a literal thing. and
You
we
gonna
can
hold?
see that
You gonna
contextually
you gonna hold to
to
that?
times.
Oh no, the amount of lies Christians will tell is crazy. All right, let's talk about 2 Kings 2. Do you know what happens in this chapter? You don't, because you don't know the
Yes,
context.
but
Imagine
I do.
talking to me about context, having never read this chapter. You don't even know what happens in the chapter.
I've read the whole Old Testament. I told you that.
Well,
from
you
the
haven't
beginning.
read this chapter then.
I've read the complete iteration of the
Well,
Old
maybe you
Testament.
should slow down next time you read it.
Okay, why so? Because I read it very modestly.
You could say in one sentence, what is happening in this chapter?
I'm sorry, what?
One sentence. What is the crux of this chapter?
Um,
So you don't know the context. The crux is that Elijah is handing off his prophetic ministry to Elisha. Elisha is taking over for Elijah because Elijah's leaving. He's done. And where's he going?
He's not dead.
I didn't say he was dead.
Rest in heaven. Right. He's not going anywhere, bruh. That's the point.
So, okay,
if he's not dead, he's still on Earth, right?
Okay, so
hold on. If he's not dead,
actually,
he's still on Earth.
Well, no.
Huh?
No, because in the Bible, he ascends into heaven, which is where God is.
Right, which is why we know this
is
a metaphor.
Which is a location.
It's not literal.
No, it is literal.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
How is he still alive?
Because
in heaven?
It's easy because heaven is a physical location. It says, continued walking and talking, a chair and horses of fire separated the two of them, and Elijah ascended in a whirlwind into heaven. Elisha kept watching and crying out, Father, Father, the chariots of Israel and its horsemen. But when he could no longer see him, he grasped his own clothes and tore them in pieces, meaning he was going out of sight, just like Jesus ascended.
No, bro.
That's what it says. He ascended. And then it says he picked up the mantle of Elijah that had fallen from him and went in the bank of the Jordan. From where? The sky, where he rose to.
Yes, and the sky is not heaven. And I said before.
It is. The word sky literally means heaven in Hebrew. Hashemayim just means the sky.
Oh my goodness gracious! But
I can just show you.
The same. I mean,
yeah,
you can show me, but it's not.
I'll just show you.
The same
2
where
Kings
the Father resides.
It is actually.
Okay.
Bible literally says it. It's right there in the text. I'll show you.
This is the flaw, right?
The word is actually not a flaw. It's just a matter of you having not studied anything. So this is Hashemayim. This is a definite article here. The Ha is a definite article. And Shemayim is a dual. It just means skies. It's not a plural, it's a dual. And that's why you have here in the actual lexicon, it is just going to say heavens or skies. The highest heavens, skies. 50 times translated directly as sky. It's the most common translation of the word sky. Heaven and sky is the same thing. Before which the fowl fly. Yeah, the fowl, the birds, they fly through the heavens.
Yeah, so are they in heaven?
Yeah. That's what the word means.
Yes, but it's not literal. The place where God lives.
Okay, so
that's my point.
But it is. That's what the Bible says.
No, so wait, all birds are in heaven?
Yeah, the birds are in the heavens, which is the sky, which is where God lives.
Yeah, so the Hebrew people called the sky the heavens, but that's not
what the word meant.
Where God. Okay, I'm agreeing, but I'm telling you, it's not the same place as where God lives.
Well, that's just wrong.
I'm using that word loosely.
1 Kings 8:30. You want to read it for me?
Yep, I don't mind. 1 Kings 8:30. So, but you would have to say that birds are in heaven. The same place where God lives.
They are. You nailed it. Yes, God and the birds share the same location according to the Bible
and you don't understand
and all ancient Near Eastern scholarship and all biblical scholarship.
God has a face. God
I'll just show
arms,
you. Yeah,
birds are in
I'll just show you. Do you know who John Walton is?
What are you on?
I'm on actual scholarship. Do you know who John Walton is?
You said
Do you know who John Walton is? You can say no if you don't.
I said no. I said
Oh, okay.
I said
John
no.
Walton.
My bars are low. My bars
John.
are low.
You could use some bars. John Walton is a scholar that primarily focuses in the ancient Near East and on the Book of Genesis. Prior to him, you find people like Klaus Westermann, and these people, Klaus Westermann, people who came after him, J.D. Watts, all the people. They read the ancient Near Eastern texts, and it turns out that in the ancient Near East, their conception of the world is identical to what the Bible says, because it turns out the people who wrote the Hebrew Bible lived in the ancient Near East, and you'd be shocked to find out that their words for heaven and sky are identical. In fact, here's a rendering.
I agree that that's the truth.
Here's a rendering in John.
I've already
in John Walton's commentary, a PhD, actual academic Bible teacher at Trinity Theological Seminary, who says, according to Genesis, this is their physical conception of what the world looked like. It was a flat disc with a dome over top of it. It was a flat disc.
What's a conception?
It's a flat disc with a dome over top of it.
A conception is a thought, bro. It's an abstract thought.
It's an idea.
It's an idea.
Yeah. That's
so
what the Bible says it looks like.
In their minds.
No, in the Bible.
Not literally.
No, in the Bible.
Yeah, it's their conception of what heaven looks like.
Because the Bible says it.
Not what heaven actually is.
No, because the Bible says it. No, the Bible says it.
Yes. I just agreed with you.
Okay, so
yes,
does the Bible say that heaven has no location? Or did you learn that from like your philosophy teacher? Because the Bible didn't say that.
No, it's obvious.
It's actually not obvious.
If God created space, time, and matter,
didn't say that in the Bible.
Oh my goodness, what?
It's crazy. It's crazy how much your work you're doing that's not in the Bible. The Bible didn't say that God created space, time, and matter.
In the beginning, Bereshit, God created the heavens and the earth.
doesn't say what you think it says.
Bereshit. It means in the beginning.
No, it doesn't. There's no definite article on it.
Oh my goodness gracious.
This is why it's not good to pretend like you've studied the Bible. So Bereshit is a Hebrew word. It's a two-part. No, it doesn't. It's a two-part word. Reshit and then a particle, debate. The debate just means in or when. And when you attach it to Reshit, which means at the start of something or at the top of something, what you have is when something started, which means the next phrase that you need to look at is nope, not the beginning. You need a definite article for that. There's no definite article in there. If there was a definite article in there, you would know. It would either read Bereshit, not Bereshit, or depending on how old it was written, it could even say Bahareshit. It doesn't say either of those two things. It says Bereshit, which means it should be translated, and modern Bible translations do this, as well as some old Hebrew translations by the rabbis. When God began to create. That's a better translation. And then it's also true. It means when God began to create. And if you bother to read this text, there were things there that he didn't create, like the primordial waters. Okay, so
let's say when God began to create, he created the heavens and the earth, correct?
You got it. Yes, the heavens and the earth he created. Yep.
Okay.
And the heavens is what?
If God, okay, perfect. Yes, perfect. That's exactly where I'm going next. Therefore, if God is already existing and he hasn't created heaven yet, then when the Hebrews are referring to heaven, they're speaking of a place not where God is, obviously.
No, that can't be the case. If God created the heavens,
the position that God is eternal.
If God created the heavens, that means the word heaven can't just refer to God's place or location or presence. So that means heavens is the sky above the earth. You did it. The heavens is the sky above the earth.
I've been said that, but it's not where God.
What that means. So what that means is that Elijah went to the sky.
Exactly, but Jesus.
There you go. We finally got it. It didn't say that. It says heaven.
No, but then it says to the right hand of the Father,
which is in heaven.
God's domain.
No, it says heaven.
Oh my goodness gracious!
So I know
So
reading's
wait,
difficult
so
for
real
some
quick.
Christians, but it says no man has ascended into heaven, which Uranos in Greek literally means the same thing. It's just the Greek word meaning the sky, which is where they believed the gods lived. The Greeks and the Hebrews
So
both
does
believed that the gods lived in the sky, which is why we've got 30, 40 different Bible verses that just flat out say it.
okay. So does
You want do,
Jesus
do you want me to just
does
show you the
Jesus
Bible
sit at the
verses
right
or
hand? Real
no?
quick, does Jesus sit at the right hand of the Father?
Yeah, in the heavens,
Okay, so
which is the
Jesus sits
sky.
next to God in His domain.
In the
Is
sky,
it
yeah.
because, but by how we read it in Genesis, does this can heavens be referring to somewhere that's not God's domain?
It's the sky, which is God's domain.
So God was in the sky before He created the sky.
No, that's the problem.
Exactly. So where you,
That's the
the
problem.
problem. Exactly. That's the
God,
problem in your logic.
no, you're not following here. The heavens
Oh my
is where
goodness.
God located Himself once it was created. Just like the temple was
Where does
where
it say that? Hold
God,
on.
just like the
Where does it say that?
temple, I'll show you.
God
Just like the
relocated
temple,
into
the
creation.
temple is where God located Himself once it was built. The Israelite camp
So
is
is he
where
in the
God
temple or in the
located
sky?
Himself while they were traveling in the wilderness. God, I don't know if you know this in the Hebrew Bible, has locations, and it happens to be that the location where He chose to exist once He created the heavens was in the heavens, the sky. In fact, the Bible
Does
just
he
tells you
exist there or visit there?
both.
No, he does not both.
Your
He does
existence
not
is
both.
where you are.
So when the temple moves, does he stay in the first location or does he enter
He
the temple?
moves with the temple. If you
tabernacle.
bothered to read Ezekiel, he gets up on a
have read it,
chariot. You
which is
didn't.
ad hominem.
He gets up on a chariot
Yes, I
and he
have.
travels east to be with the people while they're in captivity. And then later, when the temple is rebuilt, he travels west to go back to the temple. So God travels.
Yes, so therefore he does not live in a certain place.
He lives wherever he wants
Right.
to because he has a
Right,
location.
exactly.
That means
So
when he
therefore-
created the skies and the dome above it, he decided to live in the
He
dome.
didn't. Oh my God.
Which is
He
what it
didn't
says.
Live in the dome.
It says
He
it in the
visits
Bible.
He enters creation.
It literally says
He
it literally
doesn't
says he
abide in
dwells
creation.
there. Yeah, no, it says he
Yes.
dwells there. It literally says abides. It's crazy how much work you have to do to not read the Bible
I'm
and
not
just
doing work.
insist
You're just not-
that
you're just not
your
listening, bro.
philosophy needs to be supplanting the biblical
It's
text.
not phi-
It
it's
says,
not philosophy,
"Hear the
bro.
plea of your servant
it's
and of your people
interpretation.
Israel when they pray towards this place. O hear in heaven your dwelling place." The sky, heaven, is God's dwelling place, which is why it
God-
also says that clouds enwrap him. In Job, when it talks about God's dwelling place, it says he walks on the dome of the sky and clouds enwrap him.
You're reading prophetic text literal.
It's not prophetic.
Hyperbolic.
It's
text,
not hyperbolic
literal.
either.
It is hyperbolic.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's
hyperbolic.
not.
So it's literal.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
it's pretty
Okay,
easy.
bro. Just like God has a face literally, and God
Yeah.
literally has a arm that's stretched out.
Yeah, you got it.
He literally has feet,
Yeah,
like,
you nailed it. You finally got it.
and at the same time,
This
he had all these
is
things
the
before
actual
matter was created.
consensus.
Hold on,
This is
did-
actually the
did he-
consensus in biblical scholarship. You
Did-
finally
did-
figured it
did-
out. You did it.
did-
Way to go.
Did he have a
So
body
if you-
before he created matter?
Yeah. So, well, he didn't create matter.
Oh my
That's your first
gosh.
problem. So
He
he
didn't
created the
create
heavens and the
matter?
earth. The Bible never said he
What's the
created
earth?
matter. Never said he created
What's
matter.
the earth? What's the earth?
Never said he
compelled-
created all matter. It says he created
what's-
the earth.
What's the earth composed
Never said he
of?
created all matter. It said he created the earth.
It says there was.
I don't know
a
if you know this.
void,
You can create matter.
right?
You can create
What was
some
in the void?
matter
Was there
without
matter in the
creating
void?
all matter.
Okay, perfect. Was there matter in the void?
It says it doesn't say there was a void. It says that the earth.
It does say there was a void.
No, it doesn't say there was a void.
Okay, here we go.
It's basic reading
So if I-
comprehension. Tohu vavohu in Hebrew
So
just means
Genesis-
that it was a formless wasteland. When it talks about ha'eretz, being formless and a wasteland.
And
That's
the
tohu
earth was
vavohu.
without form.
Without
and
form is
void.
not the same as being absent. You can't be the earth and also be a void. That would be an absence of earth. Those are contradictions. Which is
No, it's
why
not a
your
contradiction.
translation of void doesn't work, because it entails a contradiction. It
says
shouldn't
God-
be
oh my God.
understood as an absence of things. It's understood as an absence of structure. So
Yes,
to-
but he created the
he created structure. You got it. Congrats.
No, bro. First it says he created the earth. Then it says the earth was without form.
Yeah, we
Okay?
get it.
Meaning he created matter.
No, it didn't
And
say
he
matter.
formed the earth.
It says he created the
You-
earth, and there was already matter prior
What
to
is
the
the earth
earth. It's the
Where does it say
primordial
that?
waters. It's home in
Where-
Hebrew. It shows up in Genesis. It says when he created that water the spirit was already hovering over the face of the deep. That's the tahom. It's the Hebrew word referring to the primordial waters, which, as it turns out, you've never studied anything, but if you did, you learned that in the ancient Near East, they believed that prior to the creation of the heavens and the earth, there was a primordial waters, and the primordial water was what was used to create the heaven and the earth, which is, golly gee, exactly what the Bible said.
That's not what the Bible says. The Bible
Sure does.
verbatim says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
Yeah.
Not, there was a
Read
primordial
the
soup,
rest of
and
the
then he
verse.
created the heavens and the
Read
earth from
the rest of the
Yes,
verse.
And the earth was without form.
And keep
void,
going. Uh-huh.
And darkness was upon the face of the deep.
Oh, the deep. That's
And
tahom in Hebrew. What do you think that word means?
Yes, you said the primordial, whatever, the primordial.
You got to get the
waters.
primordial waters. And do you know
Yes.
that we can look up these words in like a Hebrew lexicon and know what they mean? It's really quite easy.
Well, no, the next verse says he was over the face of the waters.
Yeah, exactly. The
that's-
Spirit was
but it
hovering
doesn't
over the
possess-
face of the primordial waters,
How did the
which
waters
is
get
what the
there
earth was
before-
built upon, which is why Proverbs says that God drew a circle upon the face of the waters when he created the earth. Which is why it says in Job 22 that thick clouds enwrap
You're-
him so that he does not see, and he walks on the dome of heaven. This is where
So-
God lives.
So you
He
don't
lives
think you think
on the dome of heaven, which is
think
why
it was
in
written out of
Ezekiel
order?
chapter 1
You're just making
and
stuff
in
up,
Ezekiel
bro.
chapter 10, he has to go to the top of the dome to meet with God.
You're literally making stuff up to fit your narrative.
I
It
literally am
says
reading it
has an order.
verbatim.
No, you're not in Genesis. There's an order to creation.
I'm aware.
Right?
Yep.
Okay. And it says the order started with God created heaven,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Uh-huh.
And then the earth.
And the earth, yeah, you
space
nailed it.
and matter.
Didn't
And
say
the
space and matter.
Right. So after
Why do you keep
after
saying why do you keep saying space and matter?
Because that's what these things are referring to.
No,
But
it's
they're
not. It says
speaking
the heavens and the earth.
primitive humans. Yes, they are.
No, it didn't say that. He could have said all
What if-
matter.
Oh my God.
He didn't say that. He said the heavens and the earth.
How?
You keep adding
Oh my
this.
gosh,
this
it's
you're
just-
proving my
first off-
point. Christians
first off-
hate God's word. They can't read God's word without adding their own words to it. They hate God's
No,
word so
first
much
off-
they have to add their own stuff to the book. Thanks for proving my point.
No, bro. Well, would you agree first off that this literary style is poetic? Genesis 1 is written poetically.
Being poetic has nothing to do with the meaning of the words.
It does,
No, it
bro.
doesn't. Nope.
It's
Wrong game.
poetic, meaning it's
Doesn't
not
mean anything.
literal.
Nope, that's not what poetic means.
It's just showing. Okay, the literary styling
Something-
doesn't mean anything.
Something being poetic doesn't
What
mean
are
that
you
the words
talking about?
don't have meanings. I don't
They
know if
have
you know
meanings
this,
poetically,
but
not
most
literally.
of like a huge portion of Genesis, even
my
like
God.
the narratives are poetic. You understand that in the ancient Semitic languages, all writing was
So
poetic
why would you take it literal? So why would you take
because
it literal?
that's how words work. So
No,
all
that's not how
writings,
words work.
even historical
That's not how
writings,
words
even
work.
war annals of the kings were written in poetry. Early on, when writing was new, it was an art form. Everything was written in some form of poetry, whether it was a war annal, whether it was a history, whether it was a mythology. They were all written in poetic rhyme and meter. It was a
So
skill
you
set.
read-
The Bible uses some of that. That doesn't mean that the words suddenly have no meaning just because they
I
rhyme
didn't
and
say they
have
don't
meter.
have meaning. Yeah, but they don't have literal meaning.
Yes,
They're
they
not
do.
supposed to be
Oh, so
interpreted.
God didn't create the heaven and the earth? God didn't create
Oh my gosh.
mankind. God didn't
The
create the
heaven.
birds. He didn't create all the animals.
Oh my gosh.
Or
You're
sorry,
being
the
disingenuous.
animals
Of
are
course he did.
literal. The animals are literal, but the heaven and the earth are not literal because poetry.
So first off, God doesn't create the animals in the first chapter,
He does.
right?
He does. You didn't read this, did you?
Obviously, I did.
Obviously, you didn't. He creates animals in chapter 1. Bro, dude, this is embarrassing.
Okay,
Come
no,
on.
I'll retract that. I'll retract that. Relax. But still, yes, he created the animals. But even still, it's
Are the
written
animals metaphorical?
in a literary stylings. Just
So
like
what?
he
Are the
created
animals a
humans.
metaphor?
He created all these things.
Are the animals a metaphor?
Huh? No.
Are the
but
animals
he
literal
didn't
or
say-
are they a metaphor?
Did you hear me answer? You're so
Yes or
quick
no?
to respond. You didn't even hear me answer.
Yes or no?
I said no. I said yes.
Oh, the animals
I
are a
said
metaphor?
No, they're not a metaphor.
Oh, so they're not.
I
Okay.
said no,
So
they're not metaphor.
the sun, moon, and stars, not a
But they're
metaphor.
still written in a
The
poetic
sun,
style.
I'm sure it is. The sun, moon, and stars are not a metaphor. The animals are not a metaphor. Adam and Eve are not metaphors.
I never said any of these things were metaphors.
Okay.
I never. First off, you're
Well,
strong
okay.
man in my position.
Well, you said that the heavens
Can
and
you be a
earth was
strong man in my
metaphorical.
position?
Are
No,
the
I didn't
heavens
say-
and
I
earth
never
literal
used the
or
word
metaphorical?
metaphorical.
Are they literal?
I
Are they literal?
never used the word metaphor.
Are they literal?
I said it's written poetically.
Are they literal?
Right. The things which are being represented.
Are they literal? Yes or
Are-
no?
Right. You can ask the questions how you want. I'm gonna answer how I want.
That-
If you
It's
don't
just
accept my
a
answer,
yes
that's
or no. Listen,
it's
I'm
not
trying
just
to
a yes
help
or no.
you define your
You're not
position,
trying to help me.
since
You're
you can't
misunderstanding what
actually
you're
keep
reading.
yourself
And
straight,
you're a
right?
strong man in my
So
position.
you're saying that we shouldn't understand heaven and earth as being literally heaven and earth because it's poetic. But as it turns out, the rest of the chapter is poetic, and you think the rest of it's literal.
No. The earth. Oh my goodness.
Just the word earth is poetic by itself.
God created the heavens and the earth. What does that mean to you?
I just told you the sky and the land.
No.
Yeah, that's what the word means.
All of existence. So
No, it
if
didn't
you're
say that.
making an internal so you have to assume the position of the Bible, right?
I did.
God is eternal.
I
Okay,
did.
perfect. So
I
God
did
would be-
use
so
the
perfect. So-
position of the
so
Bible. The
God
position
would-
of the
God
Bible
would be eternal.
is that the heavens just
oh my
means
gosh,
the sky.
beginning story of Genesis
it literally
is
just says
referring to
sky.
creation being,
It's just
being
right there
brought
in
into
the.
existence.
It's just right there in the Hebrew lexicon.
Oh my goodness.
Heavens is the sky.
Oh, wait, go ahead. You love to talk and not listen. Go on.
Heavens is the sky. Do you disagree with the Hebrew lexicon?
Yes, in this sense.
You
And
disagree
it's
with
not
the
suggesting-
Hebrew
and it's not
lexicon?
suggesting-
Holy fuck. Imagine having
Yeah, so-
no actual biblical training and disagreeing with the Hebrew lexicon of the Bible.
So you're talking about a specific verse referring to the
That's
sky
crazy.
versus the heaven, because it doesn't say
Uh-huh.
heavens. It say the heaven and the earth.
No, it
This
doesn't
is
say the heaven.
Existence. This is creation coming
It
into
doesn't.
existence.
It doesn't say the heaven singular.
It literally says the heaven.
In English, not in Hebrew. I'll show it to you. If you go to Genesis 1, Hashemayim. Look, it's the same word. It means the heavens. It's a dual. More than one, less than plural. Same exact word, buddy.
So are you suggesting God didn't create? I'm sorry, existence wasn't our reality wasn't created in Genesis 1. Is that what you're trying to get at?
What I'm saying that is according to the Bible.
Can
there's-
you answer that yes or no? Hold on, can you answer that yes or no?
Yes.
In Genesis 1, are you suggesting? So he is.
According to Genesis 1, God created the reality that you live in. I'm saying that you don't understand the reality.
So what is our reality?
The reality of the Bible is that it consists of a dome over top of a heaven, over top of an earth.
What about the stars, the moon, the sun?
They're in the
part of our reality.
They're in the
Are the
sky.
stars part of our reality?
They're in the sky.
Okay, right. So if the stars are also
Nope, you're
part
missing
of
it.
the creation, then yes.
You're missing it.
All of our
According to the
reality-
Bible, they're literally in the sky where the clouds are.
Okay, perfect. As you look up into the sky, you see stars as far as
You,
infinity goes, right?
we know that. They didn't know that.
Relax. Just go go with me. Don't get ahead of me. You could answer the question or you could veer. It's up to you. But when we look into the sky, when they looked into the sky, they could see stars for as long as infinity goes. Correct?
No, they don't know that.
They don't. They don't know what.
They don't know the stars are far away.
Regardless, they're referring. The stars are part of the sky, right?
Well, we agree. In our world, we understand the stars to be many, many light years away.
Do they consider the stars?
The Bible considers the stars to literally just be part of where the clouds are underneath the dome.
No.
Yeah.
They consider to be the sky.
Yeah.
The stars are not. Hold on. The Hebrews did not see stars within the clouds.
Yes, they did.
No, they did not.
Yeah, they did. They wrote about it.
Bro, what?
They literally wrote about it. Like, you have not read a single thing on this. It literally says in dome. I'll show you. Don't worry, I'll show you.
Yeah.
It says,
please.
God said, "Let there be a dome in the midst of the waters, and let it separate the waters from the water." So God made a dome and separated the waters that were under the dome from waters that were above the dome, and it was so. And God called the dome day, and there was evening, there was morning the second day. Now, this is the fun part. He says, let the waters under the sky be gathered. So now he's going to do land, he's going to do water, and then look at what he's going to do on day 4. God said, let there be lights in the dome of the sky. Yeah. So the lights,
sun and the moon,
the
sun and the moon,
and the stars, the dome.
Bro. Are the stars,
let there be lights, that's plural, in the dome of the sky to separate the day from night, and let them be for signs.
The sun and the moon.
If you stop talking, you'll hear the rest of them.
You're literally belligerent.
If you stop talking, the same passage mentions the stars. Says, let them be for signs and seasons and for days and years, and let them be lights in the dome. Let there be lights in the dome of the sky to give light upon the earth, and it was so. Right. God made
the stars are in the sky.
Keep watching. And it was so. God made the 2 great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night, and the stars. So these are all items that exist in the dome, which is over the earth. The dome of the earth is the last layer of the heaven.
Question. I asked you, did they see stars under clouds, bruv? That's what I asked you. And you said yes.
They see stars in the clouds.
Are clouds and sky synonymous, bruv? What are you talking about?
Yes. The clouds and the sky.
And stars are synonymous?
The clouds and the sky and the dome are all synonymous.
You just want the Bible to say whatever you want it to say.
It literally says exactly what I said. It literally says.
Where's the word cloud? I don't even see cloud in this verse. What are you talking
I didn't tell you cloud was in this verse.
So you were supposed to show me a verse where somebody saw a star cloud.
No, even close to what we're talking about. I was showing to you that the dome is the top portion of the sky. That's the last portion of the sky, which is where the sun, moon, and stars exist. That's what I told you. Now, the next question is, where are these clouds? It turns out these clouds are right where the dome and the other stuff is, where God lives. That's Job.
So a human has seen a star between a cloud and the earth. That's what you're saying, right?
Again, I didn't say that at all.
My point, bruv.
What I'm saying is the Bible says
God created space.
The Bible says
I'm sorry,
it didn't say space.
The heavens. Yes,
the heavens is the sky,
which include the stars,
which is under the dome.
Which include the stars. Okay,
which is under the dome.
Under the dome. But the sky includes the stars, and humans at the time could see that the stars were further off than the sun and the moon, bro.
No, they couldn't.
Come on now. They couldn't see that the stars were further than the sun and the moon?
No.
What sky did they look into?
The same one we did.
What are you typing so fast for?
I'm pulling up the rabbi quotes. Do you want them or no?
Yes, because...
Or no, you do or you don't?
Please help me. Please help me understand. I'm trying to understand how any human on Earth would see a star being in the same distance away as the sun and the moon?
Because they're right there in the dome. You understand that ancient people looked up to the sky and said, huh, it looks like a dome, which is why everybody in the ancient world wrote about this. There's a guy named Paul H. Seeley, who was a professor at Gordon Cronwell Seminary, who wrote a whole thesis on this. It's called The Waters Above and the Waters Below. It's a 2-part paper where he literally dialogued with people of all the cultures and collected their stories and showed that everybody in the ancient world understood the sky to literally just be a dome above our head.
Bro,
and there was water on the other side of the sky. It's not idiocy. This is what everyone believed, including the Bible.
You're suggesting that a human could look into no civilization, including the Semitic people, including Israel, has ever suggested that the stars were the same distance away as the sun and the moon.
Oh, that's not true.
Okay.
In fact, the ancient rabbis wrote about this exact thing. They wrote about how God literally lives on top of the dome of the sky, and then they had to explain, well, how does God live up there if there's water up there? Right? Because they believed on top of the dome there was windows that let the water in, and then there was water on top of that dome. And if God was up there, how is he doing that? And as it turns out, they wrote in the Talmud about that. Do you want to see some of it? They even talked about how thick it was.
Any civilization thinking that the stars weren't farther than the sun and
do
the
you
moon.
do you think that the Jews are part of a civilization?
Yes, and they didn't suggest that the stars.
You got it. Okay, fantastic. Yeah. Okay, so if the dome is the outer layer of the skies and the stars
use the stars.
The stars are in the dome. Are you following? The stars are in the dome. And God lives on top of the dome. That means that the stars are only as far as the dome. Do we follow?
I mean, bro, no, I'm not following because clearly
the Bible says that the stars,
you're making a suggestion.
that the sun, moon, and stars are in the dome, and that the dome was called sky. That means that if the dome is here and the stars are in the dome, they can't be past the dome. Do you get it?
Yes, they can be. The dome, so they're not suggesting the dome is this, first off, it's the firmament, okay?
That's what firmament means. Firmament is a Latin word that should have been translated as dome.
Me out, or you... Okay, are you done? Or keep going if you're not done.
I'm correcting you as one who's actually studied. So the Hebrew word rakia means a hard hammered out surface, which is why the Latin Vulgate translated it as firmamentum, which is why the King James just carried it over to firmament, which still just means a hard hammered out shell, which is why modern Bible translations just say dome.
Okay, so I'm suggesting they're the same thing. You're trying to make it a whole nother semantic case, but I'm suggesting they're the same thing. And God
What's the same
set
thing?
them in the dome and the firmament.
I agree. Yes, the dome is the firmament. You nailed it.
I've been said that, and I said you're trying to make a semantic case about it.
And are the stars in the dome?
Right. So the firmament, the dome is going to separate
Nope.
the heavens from the earth.
Wrong.
Yes.
Wrong again.
Yeah, no,
are
God
these
made
stars
lights, the greater
and
light to
suns
rule the day and lesser to rule
in
the,
the
night.
dome
He made
or
the
beyond the
stars also,
dome?
and God set them, hear me out, and God set them in the firmament. And
In
the heaven,
does it say beyond or in?
okay, so the firmament is going to
You're
be
never gonna answer.
I'll answer, but I was making a case. You kind of jumped in. The
Did
firmament,
he say in the dome or beyond the dome?
gosh.
It's very
Okay.
easy.
So the firmament is the separation and its own place
Nope.
to separate the waters from above and the earth.
Didn't say the earth.
The firmament is a boundary. It's not a
dome.
No, you keep saying dome, and when you're positing this,
This is what
you're
it says.
It's not what it says.
Yeah, it literally is. You just want me to show
It
you the
said.
definition
Did
of
you
the
hear
word
the?
rakia?
Did you hear the part when I said, um, yeah, oh my goodness. So listen, the sky, and just try to follow without interjecting or without like you're looking off to the side. That shows you're not listening.
As it turns out, I can look
I'll wait to have
not
your
at the
attention.
screen and also hear what you say.
I doubt it.
I was actually just getting you the definition of the word rakia, since apparently
so I'll wait.
you never
I'll wait,
bothered
so we don't talk past each other.
to look up the definition of rakia.
Okay.
Did you want the definition, or
whatever you must do so I can get your attention?
You have my attention. I'm asking, do you want the definition?
I've been talking this whole time, and it's just been going complete, like in one ear and out the another.
Do you think that you're educating me right now, Savvy?
I could if you would listen.
What's your level of biblical education?
I got the spirit. You don't.
I have a bachelor's and a master's degree in biblical studies.
You think that helps you interpret what
that's how you need to know what words mean. You study the ancient culture, you study the ancient languages, and then you actually study what other professionals have done. You actually look at work, and that's you actually get to study where other people with PhDs who actually know what's happening inside of this book. Rather than just opening the book and reading it and saying, I know what it means because Holy Spirit makes me feel good in my tum-tum. I actually went to school and studied professionally under people who actually know what's happening, which is something that you haven't done, which is why all of this sounds crazy to you, because you've never actually read any literature. You've never read any literature on anything in the ancient Near East. And why would I think that it's not physical? Why would I think that it's not physical? Give me one reason.
That this shows that your degree.
Give me one reason why I would think that God is not physical.
Yes, because he.
Give me one reason from the Bible that would lead me to believe that God doesn't have some sort of physicality.
Can you listen? So when we posit physical, all that means is something that constantly is changing.
I didn't say that. No.
Everything physical changes over time.
That could be true, but God does change. Yeah, he walks.
God does not change.
He changes his mind too. In Exodus 32, he changes his mind.
You're making an internal critique, but you're not assuming.
No, I'm not. I'm just telling you that you're wrong. In the Bible, God makes decisions and he changes his mind.
Physically. Let's stick with the physical first.
Yeah.
You said God is physical.
God walks.
Which means, okay, perfect. Everything physical changes over time.
Yeah, that's what God does, yeah.
And everything physical is bound, contingent on our reality, correct?
It's contingent on physicalness.
Right. So God is not contingent, therefore he's not physical.
He is physical.
But he's physical and also not contingent?
Yeah.
You don't think that's a contradiction?
No, it's not a contradiction because God, as it turns out, is defined as a physical being. So if you say that being contingent means you can't have a physical being, then you've just created a contradiction with your own. So the reality, everybody in the ancient world believed that God had physical appearance, which is why the God of the Northern Israelites, El, you've probably heard of El. You probably know him. I got my degree at Bethel University and at Ashland Seminary, which you probably would have heard of them if you ever studied something. So the reality is, if you bothered to read any literature, you would know that gods in the ancient world had bodies. Did you ever bother to read the literature of the Israelites? Did you read any of it?
God is
Did you read any of the literature of the Israelites? This is what happens when you study philosophy and not the actual text. So did you bother to read any of the ancient literature that describes the God?
They got you, bro.
So you didn't read any of the literature? Not one piece?
I told you I've read all the way to Philippians.
No, the literature outside of the Bible from the people who wrote the Bible.
I'm sorry. I read it all the way up to Thessalonians, actually.
The literature of the people who wrote the Bible. Have you read any of it?
What are you referring to?
The Hebrews.
You know, there's many authors that
you do know that the Hebrews wrote more than the Bible, right?
Okay, so the Bible
So
was
you don't know
written
that.
of multiple
The
authors.
Hebrews
Yes, I
wrote
believe. Yes, no,
more than
they've
just what's
written
in the
more than.
Bible.
Of
And do
course,
you know that
of
they
course.
described their God as being physical, eating and drinking, which is why even the angels in the Bible eat and drink. God in the Bible eats and drinks. Did you know that?
Where does God the Father eat and drink?
On a couple occasions, it happens in Genesis 18. It happens in
When
Exodus
he
20,
says a savory
24,
Exodus 24. 24 what?
Genesis 18, and Exodus 24.
Genesis 18. I'll go to that first. 18 what?
It's the whole chapter. He has a meal with Abraham.
What part does he eat and swallow?
He eats bread.
What verse?
You just type bread in your browser.
I'm reading. I got the physical. I'm not on the computer like you. I'm not on Chat GPT. I'm in the physical. Do you have the verse or no? Do I just gotta skim the whole thing?
I'll get you the verse since you can't read. Don't worry.
Okay, sure.
Okay. I'll put it on the screen for you too. Don't worry. So it says, "Let a little water be brought to wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree. Let me bring a little bread, that you may refresh yourselves, and after that you may pass on." And you know what happens after this, right? You know that Abraham's wife goes and makes the food, and they have a meal with Yahweh and his two friends.
And he took butter and milk and calf, which he had dressed, and set it before them, and he stood by them under the tree, and they did eat.
Yeah,
Is
and
this
who's
saying God ate or Abraham and Sarah ate?
there is Yahweh and
Oh
two
my
angels with him.
gosh.
Did you bother to read the first verse?
Yes, it said.
It says Yahweh appeared to Abraham by the oaks of Mamre. You know who Yahweh is, right?
Yeah, God was there. God was present.
Okay, and what did he do when he was there?
And he sat.
I can't hear you when you swipe away.
My battery is low. And the Lord appeared unto him in the plains of Mamre, and he sat in the tent door in the heat of the day. And he left up his eyes and looked, and lo, 3 men stood by him. And this is Abraham, by the way. And when he saw them, he ran to meet them from the tent door, and bowed himself toward the ground, and said, My Lord, if now I have found favor in thy sight, pass not away, I pray thee, from thy servant. Let a little water, I pray you, be fetched, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree. And I will fetch a morsel of bread, and comfort ye your hearts, and that ye shall pass on, for therefore are ye come to your servant. And they said, So do as thou hast said. And Abraham hastened into the tent unto Sarah, and said, Make ready quickly 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes upon the hearth. And Abraham ran unto the herd, and fetched the calf tender and good, and gave it unto the young man, and he hasted to dress it. And he took butter, milk, and the calf which he had dressed, and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree, and they did eat. And they said unto him, Where is Sarah thy wife? And he said, Behold, in the tent.
Did you read the part where they ate?
Oh my goodness gracious! So
did you see the part where they ate the food?
Yes, that's
yeah,
not.
Okay.
That doesn't. We're okay, but it's not saying that God ate. It said God was present.
Yeah, it says that God showed up. Yahweh showed up with 2 other individuals. They were obviously angels, because it says so later. And it says that food was prepared for them and that they ate. Keep in mind, Abraham specifically addressed Yahweh to make food for Yahweh.
Yeah, so for one, this was the word, the logos.
Oh, so now God does have a body. It's just Jesus. Oh, so does God have a body or not?
No, God does not have a body.
Oh, okay. So Jesus doesn't have a body.
First off, my first question was, it was explicit. Where does the Father eat? That was the first thing, because we
right here
see
it says in verse 8.
Real quick. We see that the Son, the Word,
It doesn't say
comes into
son.
creation.
Doesn't
Oh
say
my
that at all.
goodness gracious!
It says Yahweh. I don't know if you know this. It says here
Oh my-
that Yahweh showed up. Did it say the Son? Did it say the Word? Or did it say Jesus? Or did it say Yahweh? No, he's not.
Jesus is Yahweh.
No, he's not.
You're not assuming the bro. What?
Jesus is a liar and a fraud. We're talking about Yahweh right now.
See,
Try to
that's
focus.
what I'm saying. You're not
Try to
granting
focus.
the position of the Bible, but you're making an
Keep
internal
keep in
critique.
mind. I already demonstrated that Jesus was a liar and a fraud because you
No,
didn't
you
even
didn't.
know. You didn't even know
Oh my
that Jesus
God.
lied about Elijah going to heaven. Remember,
He didn't lie.
you're
He
doing
said-
all
oh
of
my
this.
God.
You're doing all of this because you couldn't
Just
figure
so
out
you don't understand
that
the text, bro.
when
You're reading
Jesus
it
said
literal.
heaven, and when Second Kings says heaven, it's the same
They're
thing. You
different.
couldn't
They're
figure that
speaking of
out.
Different things.
They can't
They're
be.
speaking of different things.
No, they're certainly not.
Yeah. So has Jesus according to the Bible, has Jesus always existed?
Yeah.
Okay. So before the physical heaven was created, Jesus existed, correct?
Yeah.
Where did Jesus exist prior to the physical heaven?
Physically with Yahweh.
Exactly. So when that's
Physically
when the verse in John
with Yahweh.
Right, physically. Okay, I breeze past that because you don't understand what physical means.
I do.
I understand that.
Yeah, it means you're
So
made of.
physical is, wait,
It means
hold
you're
on,
made
hold on,
of
hold on.
something physical and you're not immaterial. That's what it means.
No, it fit. So, oh my gosh, is there anything that's physical that is not bound by time?
Well, God's bound by time, so
God is bound by time.
yeah, it just
How?
it just
How,
says so.
how
He
can
has
he
to
be eternal
he has
and
to
bound
make
by time?
he has to make decisions and change his mind.
Oh my goodness.
It's crazy how much of the Bible you haven't read. That you've made all these
I've read
assumptions
all-
about
I've
what you
read all
think
the
the
way to
Bible says, but
Thessalonians.
you've never actually read the Bible to see where
I've
it
read
contradicts
it.
all of
I've read
your
it. You don't
preconceived
understand.
notions about the Bible. Like you've assumed that what you were told about the Bible is true before
I
having
wasn't
actually
told anything.
read
I read
before
the Bible.
even reading the Bible. If you had actually studied the
Yeah.
Bible, you would find out that nothing you thought about the Bible even makes sense, which is why in Psalm 78 it talks about the manna from heaven being the food of the angels. They actually ate it. And Leviticus talks about the offerings being literal daily
Bruh,
meals for
you
Yahweh.
got scammed for a degree, bro.
I certainly didn't.
They literally
Which is why I
scammed
can show you
You
like
need
the
to- you
origin
need to go sue- you
of
need to sue
of
them.
all of these points
You need to go get your money
within
back.
history and within the actual
think God
culture
is
in which the
physical?
text was written. Yeah,
So
just
you
says
think
so.
God is physical, which means you're
the Bible says
contingent
he is.
on. No, it. Oh my.
See, this is the problem. You're trying to take bad philosophical arguments and force it on the Bible, and it's
not a
just never going to work
philosophical argument, bro.
because it
It's our
disagrees with the
reality.
Bible. Can God change his mind?
You're jumping all over the place.
Can God
bro.
change his mind?
Oh my gosh.
By the way, the
God's
answer is supposed to be
mind.
no.
God's mind does not change. He is
Oh,
eternal.
then why does he change his mind in Exodus 32?
Bro, just so you don't understand what you're reading, he doesn't change his mind in Exodus
It
22.
literally
says, yes,
verbatim
it
says that he
changed-
does.
Verbatim, it says he changed his mind. It's an expression for humans to understand what's happening.
To understand what? What's happening? I think what's happening is he's changing his mind. Have you bothered to read the passage before you said
what's
something stupid
happening-
about it?
What's happening is
You don't even know the
when Moses
context.
comes-
He's
this
going
is
to tell me
when
the
Moses
context. He
comes
doesn't even know what
back
happened.
down. So this is when Moses comes back down from Mount Sinai, correct? And he sees that people are worshiping the goat and calf, and God was wrathful, and Moses prays.
Already happened.
And it
Yep.
says God changed his mind.
You got it. Yeah, God did change his mind. What did he change his mind about?
Right, but that's not. It's not literal.
What did
It's for
he change his
humans
mind
to
about?
Understand. He didn't change his mind. It was
Oh.
in his will to be merciful.
No, then he lied. See, that's the
mean,
catch-22 with this
gang.
passage is
It-
he
it-
either changed his mind or he lied because it says, "Let me alone so that my wrath may burn hot against them and I may consume them, and of you I will make a great nation," which didn't happen. So he issued a threat, and then he didn't carry through the threat.
So Israel wasn't a great nation in the Semitic region.
Israel didn't come from Moses.
Oh my gosh, bro!
You understand
They
he's
got
talking to
you, bro.
Moses?
They
It says,
got you. If I
"Let
if I
me
scam
alone
people,
so
I
that
would do
my
exactly
wrath
what
may
this
burn
dude
hot
does.
against them." Do you think them is referring to Moses or against the
that's the
Israelites
play right
that
there.
are not Moses?
That's the play right there.
Who do you think's going to be? Who do you think's going to be destroyed in this passage?
Get people to pay.
Who do you think is going to get destroyed in this passage?
Get people to pay for a
Who do you think is going to get destroyed in this passage?
That's the play.
You can't even answer. Who do you think God wants to destroy in this passage? Is it Moses or the other people?
Bro, you're all over the place.
So he can't do it.
Do you understand that?
I'm asking you a specific question
you
about the
passage
that you actually are unable to read. It's a very easy question.
I don't need
is
to read,
God
I've
going to
already been
destroy
through it.
Moses, or is he going to destroy the other people?
You keep saying I'm not going to answer, and I'm scared to answer. But
It's actually really easy. The Lord said to Moses, "I have seen this people, how stiff-necked they are. Now let me alone, so that my wrath may burn hot against them, and I might consume them. And of you I will make a great nation." So he's saying, I'm going to consume these Israelites and leave you standing and make a nation out of you. That's what he said. What's it mean to consume them with fire?
If God is real,
He'll never answer. He's such a coward. What a coward.
No, I'm just saying we've been going through this.
He's
whole
terrified
time.
of ever actually addressing the text. The problem is I do get it. You're just not honest enough to actually engage with the text. And as it turns out, all of the academic study agrees with me. You haven't done one single cursory study on anything you've ever touched in this entire debate so far. And you haven't even once addressed anything that is in the academic literature. Not once. You don't even know what's in the academic literature.
You're just,
it is pretty wild. So it says here in my study Bible, I don't know, you probably don't have a real study Bible. You have some like bullshit like ESV life application study Bible. I actually have a real study Bible here that talks about the passage. Do you want to see what it says about the passage? Do you want to see what it says? It says, God angrily resolves to destroy the Israelites and start over with Moses. Weird how the scholars in the Oxford Annotated Bible agree with me. It's almost like you've never read any literature.
Yeah, it's almost like I've never read any literature.
Okay, so was God threatening to kill the Israelites here or no?
First off, is God synonymous with the Bible?
Is God threatening to kill the Israelites here?
Are you going to answer the question or no?
Is God threatening to kill the Israelites here?
It's so bad faith.
Why would I answer your question when you won't engage with reading the passage?
You're not trying to,
imagine bringing up a passage and just flat out refusing to even engage with what the passage said. I'm asking you a very easy question. What does God threaten to do in this passage?
Again, bro. We've been through this for
he's never going to answer. Okay, so tell you what, since you're not going to answer my question, you just came here to preach and sound like you know things that you don't.
I came here to
I'll give you, I know you have all the answers, so I'm going to give you, I'm sure you are, yeah. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to clear up my understanding. Go ahead, I'll give you 2 minutes uninterrupted, and you can tell me about my hard heart and how you're right and I'm wrong, and I'll let you have the last word since I talked over you the whole time.
Okay, thank you. And I only need 2 minutes.
Now, I know, you're not going to get it. You got about 2 seconds. All right, let's move on to maybe a real adult, and after we get some super chats, and we'll keep things rolling. TL Pineapple, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, how bad the smoke been for you? It hurts to breathe here in Michigan. Also, go blue. I say this with love, Pineapple. Fuck Michigan, but I love you. The smoke's pretty bad here, and it's not pretty. I purposely have not gone outside much since the smoke arrived. It's not great, but it is what it is. You know, it happens from time to time. I guess we're gonna have to put more tariffs on Canada. I'm just fucking around. I don't know. Hard work says Jesus is sinless, but self-unalived. True. Suicide. Well. It's not clear that suicide is a sin, actually. But you're right, he did self-unalive. I wonder how it is meaningful to say that he was perfect when he isn't held to the same standard as us. Well, hard work, this is the other problem. You can't say that Jesus was sinless if you also said that he's God, because definitionally, God can't sin, right? So if God can't sin and Jesus is God, what the fuck is good? Why would we say that Jesus is special because he didn't sin? He's a fucking God. He can't sin. This is stupid. And Jay's Krust Fuss says, damn, Jesus sent in the D team today. I guess he's resting his top tier players for the big game on Sunday. That's what it is. Yeah, he's got get his Sunday erection going since we've been waiting for 2,000 years to see some kind of climax. Rogerio, thank you for the super chat. Hey, Justin, I believe religion is like a cane for some, and they simply cannot live without it, without this imaginary support. Do you agree? Thank you so much for being awesome. Well, thank you, Rogerio. I do believe that some people can live without religion. What I also believe is that some people, because of their upbringing, it's difficult for them to leave religion, right? If they had grown up without the religion in the first place, it probably wouldn't be an issue, right? So I'll grant that leaving religion can really fuck some people up, but we would have been better off having the religion in the first place, and we wouldn't have to worry about ripping it from people. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I would say about that. But I do believe there are some people who are religious that we don't have to worry about. Like I've got some family members who are religious, perfectly pleasant, nice people. They're not going to hurt anybody with their religion. I don't spend any time worrying about what's going on with them. As long as they're being kind, loving people, I'm not going to, you should be an atheist. No point in that, right? Germs Rural Selena, thank you for the super chat, friend, and for being a member for over a year. As a U.S. Army combat veteran, if I let my battle buddy walk into a minefield knowing in advance that it was there, I would be charged for negligent homicide at the least and end up in Leavenworth. Yeah, I'm glad Carnage sent me the right word for this legally. You're right. Yeah, I mean, this type of negligence is akin to murder. Now, you can squabble all day about whether or not you want to apply the exact word murder or some other word to it, but it's fucking horrific. It's unjust, any way you slice it. And Harry says, I'm a deconstructed born-again Christian. But you're a deconstructed born-again Christian? You mean you were a born-again Christian, now you're not? And anti-theist for 1.5 years. I'm now a channel member. Fuck yeah, join the Patreon. You have helped me. Are you a fan of the great Christopher Hitchens? Well, thank you, Harry. I really appreciate that. And to answer your question, I do like Hitchens. I personally, I would say one thing about Hitch. I think sometimes Hitch was like needlessly aggressive, but not a ton. Like I would say that the times that I've seen him be that way versus the other times are pretty slim. Other than that, I really like him. Although he did go really, really hard after Mother Teresa in what I would say is maybe a little bit dishonest. Like, I know a lot of people want to shit on Mother Teresa because like what she was doing didn't meet their standards. Like a lot of people think Mother Teresa was like running a hospital over there. She wasn't. She was specifically running a place for dying people to have respect in their death. She wasn't healing people. She wasn't saving lives. She gave dying people a place to stay, people who had nowhere to go, and let them die with dignity. That's basically it. That's all it was. You can't be mad at her because she didn't like treat people like it was a hospital. She wasn't even legally allowed to. She couldn't give medication. She couldn't give drugs. She had no licenses to behave like a hospital. It is what it is. So, but Hitchens was the one who popularized this idea that Mother Teresa was an evil human being because look at what she's doing. She could have sent these people to a hospital and they might have lived. Well, fucking the hospitals turned them away and they didn't want to live. That's why they ended up at her place. So that's my only real complaint with Hitch. J. Piepeteri, thank you for the super chat, friend, and for being a new member. Hey, Justin, are you familiar with Francesca Stravocapoulou? I am. She's a PhD in Hebrew Bible and wrote a book called God and Anatomy, all about how Yahweh had a physical body. You nailed it. Yes, it's a great book, and this is just a scholarly consensus. This is not something that people debate anymore. This is just known in the ancient Near East. The gods had bodies. That's why Esther Hamori wrote a book on this a long time ago. If I remember correctly, it started out as her PhD dissertation. It's just called When Gods Were Men. And it describes the time period in the Bronze Age. And prior to that, where gods were just believed to have bodies, which is why in the Baal cycle and the other Canaanite literature and Israelite literature, Elohim, the god, he drinks, he eats, he even gets drunk. He has feasts with his children on Mount Zaphon. I mean, it's just what they did. And Martin, thank you so much for the super chat, says, I have ascended into heaven on Spirit Airlines. Rip. Oh, you know what? Don't do that. They'll cut the rug out like in the middle of the flight, Spirit Airlines. You don't want to be fucking around with them. And Reverend Nate, good to see you, friend, says, why would you bring this up if it was wrong? Came back to bite this clown in the ass. Bruv has backpedaled enough through every wall in the house. Yeah. Listen, plus, I was quick to assert that I quoted him the wrong verse and that he shouldn't look that up, and I was wrong about it. Because sometimes, you know what, you just get the wrong verse and you have to backtrack and be like, you know what, I got the wrong verse. You know, I said the wrong thing. And he couldn't handle it, apparently. Greg, hey, thank you for the super difference, says, I love when you completely destroy a theist argument and they respond with exactly like I was saying, embarrassing as hell. That's the funny part is, not only was he dumb, he was so dumb, he thought he was cooking as he was being cooked. It was rough. Sam's a bark, hey, good to see your friend, says, in the Bible, he'll look with Mr. Justin tonight, defend God's book with Mr. Justin tonight, but he'll get cooked with Mr. Justin tonight because it's too darn hot. That's what's happening. Those wildfire smokes that you've been breathing in is this pleasing aroma of theists being cooked tonight. And Fiona, hey, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Infinity itself looks flat and uninteresting. I agree. Looking up into the sky is looking into infinity. Distance is incomprehensible and therefore meaningless. Douglas Adams nailed it. By every ancient person, until they could go up to the skies or even get telescopes, the ancient people literally believed that everything was just right there. You can turn around. It just looks like everything was contained under a dome. So they thought that it was, and they wrote about it. The ancient rabbis wrote about what the dome was made of, how thick it was, what shape it was. The ancient Egyptians did the same thing. In fact, here's from Bereshit Rabbah, chapter 4 in the Talmud. It says, the thickness of the earth is equivalent to the thickness of the firmament. As it is stated, he who sits over the circuit of the earth, Isaiah 40:22, in the circuit of the heavens, he makes his way, Job 22:14. The word chug prove a verbal analogy. In the name of Rabbi Hanina, it is like a sheet of metal. Rabbi Yehoshua bar Rabbi Nehemiah said, it is approximately 2 or 3 finger breadths thick. They literally went on great lengths to describe what it was made out of, how thick it was, how God lived on top of the firmament if there was water up there. In fact, you can find that, let's see, they talk about it being suspended. Let me find it. Oh, too many waters in here. There we go. It says in the Talmud, it says, and the waters were above the firmament in Genesis 1:7, and it indicates that the upper waters were suspended above the firmament by the word of God. Because they're answering, how does God live up there, right? It says, Rabbi Phineas, in the name of Rabbi Yehoshua, equivalent to the space between the earth and the firmament, referring to thickness, is the distance between the firmament and the upper waters. So the upper waters and the firmament have a distance. It says, let there be a firmament in the depths of the water at the midpoint between them. Rabbi Tanhuma said, I will say the source. Had it been stated that God made the firmament and he divided between the waters that were on the firmament, I would have said that the upper waters rest directly upon the firmament. But since it says that the waters that were above the firmament indicates that the waters are suspended above the firmament by God's word. Easy enough. And that's how they figured out that God could live at the top of the firmament. Greg says, the stars visible to the naked eye are only a local pocket out of 3% of our galaxy, not out to infinity. That's actually a good point, Greg. We actually can't see infinitely into space. We're actually limited with our naked eye. And yeah, nailed it, actually. And Russell, thank you for the 666, says, you've cooked the caller so thoroughly, he's suffering from bropium overdose. But he just keeps coming back for more. Incredible. You know, it is funny when you find somebody that is like banging their head on the wall so many times that you think their skull is split open, and then even after like their brain cavity is spilling out goo, they're still doing it. It's pretty wild. pretty wild. 49 Perfect's good to see you, friend. Says, theists never understand what you're saying so long as they decide they don't. You nailed it. And remember, they always have the powerful retort of, nuh-uh. So don't forget about that. And also from Greg says, the 2-minute uninterrupted bit never gets old. They fall for it every time, and it makes me giggle. You know what? I never envisioned that they would fall for it so many times. And to me, it's always fun, always a good time. And I'm just going to grab 2 more Super Chats, friends, and then we're going to get our next guest in here. We got a bunch of people waiting to get in. From our YouTube queue, Prisoner Fan, great to see you. Thank you for being a member. When was the last time a caller said, geez, Justin, thank you. I learned something new right now instead of nuh-uh. Rock hard for Doug and Team Volta. You know what, Prisoner Fan, it's been a while. It does happen from time to time, but it does, happen rarely. And from Daniel De La Noche, good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. If God didn't have a body, making us in his image and likeness wouldn't make any sense. Phil Bros think he's just a locationless spirit, LOL. Which is actually funny. We wasted 45 minutes on this. He was literally trying to say that there are 2 heavens, right? In the Old Testament, Elijah ascended into the physical heaven, but God and Jesus were together in the non-physical heaven. Unfortunately, that can't work because Elijah's not up there. Clown. Have you seen Elijah in the clouds? Do you see a fiery chariot over there? And of course the answer is no, which is why he has to say dumb stuff after that. Well, it's a metaphor. It doesn't really mean heaven. He didn't really go up in a fiery chariot. You have to do all these gymnastics to get around just what it plainly says. Let's see. Total POS. All right, so I'm going to grab, it looks like 2 people. First is going to be Dominic from the YouTube queue. They were here first. And then while I'm doing that, I'm also going to grab my buddy Mac Luster, and we're going to get Mac on stage. Welcome in, Mac. Oh, we lost him.
I had to switch my Bluetooth off.
Oh, no worries. Good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, kind of forgot I was in the queue. I was trying to get up there so bad when Sabi was up there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Was that your first encounter with him?
Never even seen him, no. He's been around?
God, dude. Yeah. He hangs out in lower circuit. But he does just as poorly. It's crazy how his brain works.
He picked the wrong day to come up to the upper circuit, I guess.
It's funny because he said I have the spirit, but if he had the spirit, he wouldn't have to ask where verses were.
True. The New Testament says that the Spirit will lead you in all truth, but that should include Bible verses. Where are they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll help you recall, too. Yeah.
What good is the Holy Spirit if you can't even find the verse you need?
Yeah. Talk about getting a refund.
Right. I hope you didn't pay much for that.
You got scammed.
Can you get your 10% back with interest? Okay.
Yeah, he's one of the really frustrating ones. Not because he's good at what he does, but because he's like the pigeon on the chessboard.
Yeah, he never shuts up.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's weird to me, and this is the last thing I'll say, I'll get the guest up here, but people will get in here and they'll not shut up. And then, obviously, you know what's going to happen. If they're not going to let me talk, no fucking way I'm going to let them talk. And then they get mad that I won't let them talk. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to talk? You should have came in here acting not like a clown if you wanted to talk.
Yeah. Is that not fun when you don't get to talk?
It's wild. I'm more than happy to let people talk. But the starting point typically is that they have let me talk on my own program.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, well. Nevertheless, neither here nor there. Give me 1 second. I've just pulled up I got to put, I didn't do it yet. And this is on me. I forgot to crop in the TikTok screen so that people can see the TikTok guest on YouTube. And apologies, friends, for not getting that done yet. It just was one of those things. I kind of ran out of time. But we'll get it fixed up here, and we'll make things happen. But I think, as far as I can tell, that Dominic was next in line. So give me a second, and we'll get Dominic in here. All right. Welcome in, Dominic. Are you at least 18?
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
All right, one second.
you
Your
hear me?
audio is
Can you hear me?
well, it's okay. It's just a pinch quiet. So give me a second, and I'll get you hooked up. I do have I should have the ability to bump your volume up a little bit. All right, let's try it now.
Hey, can you hear me better?
I can hear you some. We should be okay. I'll see if I can adjust your volume a little bit louder as we go. But in the audience, you all can hear him, right? Can you hear him, Mac?
Yeah, it's a little quiet, but it's audible. Like if there's not too much else going on, I should be able to hear him. Okay.
Okay. So
Sweet.
not a problem. So you are at least 18, so we're good there. And are you a Bible believer?
I am. Yeah.
Okay. And do you agree or disagree with the prompt on the screen?
I am a Christian, and as everything I've read so far, I do not hate God's word. I'm not an apologist. In fact, my reading of the Bible is more recent. I've considered myself a Christian for a long time, and only recently, in the past year, have I realized I didn't know nearly as much as I should, and I started really reading, but I'm still missing a number of books that I'm trying to get through. So at the moment, a lot of the New Testament, the Gospels, the Pauline epistles, Genesis, Leviticus, Numbers. Exodus, Numbers, and I have not finished Deuteronomy yet. And then I jumped around a little bit, like Daniel and Job and Joshua.
Okay, fair enough. So my thesis here tonight is something akin to, I believe that Christians, and I wouldn't say all Christians, I want to be careful, I don't want to impugn all Christians, but Christians in general kind of have a bit of disdain for God's word. And I think this is pretty evident in how they treat the Bible when it's read. I think it's evident in how they react to particular Bible verses and different things like that. And I've mostly so far been trying to prove my case by, just reading the Bible and seeing how people react.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that either. I popped in maybe like 45 minutes ago, and I've never watched your channel before. But that was hard to listen to, and I thought he was pretty disrespectful. So on behalf of Christians, I got to apologize. But even across the different denominations, I noticed that there are weird sticking points with especially Catholics have weird sticking points where you read the wrong verse and they cringe. I would hope to believe that I'm a biblical Christian or an Orthodox Christian. I guess sometimes I have trouble distinguishing between the two. I've definitely seen Christians that hold fast to their beliefs but then backpedal when it interferes with what they personally think is morally wrong. So I definitely agree that there are plenty of Christians that I do think, at least dislike a portion of what they're claiming to believe.
Yeah. Okay. So I would say maybe the second prong, if I can use the word prong, maybe the second prong of kind of my thesis is that another reason why I think I can say that Christians hate the Bible is because they refuse to read it. Now, I haven't really done a lot of debate on that topic tonight because it might be a little pedantic to do so. But I do think that it's true. I think it's weird to me that so many Christians, especially people who have been Christians for a very long time, just refuse to read the book. But again, I don't want to waste a bunch of time on that. I would say that there is one particular topic, I think, and there's a lot of topics I can go to. There's one particular topic I think that is universally hated by Christians, not necessarily by Jews, but by Christians, which is the fact that the God of the Bible, not Paul, okay, but the God of the Bible said to follow the laws of Moses forever. And Christians won't do it. They won't follow Moses' law unless you're part, Seventh-day Adventist, or you're some part of Hebrew roots movement that still follows the law. What do you say? Do you follow the law?
I would say I try. As far as whether you're talking about like ceremonial law or moral law, like the Ten Commandments, I believe that we are all supposed to follow the Ten Commandments. And I think that just about every one of us can say that we've fallen short at some time. But yeah, I do believe we're supposed to, and I think any Christian that abandons that completely probably isn't a Christian. And I hold fast to the belief that Jesus Christ took his, or not took his life, but gave up his life as the ultimate sacrifice. And in at least from what I've studied so far, it seems to mirror God walking down the aisle in Genesis, saying, hey, if I break, if this covenant is broken, I'm going to bear the penalty for you. At least that's what I've taken from that when he walks through down the aisle with the animal parts on each side.
So I might agree with you something. So I kind of think that hold on, I'm hearing that the caller has some echoes, and that might be on me. Give me 1 second, friends. Let me make sure I didn't
It's on YouTube, is what I'm hearing.
Oh, not on TikTok. All right, I probably just turned the wrong audio channel on real quick. Let me make sure I'm not sending the guest audio to YouTube twice. That would be on me. 1 second. All right, so I got the guest going to me. I have the guest not going back to himself. I have the guest going to TikTok. And I have the guest going over to the YouTube audience. But it might actually just be duplicating. I have a sneaky suspicion. Duplicating the YouTube audience. Let me check something. All right, go ahead real quick for me, friend, and Dominic, and say something.
Yeah, is this better?
I can hear you. YouTube, did you hear him? We'll give him a second to respond. If there's an echo just on you, that usually just means your audio is like getting doubled somewhere. And that's usually an accidental problem that I created. We'll see. I'm hearing better from some people on YouTube. I'm hearing better. Fixed? Okay, we should be good. Yeah, there's an accidental duplication here of your audio. Not that big of a deal. I'll address that bug after the stream is done. Okay, so I greatly apologize. What was the last thing we said before we had to address the echo?
We were talking about
the law.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I might agree with you a little bit that part of what I think Jesus could or could not be saying in regards to the law is that you may be possibly released from some of the punishment when you don't follow the law, like if you fail, right? But my reading of Jesus' words and of his Father's words are that he wants you to follow the law. And when I say law, I mean the law is not commandments. Do we agree or disagree on that?
I agree. I absolutely agree that he wants us to follow the law. And if anything, I think the law, I've heard people say this before, but that the law should be kind of the mirror, because you look at the law and you're like, well, I messed up there. Oh, I messed up there. Like, I'm trying to follow it, but I know I've messed up. And that's reading the law is just showing me that I am not holding up to his standards, in my opinion.
Okay. So if Jesus wants you to follow the law, we would probably conclude that the law is good.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, James would say so too, right? James and Paul both say that law is good, right? Okay. So
It's been a while since I've read James. I read that like 6 months ago, and I do apologize if I do have gaps in knowledge, but I did read James about 6 months ago.
Okay. So I think the problem that we're going to have here is that I'm pretty familiar with the law. So when I read the law and then I read those laws to Christians, they really don't like them. Like they'll say, yes, all the laws of God are good, right? And then I read them the laws and they're like, oh, actually, that law's not good, or well, that law was temporary, or different things like that. So that's, I'm not a betting man, but I'm suspecting that once we get in to read some of these laws, you might feel the same way. Want to read some of them?
Leviticus is, I've read through it, and every now and then, you cringe a little bit, but then I try and think about what was going on at the time, like especially a lot of the laws. It seemed like, or at least a third of the laws seemed it was trying to protect us, especially laws that had to do with purity and, making sure people were outside of the camp for a number of days where it looked like they might have some sort of skin infection. It seemed like the priests were playing the role of a doctor, and the law was to help the civilization from dying off from disease. And then I think other parts of the law, and this is just me from reading it, so I could be way off the mark. But it seemed like every time the Israelites, just continuously rebelled, God was delivering some more rules to be like, all right, well, you need to obey, so I'm gonna put some more stuff on you guys, and I would really like you to follow my laws and obey them, because I mean, it did seem like laws were added continuously through Leviticus, correct?
Kind of. Yeah, they get added while they're at Mount Sinai, and there's a number of laws that get added at the base of the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, though, the problem is the laws are more than just ceremonial, right? So we've got a number of laws in there that I would say, how would I word it, are horrific. And when I read them to callers, they pretty quickly start to squirm and say like, well, does it mean what it says? Or I'll give you an example. Right. So if we go to Leviticus 25, there's specifically a verse in here that it sounds to me like if God's law code is perfect and eternal, that it's going to be problematic. And so I'll give you the passage. In fact, give me a second. I'll put it on the screen. There you go. Although I got to move this box real quick. All right. So this is God giving them instructions for the year of Jubilee and how to treat their own fellow Hebrews. Says, if any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children and their children with them shall go out from your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property. For they are my servants, who I brought out of the land of Egypt, and they shall not be sold as slaves are sold. You shall not rule over them with harshness, but you shall fear your God. So right off the bat, you're like, hey, that's kind of nice. He's telling the Israelites not to enslave each other. So cool. But the problem is the very next verse. It says, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land, and they may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. To me, this is like, I don't know, it seemed problematic. And I think it might be problematic because, typically when I talk to Christians about this passage, they really want it to say something other than what it actually says. What do you make of it?
No, I think a lot of times in the Old Testament, and I apologize if it sounds like I'm yelling. I know there's it's soft over there, so I'm trying to kind of speak loudly into the computer. But I think he was trying to, slowly bring them out of where they were. And I think that's why you had mentioned to the other fella you were speaking with that God changes his mind or grows over time. I think it was more he was trying to give us steps to get to a better place. And like that's my interpretation from reading it is that, if he didn't take the steps, then the people may not have followed the way he wanted them to follow. He wanted to save as many people as he can. He wanted to lead his creation. So I think, especially with the slavery stuff, which I don't blame anybody for wincing at that. And correct me if I'm wrong. I know you're a lot more educated than I am, especially about Hebrew culture. But slaves in that point in time were compensated, correct? When they say slaves, they mean no. I've heard people say
No.
that in that time it was more synonymous with paid servants, even though they probably weren't paid that much. Is that correct, or am I off the mark with that?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not. So, slave is like a blanket term in the ancient Near East. Most of them didn't get paid. So, there's a word in Hebrew, shakir, which refers to a hired worker. And then there's other words that refer to like something in between. So, in French, we have this phrase, corvée labor, which refers to somebody who's like conscripted to provide a certain amount of labor and output, but they're not physically owned as property. But if you don't provide the work or the output, you might, get arrested or killed. But that's somewhere in between. And then there's like a hired laborer where you're like contracted to produce a certain amount of work. And, you could abandon your post, but then you would abandon your contract and then you would be punished for abandoning your contract. That's typically a shakir. In Hebrew, though, the word eved and amah, eved for typically men and amah for women, just is a generic term referring to anybody who is in the act of service, whether they're getting paid or not. And sometimes you just have to kind of look at the context to figure out what they mean. Are they referring to somebody who's being paid or not? And typically the dividing line is whether or not they're free to go and whether or not they're owned. If they're owned as property, they're paid, you don't have any requirement to pay your property.
Okay, correct. Yeah, I didn't know if it was more like an indentured servitude, where they were essentially paying their way and then they were done. So yes, I am absolutely following you. I guess this is kind of a hypothetical, but let's say hypothetical, you believed in the resurrection and heaven. Case, life seem awfully small. It would seem very short compared to eternity. So for someone who truly believes in the Bible, and you do believe that heaven is eternal, and that God in a short period of time was trying to reach as many people first within the Israelites and then later through the Gentiles, that trying to connect with them in a way that didn't alienate them from the start and lose all of them seems almost like if hypothetically you believe that, then I would understand why he wasn't trying to, like, let's say he was like, okay, you can't have slaves. Then everyone said, okay, well, screw you. we don't want anything to do with you. And then everyone dies. And if there was a heaven, then that's the end. So I guess I know that's a little bit of reaching. But like I said, if I personally do believe in heaven, I believe in the resurrection. As I mentioned before, even reading Leviticus, every now and then, I have a moment where I cringe a little bit too. And
Well, why is it
that
necessary? Sorry to interrupt. Why is it necessary to let them own slaves to get to heaven? What's that? Why is that a requirement?
I'm thinking more it's like to just where they are in their development as a nation and what they believe at the time. And like they said, this is 100% speculation. So, this is not something that I've read anywhere. This is me speculating and trying to think that if I had, let's say I had created a nation and I had all these followers, and every single time I did something great for them, they rebelled. And I'm thinking, okay, I got these guys, sifting through my hands. Can I make moral steps to get them where I want them to be? Or do I say, here's everything right now, how I want you to be, and it's so far away from how they were living that they all turn away from me permanently at the same time, and then the mission is over,
If you had to speculate, how many slaves would you think? How many slaves would you guess they had when they got the law?
I actually have no idea. Do you know that?
Yeah, I'm guessing it's pretty close to zero. Right, because they were slaves themselves, and then they were wandering in the desert.
In Egypt.
Where are they getting slaves? Right, and then they end up at Sinai, and they get the law, and the next chapter after the 10 Commandments is telling you like how severely you can beat your slave, and how you make your daughter a slave, and how you make a Hebrew a slave permanently. You turn a Hebrew into a chattel slave, and that's all right next to the 10 Commandments. So I'm curious, like, if your contention is like they had this practice, and then they would have been like hesitant to sign on with God because he had these rules, but when they got these rules, they were wandering. They didn't have slaves, so he could have just said, "Don't get slaves."
Yeah, potentially. And I don't know if that was forethought for when they started going in and conquering nations. And he was just trying to ensure that anyone who was conquered and brought into slavery was treated maybe semi-decently. So that's the only thing I could think of.
So instead of saying like when you go conquer, maybe, I don't know, like don't go conquer, or like don't take slaves, or don't do genocides. But instead he's like, here's how you do like a nice genocide.
I mean, that sounds terrible to agree with that, but like I said, if you believe what is written, this is going down to if you believe what is written, and these people were actually awful people, then I always try and think of what if I was God, what I would be thinking. He created Adam and Eve. They fell. They rebelled. And then everyone down the line rebelled, except for Noah. He pretty much listened to what God wanted him to do. As far as unless I'm missing something.
What did the people of Noah's time rebel against?
Noah himself?
They rebelled against Noah?
No. I'm sorry. I apologize. It's a little soft for me too, so I got my ear to the speaker.
So I said, what did the people of Noah's time rebel against?
They were rebelling against God.
How?
Well, at that time,
did he give them commandments? Did he tell them how to behave?
At that point, I think it was more they stopped believing in God, and they were just committing atrocities.
Where's that written?
That I don't know, and I'm not afraid to say I don't know. So.
And it sounds highly speculative.
Oh yeah, and unfortunately, I think that's what a lot of it is going to be, a little bit speculative. I know there are great apologists that do a lot of this research. I happen to see this. I just wanted to chime in. I'm not claiming to be anything more than I am someone who's read at this point maybe 3/8 of the Bible. I know I have a long way to go before, so I do apologize if I'm missing knowledge, so I'm happy to be educated though. I love hearing this stuff, and this is great that you're having this awesome dialogue with people.
Yeah, I don't know, like the repeated rebellion thing, like, I don't know, doesn't really move the needle much for me. But I mean, like, I don't know, like, if okay, so let's say slavery was an institution, he's trying to soften it or whatever. Um, do you feel the same way about rape? Like,
Uh,
was rape an institution that he had to soften?
no, I mean I don't unless I'm missing something horribly. Like I don't remember anything that I've read except for whose sister was raped and they
Uh,
Yeah,
there, there
that
was
that would
a
be
Tamar by
Tamar,
Amnon.
and then there was Dinah, I believe,
Yeah,
and the
right?
brothers went
yep.
after. Yeah.
That was Shechem, yeah, assault. Well, maybe assaulted Tamar, and then the brothers,
Yeah.
Simeon and Levi, went and fucked up the town.
Yeah, so it seemed like they were condemning rape.
Oh yeah, but that's not what I was talking about. I was talking about the God's laws, because remember we're talking about the law, right?
Oh, I
So when you get to
apologize. Which
Deuteronomy, yeah. So when you get to Deuteronomy 21, right, and it tells you that you can, have a captive, right? When you killed her parents, right, and you see a beautiful girl in the the line of captives, and you want her for yourself, you just you take her to your house and you shave her head and you trim her nails, and you take her captive garb, right? So, and then she mourns her parents, and then after 30 days of her mourning her parents that you killed, or at least took part in their killing, then you could just go into her, right? I don't think I have to explain what that means, right? So I guess the question would be like, can captives give consent?
I mean, uh, you know, I obviously, in this time period, that as civilized, much more civilized people, I would say absolutely not. I think rape is a horrible thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm actually reading this right now because, as I had mentioned earlier, Deuteronomy was one I had. I'm almost done with Numbers, so I'm about to get into Deuteronomy next. So I apologize. I'm just reading this over if that's okay.
Fine.
Yeah, no problem. We'll go to the next chapter in a minute because it gets worse.
Yeah, 22 is kind of a doozy there, Mac.
It's tough. You get to do a lot of tap dancing with meanings if you want
Yeah.
this God to seem good. Seize means hug. Seize means sweet talk.
Okay, yeah, I'm reading this right now.
Mm-hmm.
Contextually,
I think he said he's in Numbers, right? We might talk about Numbers 31 next, but go ahead, buddy.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah. So I'm reading this right now. I don't know the context around it, so I'm just reading it's verse 10. It looks like 10 to 14. So
Yep,
I just
10 to
read through
14.
that. At least from what I read, because I read Joshua semi recently, and a lot of times it was, kill everybody.
Yeah.
So maybe in this case this was almost like a mercy, and I have a different translation than you. It doesn't say go into her. It says you may go to her and be her husband. So maybe I have a different translation.
Yeah, that's a softening.
Yeah, is that like the NLT?
or something? Yeah, we both guessed NLT.
I threw this up real quick. No, this is NIV, New International Version.
Oh, yeah. That was my second guess. Yeah, they like to do some soft. Which is funny though, because we go to the next chapter in the NIV, it legit says like rape.
True.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, so I mean, I think you would agree that captives can't consent. Like, well, when it says when you go to her and be her husband, like being the husband means they're having sex.
Yeah,
Like, you don't
I mean,
become
it wasn't. I mean, back then, even not too long ago in India, it wasn't that long ago. I don't know if they still practice. I don't think they still do. But I mean, the parents chose who you were going to marry. You really didn't have a choice.
Oh no, her parents were dead.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm drawing,
Yeah.
I guess, a poorly
Yeah.
drawn line between the two.
Well, not to
Yeah.
interrupt, but I do, just for clarification purpose, it does use the word for to go or come or enter. Bo is the root word, and it's just the second person singular. So you will go is what you have here, tavo. So you would go into her. You would come
Enter.
into her. Yeah. So I would say there might be some flexibility with this word, but I think the way that it's used is probably
Is there flexibility in being her husband? Like, doesn't that also
exactly
it's like
yeah. Yeah, no, you got it right. When it comes to being the husband, you're gonna. That's why most translations say go into rather than go to, right? Because that's how you make somebody your wife. Also, it actually would be a little bit redundant in the sentence structure to say go to. It actually be like go to twice would be in the sentence structure. It makes sense to say go into her, because then you'd the pronouns attached. Typically, you want the pronoun attached to the verb, but in this particular case, it's actually just a completely separate pronoun that's attached to the adverb. Sorry, it's a whole thing, but that explains why most translations say "go into her," is just because of the sentence structure and the typical use of the word.
Gotcha. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. Do you have thoughts on? I'm sorry. What was his name? Brian?
Dominic?
Dominic.
Yeah,
Okay, sorry.
yeah, Dominic.
Sorry about that. Did you have more thoughts on this one?
You know, and like I said, I'm not super well versed in a lot of the Bible. You know, I'm trying to learn as much as I can, as quick as I can.
Sure.
So as far as this goes, you know, if I had to make a guess, I would say it was probably a product of the time, and if anything, at that time when they you know, conquered a nation, maybe women were treated way worse, and this was God trying to be like, yo, you can't do that. Like, you can take her as your wife, but you have to. And you know, in the Bible, it does have specific commandments about honoring your wife, not commandment, but you're supposed to honor your wife, just like your wife is supposed to obey her husband, and then you honor her wife. It's supposed to be a partnership.
The wife submits. The wife is
The what?
commanded to submit. The husband is not, right?
The husband's he is supposed to honor her.
Yeah, not submit.
Yeah. No,
Right.
no,
I
it
mean,
does. It
that's-
does say, yeah. It does say that.
So, like, if he
that
wants
husband
something,
is supposed to
they're
be the
going
head of
to
the
do it.
household. Yeah.
Yeah,
What's
like
that?
if he wants something, they're going to do it.
Yeah. That was definitely what it said in the
Can you go to the next chapter?
Yeah. We're in chapter 22.
No,
And,
I want Dominic to read it.
Yeah, you want
this-
verse 28 and 29?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, here we got
Here,
you.
hold on. Let me see if I could go to the next.
Because I want to hear it from the NIV.
Deuteronomy. You said 22. Wait, no, 28.
Yeah, the next chapter, 22, right? Verses 28 and 29.
22, 28, 29. 28. Okay, I got it. If a man happens to meet a virgin who is not pledged to be married and rapes her, and they are discovered, he shall pay her father 50 shekels of silver. He must marry the young woman, for he has violated her. He can never divorce her as long as he lives. A man is not to marry his father's wife. He must not dishonor his father's bed.
Right. So specifically 28 and 29, right? This man comes upon a virgin, rapes her, and now his punishment is that he has to pay the father 50 shekels and marry this girl that he raped. So now her situation is that now she is married for life to the person who raped her and just continually gets raped for the rest of her life, essentially.
I don't think that necessarily takes away from punishment. I think this is like, hey, if you do this, you have to do this, and you have to be willing to marry her. But I don't think that's saying that there's not going to be any other punishment involved there. Like we mentioned in the other chapters,
It
you know,
does.
it definitely seemed like
This
it
is
was
the
okay to
entirety of
beat
it,
the heck
Dominic.
out of him, huh?
This is the entirety of the punishment. He has to marry her. He can't divorce her. Right?
Yeah,
Like,
but wasn't
if-
it prior to this that, like I said, the girl was raped and
No,
and
this guy did it. This guy did it, right? They're found
Yeah.
out. If it was found out that he raped her, and so he has to go to the father and pay the bride price, and now he's married to her and can't divorce her, right? But she didn't want to marry this guy. He raped her, but now she has to be married to him for the rest of the. If somebody raped you, would you want to be married to them for life?
if someone raped me,
Yeah.
I hope that never happens. But
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. Most people do, right? Well, let's say some
Yeah.
guy rapes you. Would you want to marry him?
no, I would not.
Right. Do you think you think you would be the one really getting punished in that situation?
In the case of a man raping me, I would probably be punished at that point.
It's somebody you don't want having sex with you. That's what rape is,
Yes.
right? And the reason I
and
made
like
it
I
a
said,
man is because the reason I made it a man is to get you to understand the visceral impact of it, right?
oh yeah, I am not trying to downturn rape whatsoever. I hope you know that.
I mean, it kind of
um,
sounds like it, if I'm being honest.
No, I'm trying to read the scripture, and I'm trying to, make sense of it from a point of view of someone who is reading most of this for the first time. Like I said, Deuteronomy is not something I've read before, so I'm trying to think, on my end, kind of where that is in the time period, and I'm trying to think of if this is like an and then, like back in that time, if someone was defiled, would that change her ability to, find another man?
Yes, it would.
Like,
It would diminish
was
her
it
market
what
value.
right?
It
Weren't,
would
weren't
diminish her
Israelites weren't they
value.
looking
She
for
is a piece
someone?
of property. It would diminish her value. She would go on the scratch and dent shelf. Yes.
Yeah, which is awful. I will be the first one to say that is awful. So is that where they're coming off on this verse, saying like, hey, you're not running away.
No,
You
this
are
this
gonna.
verse and this verse and the three previous scenarios that are in this chapter are describing property crimes where the man is the victim, right? Even though the woman is being the one assaulted, the actual victim is the man. He's the one who gets the restitution, or the is avenged, right? So this is just property crimes.
I have this noted as marriage violations in this section.
Yeah, because you're taking somebody else's wife, you're taking their property. But since the bride price has already been paid for a betrothed or a married woman, the man can't be compensated, right? But her father could still be compensated, right? 50 shekels was about a third of a year's wages.
Mm-hmm.
So he paid that. That's the bride price. He would have paid it if he, had courted this girl and was honorable. They would have paid the same bride price approximately. But then, have like a normal marriage where you're not being raped all the time.
Yeah, no, and I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. The only thing I was putting out there was that, in this time where I believe, at least from what I've read, like I said, I know you guys have a lot more knowledge than I do, so I'm more than happy to be corrected. But it seemed like women wanted to be married, and if someone had taken that away from them, let's say, have taken their purity away from them, and then just abandoned them, that would be a far worse crime than taking their impurity and
Why?
at least manning up and staying with them. I'm not saying that both are wrong, because I think both are wrong. I think rape is awful.
Manning up and staying with her? Like, this is not getting your girlfriend pregnant.
No, but like I said, I'm
No,
trying to
that's-
think
that's
of the
what-
time.
That's where that applies. Like, I don't
No,
know. Is it
what it
honorable
implies is
to
it-
keep? Is it honorable to keep raping somebody?
No,
Like, I
I'm
don't
not
think
saying
you're
that.
really like. I don't think you're really taking in the gravity.
No,
of this
I really am.
scenario.
I respectfully, I will tell you what, if anyone ever raped anyone that I know, I would be in a fit of rage that no one has ever seen before. You know, I could not imagine how angry I would be and how sad I would be for them. Like I said, I'm just trying to look at the scripture that was pointed out.
Right,
and
but
I'm
you're
trying
saying in this scenario that yeah, she should marry the guy and it should be fine. It's preferable to him just, I don't know, being killed.
So yes or no, do you think that it was important for women to get married back then? Back then, do you think that was something that they really valued?
Important, sure.
So
But
do you think
necessary
if
is
a guy came
Yeah.
along and took her impurity against her will, which is bad, and then
I mean,
abandoned
you
her
could just
and
say,
no
you
one
could just say he raped her.
raped
Also,
her? Yeah,
why-
that's true. I agree.
But-
If he raped her, which is horrible, and then left her knowing that no one would ever marry her again because of that, do you
Well,
think
that's not the case.
Yeah, that's not necessarily
people that were
true.
non
Oh, I
virgins
thought
get married
that's
all
what
the
you guys
time.
said before, that they
No.
wouldn't
The-
want to.
Their value
Well,
would be lower because you can't
Yeah.
charge the same bride price, right? So
Oh,
if you
okay,
read,
okay.
Yeah. In the literature, you could still get married. They often did get married. You just wouldn't charge the bride price for a virgin. You would charge the bride price for a non-virgin. So you could still get married. Your monetary value would just be decreased. And in fact, it was pretty common. Even remember, David's ancestor Boaz married Ruth, who was not a virgin.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah. All right, thank you for clarifying that. Yeah. So, yeah, that's really all I can think of. Like I said, I jumped on this because it's a very interesting tagline. Christians hate God's word, and as someone that's read the New Testament and absolutely loves the message of Jesus, and then going back and starting to read the Old Testament and seeing how a lot of it parallels. I see the look, but it does seem like it. Especially like if you think about Abraham and how God stopped him from killing his son. So the scapegoat, would end up taking would end up being killed instead, and that was supposed to be a mirror of Jesus' sacrifice on the cross.
Well, the scapegoat doesn't die. The scapegoat gets sent out into the desert. The first goat dies. There's two goats in Leviticus 16. One gets killed on the altar, and the other one has all the sins placed on it, and then it gets sent out into the wilderness because they believe that the unclean spirits lived in the wilderness.
Correct. And depending on the version of the Bible you're reading, I know that translation. Actually, you're a great person to ask about this because I know you seem to be well versed in Hebrew. So the other man, I know in some texts it's Barabbas. Other texts it's Jesus Bar Abbas, like Jesus of the Father, Jesus the Father's Son. And in that case, it would be two people with the same name. One gets set free. The other one is an atonement for the sins. So that one seems like a parallel, back to the scapegoat. And then with Abraham, it was more, he was going to sacrifice his son because the Lord had told him to. And then he stops him and says, no, the animal is fine. Don't sacrifice, your son.
So that's one of the reasons what you're saying is why people believe that the Barabbas story is fiction, right? Because it's a super manufactured name in Aramaic, not in Hebrew. Bar is an Aramaic name for son. Typically, it'd be Bain if it was proper Hebrew. So, and the custom of releasing one of the prisoners when you give somebody else a punishment or didn't really exist either. That story seemed fictional, but I'll tell you what, there are the New Testament that we would say, I don't know, sound reminiscent of stories in the Old Testament. I don't find that to be impressive. Like, I think I can take all the moments of my life and find parallels in the Old Testament to them, build a theology on it. I don't know meaningful. I think what's much more meaningful is the promises that God made about the Messiah. The Messiah will do X, the Messiah will do Y. Jesus didn't do any of that stuff, not a single thing. There's not even one prophecy that Jesus fulfilled. And so, to me, the parallels are meaningless until Jesus figures out how to fulfill the prophecies. But nevertheless, on the stuff that Mac's talking about, I think the problem that we have here is Christians want to resolve some of the cognitive dissonance by using progressive revelation, like the law was temporary. But as both Jesus and Yahweh did the law, Matthew 5:17-19, Jesus explicitly says to follow the law. And then in the Hebrew Bible, on like 12, 15 different occasions, just in the Torah, God says to follow the law forever. The one I read the most probably is Deuteronomy 30, verses 6-9, because it talks about the time period when God's going to circumcise people's hearts, which Christians typically universally agree is when people believe in Jesus. It's the circumcision of the heart. It's like a metaphorical circumcision. It's when you get the new heart about in Jeremiah 30 and Ezekiel 36, the new covenant. And unfortunately, 2 verses after that, it says, when this occurs, you will follow all of the laws that I've given here to you today, meaning Moses is speaking. So according to Deuteronomy 30, during the Messianic age, you're going to still be following these laws, every jot and tittle of them. And according to Jesus, that's the case as well. So I don't know if it really helps too much to try to paint these laws as temporary, because up until Jesus, everybody that's divine said that these laws are perfect and eternal. It's not until you get after Jesus' death that somebody's like, hey, I don't know, maybe we shouldn't follow these laws.
Yeah, and do you mean like after the resurrection this law is done, or when you're saying that one day, or do you mean like this age right now?
So the Messianic age, I would classify is the time in which the Messiah shows up and like makes his presence known. And then there's like a whole cascade of events that happen after that in the Hebrew Bible. Now, the New Testament kind of has its own idea of what the sequence of events are. But the reality is when God circumcises the hearts of the people, we're at a very specific part in the Messianic age, and that is when God has started to make things right by affecting or changing people at the heart rather than on the letter of the law. But the problem is that unfortunately, when God changes your heart, the intention is to cause you to follow the law, the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. And Jesus seemed to agree with that, right? Jesus chastised the Pharisees for creating the oral tradition, the tradition of the elders. We refer to it as the oral law or the Talmud. And he says, you shouldn't do this. This is bad. You've nullified God's actual law, the one that came from Moses, by doing so. And he says, here's an example. This is Matthew 15. Here's an example of one that you're doing that you're fucking up. And he talks about Exodus 21, where if your child curses mother or father, you must stone him. And he says, hey, you've got a law that bypasses that so that you don't have to do that. That's bad. Tisk, tisk, tisk. You shouldn't do that, right? So Jesus over and over again says that, yeah, you got to actually follow this law. And he says that anyone who teaches you to not follow the law and doesn't follow the law will be called least in the kingdom, which means it might not be a salvation issue. It might not be that you have to follow the law to go to heaven, but it is true that if you want to be great in the kingdom of heaven, you do have to follow the law.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I would agree with that. I do think that a lot of the laws, I do actually agree with a lot of the Christians, as far as some of the laws being for the time. I think the commandments are eternal. And even Jesus said, the two most important commandments, are love thy Father with all thy heart, mind, and soul, and then love thy neighbor as thyself. And he said, if you do that, then all the other commandments pretty much fall under those two.
Well, he said that all the other commandments can be categorized under these two, but he didn't say that you shouldn't follow the other laws. So the question was, what's the greatest law? And his answer is actually, well, there's two greatest laws, right? And then he gives you the answer for why they're the greatest laws. They're the greatest laws because all of the other laws can be categorized under these two. If you love God and you love man, then you'll be doing all of the other laws already. Like, they're all categorized here. But he didn't say that you don't have to do any of these laws. He just said, of the two laws, these are the two that are most important.
Yeah, I've been working on an analogy for this. Like, if I invented a sport, right, and I told you that the number one rule in the sport is that to win, you have to get more points than your opponent. Does that tell you anything about how to play the game or win?
No.
Right. Because you need the actual details in order to fulfill that top goal, right? You need to know the rules of the game. You need to know how do you score, how do you prevent scoring, blah, 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 right? So it's the same thing here. It's like, this is the top rule, but that doesn't mean the other ones are just done away with or insignificant. You need them to know how to satisfy the top one.
Yeah, fulfilled in as well when he died. And I know there's a lot of different perceptions about what that means when he says the law was fulfilled in me.
Well,
but-
I don't think he said that.
He said that?
To be sure,
Yeah,
he didn't say that.
He said he came to fulfill, but not to abolish.
Right.
Side note, I have a little pet hypothesis that when he was talking about fulfilling, he was just talking about the prophets. Because fulfill the law is a stupid term. I don't understand it. But
So actually, Mac, I agree with you, and there's a really good argument for this, and the rest of Jesus' words agree with this. Jesus says this more than once, by the way. So in the passage, Jesus is specifically referring to the law and the prophets. He doesn't just say the law, right?
Yeah.
He says, "Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish, but to fulfill." Well, it's interesting. We can find that elsewhere. Jesus talks about fulfilling all that is written about him in the law and the prophets. It's in John, right? Hold on. Mm-hmm. Second. Whoop, I didn't know I had cap locks on. So there's a couple of them. There's Luke 24. I forgot about Luke 24:44. These are my words. Blah, 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 blah. Everything written about me in the law of Moses, the prophets, and the Psalms must be fulfilled. Referring to, fulfilling the prophecies, right? So I'm reading this and I'm thinking,
that's interesting. So it's the law as in the writings, not the law as in the commandments.
Got it. I'm looking at it saying, oh, no, Jesus thinks that there are foretellings and prophecies in the law and the prophets, which he says elsewhere, about him that he actually has to fulfill. Now, here's the fun thing, is the next line, he says, I've come not to abolish, but to fulfill, for truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Well, what do you mean by accomplish? And Christians say, well, when he was on the cross, he said, it is finished. But that's not what he's referring to. He's talking about fulfilling and accomplishing things that are prophesied, right?
Yeah.
He says, so I actually need to accomplish all these things. And then, so he's like, listen, the law's not going away. I've got to accomplish some stuff in the law and the prophets still yet. And he says, therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, but whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So I'm reading that and saying, I think Jesus is saying, listen, the law isn't going away until all of these prophecies are complete. Every single one of them. And that doesn't happen until heaven and earth pass away. He says, truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, Not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. So he's saying, until all things that are written about me in the law and the prophets are completed, this law stands. And the reality is, if you're a Christian, you still think that there are unfulfilled prophecies. You still think that Jesus' second coming is going to fulfill all the rest of the prophecies. So what that means is that Jesus is literally saying, listen, until all these prophecies are fulfilled, and Christians don't think that they are typically, the law is still in effect, buddy.
Is this like Isaiah 65?
Yeah.
Yeah, new heaven, new earth.
Got it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He'll come down on the Mount of Olives. Land will split.
Well, I don't know about that, but the reality is,
You know, it's interesting. I don't know. This was kind of a cool thing. They did a study, a geological survey once of the Mountain of Olives because they wanted to build some sort of hotel up there, and there's a fault line that runs right through it, so it could split.
who did the study?
It was a company that was trying to build a hotel there. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can look that up real quick. It's pretty really neat stuff.
It says that according to Harvard, geologically, the Mount of Olives sits just west of a highly active Dead Sea transform fault system. It features localized east to west oriented strike slip fault running directly beneath the ridge. So blah blah blah. Let's see if it says anything about the Mount of Olives, though. It says west
It was
of the mound.
the Seven Arches Hotel.
Well, I'm looking right now at a Dan McCullen video where he's clearly saying that this isn't true. This sounds like a, well, it sounds like one of those Ron Wyatt mythologies, if I had to guess.
Sounds like a YouTube short.
Yeah.
Maybe.
With
I heard that
dramatic
once and I
music.
thought it was kind of neat. Yeah.
Yeah. I suspect this isn't real, to be honest. And when I was a Christian, I got sucked very briefly into these types of phenomenon that proved, the Bible. And then I quickly realized almost none of them were ever real. When archaeologists did investigate, they were never true. And typically, these claims are started by hacks like Ron Wyatt, who is a nurse, anesthetician, and not an archaeologist. And all of his claims have always been debunked, and his own children admitted that he was a scammer. But the reality is, the problem that we have here, right, the reason why we're in Matthew right now is to demonstrate that according to the law and according to Jesus, this stands forever, which means this law where God says, hey, if you sexually assault a non-betrothed virgin, you can pay the bride price and marry her forever. That's not a temporary law to wean them off of rape. That's a law that God says is good until heaven and earth passes away,
Yeah, I got to be honest. I mean, I don't know. I got an interesting question for you. And then I unfortunately do. I actually really enjoyed talking with you, man. This was nice. Thank you for having me. If God was real, and I believe God's real. All right. Well, let's say you believed in your heart. You knew God was real. Maybe he spoke to you. I don't know. You knew God was real. Then even if you disagree, and by the way, I'll be the first one to say, I disagree with rape. I think it's wrong. I think it's awful. So I'm going to put that out there right now. But let's say you found out definitively that God was real. He did create us. There is a resurrection in the end if we believe in Christ. Like, at that point, would you think, well, I don't personally believe in this law. I'm never gonna do this because that sounds terrible. I would never rape anybody, but would you still opt to follow the rest of the law? I mean, because, you can hate the law. You don't have to rape anybody. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if you found out it was true, would you follow the rest of the law?
No.
And to the best of your ability?
I wouldn't follow the law, and I wouldn't worship the God I mean, if the God was real, I'd be forced to believe in it. You can't choose what you believe. But if this God is real, he's a fucking monster, and like he can take his Torah scrolls and shove it where the sun doesn't shine.
Yeah, I mean,
All right.
just he's a tyrant, right? He's literally like, you're born in a house, and he says, "All right, love me, or I'm going to put you in the basement and light the house on fire." Like, that's no justice in any of this. It's a monstrous concept.
It's really
You know,
bad. People think that Jesus is like more lenient than Yahweh or nicer. I don't think he is. Jesus says like, listen, I know that you're imperfect, and you know, God knew in the Old Testament that you're going to be imperfect too. But actually, as it turns out, knowing that you're not imperfect, that means now you have to believe and worship in me. I'm not going to give you any evidence. And if you don't, we're going to have to light you on fire for all of eternity. That's preposterous. That's the dumbest thing ever, that your ability to believe in something is what's going to hinge whether or not you get tortured for all of eternity.
Like, say what you will, but his dad just let people die.
Right.
Right? Like, you die in the Old Testament, you're just dead. I mean, Solomon says, the dead know nothing. We're the same as animals. This is the wisest guy in the world. Right? So,
well,
like,
unless
it's wild
Jesus...
to me that, like...
Oh, sorry.
Well, it's wild to me that Jesus has seen, like, an improvement when he's saying, no, after you're dead, I'm going to still keep fucking with you. Like, you're going to burn forever.
Well, unless Jesus really did atone for past, present, and future,
You still have to accept it and believe.
No, most of the Israelites did believe in God. They just rebelled against him.
But not
you
in
have to
Jesus.
accept Jesus.
Right.
Well, I do.
Why does believing in
the...
Jesus have to do with him forgiving your sins? Like, why? If I was going to forgive somebody's sins, I wouldn't force the forgiveness to be gated by their belief, and then not give them any evidence to believe it on.
I think the narrative is that God is reaching out to everybody, and as Jesus said, his sheep know him. They recognize the signs, they recognize his impact in their life. And I do believe that Jesus is God. I do believe he's Yahweh. I think he's the physical embodiment of Yahweh, even though I heard what you guys were talking about earlier, and I was like, oh, that's interesting.
Then
but I believe in the
Jesus
Trinity.
gave those laws.
Right.
Then you believe Jesus gave the laws about slavery and rape.
Yeah.
I believe that whenever he was in physical form, that was Jesus, the physical embodiment, Jesus the Son. Yes.
No, but you said he's God.
Jesus is God, yes.
Yeah,
Three
so
persons, one divinity.
So he was God in the Old Testament when he gave laws.
Yes, God the Father and God the Son are different people with the same divine essence. That's usually what they mean when they say.
That doesn't exist in the Old Testament.
Well, no, they never directly say Trinity, no, but they do.
No, that
you
doesn't
do
exist
see...
anywhere. But the idea of like the Father and Son, that's not in the Old Testament.
The Father and Son?
Yeah.
Jesus prays to the Father on multiple occasions.
That's New Testament.
Correct.
Right. If you're saying Jesus is Yahweh, which fine. I mean, I don't believe that. I don't believe the Bible supports any of that. But let's play with it. Then you're saying that he's the God of the Old Testament, and that he gave the laws for slavery and rape.
I'm not sure if it was him that did it or the Father, but they are one together. They just have different roles. Just like
he was there, like nodding his head, I guess.
Just like when they refer to Jesus as the bridegroom, and in that case, the Father would be the Father, and he says, only the Father knows, when the end of times will be, essentially implying like in old Hebrew times where the Father would be the one to announce when the wedding was going to be, not the bridegroom.
Wait, what?
So they refer.
This is just apologetics
that's not a
Jesus.
thing.
Yeah, for Jesus not knowing the hour of the day.
No,
But then
that's not a real thing. There's anyone could announce a wedding or a reception or anything like that. In fact, even when Isaac comes home, or sorry, when Isaac's wife Rebecca comes home, nobody announces a wedding at all. In fact, Isaac was just already at home, and they went directly to his mother's house.
This is just what I've heard. Like I said, I'm not pretending to be a scholar. I hear things and I repeat them. I will definitely dig into that though. Because that was something I had heard, and it's funny you said an apologetic. I think I did hear that from an apologetic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
An apologist.
This is like this is the kind of thing you hear from like pastors who aren't really educated. Like they'll say things like, "Well, when Jesus said camel going through the eye of the needle, he didn't really mean it. It's like it's a gate in the wall of Jerusalem." These are old wives' tales. None of these things are true.
Yeah.
If you read the ancient literature, they just don't show up anywhere. The
I
idea
was
that
just
a
reading about
large
that yesterday.
yeah, the idea that a large animal could go through the eye of a needle was abundant in the ancient world. It shows up in the Islamic writings. It shows up in other Semitic languages, and so it just means what it means. It's it's nearly impossible for something to happen. It's as impossible as a camel going through the eye of a needle. There's no need to dream up some spiritual interpretation. It just means what it means.
Right? Doesn't he reaffirm it in the next verse? Like, so you think it's impossible, but with God, all things are possible. Like, it's literally telling like the impossibility. Like, it's not impossible for a camel to like have its gear stripped off and go through a low gate. Like, that wouldn't be he wouldn't have to say what he said in the next verse.
Right. Yeah.
That's a pretty weak one. Yeah.
We've got 3 mentions of something like this. I just grabbed an old article that I wrote. 3 mentions in the Talmud and 1 in the Quran. It says, this is the quote is, "This is proved by the fact that a man is never shown in a dream a date palm of gold or an elephant going through the eye of a needle." And then in Bava Metzi says, "You are from Pendedita or Pumbedita, where they make an elephant pass through the eye of a needle." And then in Persiquata, "Open me a gate no wider than a needle's eye, and I will open for you a gate through which camps and fortifications can pass." And then in the Quran says, "The gates of heaven will not be open for them, nor shall they enter paradise until the camel passes through the eye of the needle." It's just a turn of phrase in these Semitic languages. It's not an actual gate in the wall of Jerusalem.
That's just when pigs fly.
Yeah, exactly. When pigs fly.
My only my last thing that I'd heard, curious to hear your opinion on it, is just the title Elohim. Isn't that plural?
Oh, so that's actually really fun. So there's 2 things happening with Elohim. One is originally it could be a plural, but I wouldn't say that in the Bible we would understand it as such. So typically the word El for God was originally the name of a god, El, who lived at the source of the 2 rivers up in the northern Ugarit territory on the Lebanese mountain range. And he had 70 sons. They were referred to as the Elohim, the sons of El, because they're all gods, and God's name is El, so they're the Elohim. Unfortunately, by the time the Bible was being kind of penned, and we see this trend in Akkadian, in Ugaritic, and in Hebrew, Phoenician as well, this thing happens where the name of God gets concretized. And by concretized, we mean it takes on a different form. It becomes an abstract, even though it started as a name. So a good example of this is the word for virginity. Bethulot, or Bethula would be a singular virgin. Bethulot would be plural. Bethula is a singular virgin. Now, the funny thing is, if you want to say, rather than a virgin, if you just want to say virginity, so you concretized the idea, well, then you would just make it a plural. It'd be Bethulot. Oh, so virginity is just Bethulot. So we see the same thing with Elohim. It seems to be a concrete abstraction of the name, and it just means something akin to divinity, or I would even say God, the idea of a divine agent. And so that's why most translations will just say God for Elohim, because it kind of means the same thing. But I personally, I think if you're going to treat it more fairly, would translate it something as divinity. Divinity did this, divinity did that. It just refers to some sort of divine nature. And I would say the best text on this, the one that most scholars are going to point to when trying to trace the lineage of this particular word and how it came from its original Akkadian and Ugaritic sources, is Joel Burnett. There's a guy named Joel Burnett. He did his PhD dissertation on this particular topic. And it's something, if I remember, it's called a reassessment of biblical Elohim. Let me make sure I got that right. Yeah. A reassessment of biblical Elohim by Joel S. Burnett. It's not expensive. It's $23 paperback on Amazon or $50 hardcover. And I gotta say, it's been out now since the 90s, right? Let me double check. When did this come out? 2001. It's almost the 90s. I've not seen a single scholar address this particular linguistic topic without referencing this work and agreeing with it. This seems to be the work that all other scholars are saying, yeah, this is the best way to understand it. And until we find something better, just go read this thing.
Cool. Yeah, actually, I'm probably gonna take a look at that. That's really cool. Thank you for the suggestion. And like I said, I really appreciate your time here and hearing me out. And it's been nice to chat with you, man. I personally, I can't help it. I feel like no matter what I did, I have turned away so many times, and I keep getting pulled in by way too many things that just can't seem circumstantial to me at this point, So I have my reasons for believing, but man, I appreciate you taking the time to chat with me, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night, dude. I hope you have some good conversations.
I think we will. Dominic, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for being polite. And I think Mac and I would both suggest, hey, really finish reading the Bible and think about it heavily. I remember when I first read through the Bible, a lot of stuff that I kind of glossed over. It wasn't until I went back and started reading it a second and a third time with the intention of saying, let's actually resolve some of these difficult passages and look at some of the complaints from the other side and weigh, honestly, if the other side has any, a good argument. My Bible and reading the academic literature, I just came to the conclusion that the Christian position on most of these passages are not very good. And I found over and over again, not just agreeing with atheists, but agreeing with the Jews, the Christian reading of the Hebrew Bible to me is the most copium-induced reading of any book I've ever heard in my life. And people have been saying it since the early days of Christianity. Every early critic of Christianity said the same thing. Y'all's reading the Hebrew Bible is fantasy. It's wild. That's why the early church, first 400 or 500 years, the early church wanted to take everything in the Torah, allegorize it. Well, none of these, they're all allegories. Yeah, you kind of have to do that. Because even the Romans were like, yeah, these laws are barbaric, even for us,
Yeah, and maybe, I'm learning, actually I'm halfway through learning Italian right now, but after I finished, and that's just because of my heritage, I actually have a ton of interest in learning Hebrew, and then I think it would be really cool to read the Bible in its original text. So
I'll tell you what, the thing that learning Hebrew for the Old Testament will really do is it'll help you have a lot more fun, because there's so many word plays. There's I won't call them hidden messages, but there's you can find what they're secret messages in the Hebrew Bible that if you're really close you can catch it, or sometimes they're really funny jokes. So for example, when somebody is killed for doing a crime, sometimes it'll just say cut off. They've been cut off, right? It doesn't always say that. It happens occasionally, but there are some occasions where it talks about not getting circumcised, or especially say if they don't get circumcised, they'll be cut off. I was like, oh, you motherfucker! I see what you did there. So there's a lot of fun stuff like that you'll find.
Yeah, I'm excited. Yeah, and maybe we'll talk again someday. All right.
Yeah, sure thing. Thanks for stopping by.
Sweet, absolutely, man. Take care.
Cheers. Mac, it's painful to see. I don't know. I want to say kind people like Dominic kind of get stuck in the religion due to what would we say, like personal experiences?
Indoctrination.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, being real, like the personal experiences are all just like confirmation of the indoctrination.
Yeah.
Like if you had a weird experience, if you weren't already primed to like attribute it to like a Yahweh or a Jesus, you would not,
No.
right?
No,
But
why would you?
because you've been steeped in this, and this weird thing that you can't quite explain happens. Well, yeah, it's got to be that. That's what
I
everybody
mean,
else was
that's the
talking about.
thing, right? Like, well, if I have this idea that something mystical has happened, how else can I explain it unless I explain it using the mythology that I grew up with?
Exactly. So yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Like especially someone like that. Yeah, like seemingly decent person. Real questions about the rape stuff, but I feel like that's just like I don't know. A lot of guys who haven't really deconstructed, have not deconstructed that part of their life either.
Yeah.
So you could see how something like that. It's like you don't. It's just not something you think about, right?
Right.
And
Yeah.
that's why I had to put it in terms of like him getting it right.
Yeah.
Then he understood it, right? Because they never get it. It never lands when it's talking about a woman being violated. But when it's talking about you and your little butthole, you get it
Yeah.
crystal
That's
clear.
why. Yeah. When you're thinking like, I talking since I started streaming about the assault of David's wives, and I'm shocked by how many men don't get it until you're like,
Yeah,
if your wife cheats on you, should you be sexually assaulted for it?
yeah,
And then all of a sudden, like, oh, wait a minute, it's starting to sound real. No, I shouldn't be sexually assaulted for it. Oh, because when it was about the woman, you seemed to be okay with that.
yeah, yeah. I
Oh.
mean, we talk about deconstruction a lot, like in the lives I'm in. Uh, and like Mama Bash has like a panel dedicated just to that, like deconstructing. It's got a list of topics of things that people have had to deconstruct, and the list is long and growing.
Yeah.
But among that is like sexism, patriarchy, just racism, Islamophobia, all these things that are just like, and if you're a Christian and these things are just you don't even know, right? You don't understand the programming, but when you're outside of it and you're looking back and you have to deconstruct it, it's just like holy shit.
Right. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Listen, friends, I'm going to read a couple super chats, and then I want to do one thing before I read. I got some super chats that are relevant to the conversation that we just had, and then I'm going to go back and read all the other super chats we didn't get time to do because it's already close to midnight, and I've got a bunch that we didn't get a chance to read yet because we were having so many good conversations. But I'm going to read like 5 or 6 super chats, and I'm going to ask Mac to help me test something real quick. Mac, while I'm reading these couple super chats, can you pop off of TikTok and pop into the guest box using the link on the screen?
Link on what screen?
Oh,
Like the YouTube?
on the YouTube link. It might be covered
Go
right
over
now
to
by
YouTube.
this super chat. Yeah, sorry.
You want me to drop out of here and go over to YouTube and use that
Yeah,
link?
yeah. I just
Okay.
want to test one thing before I close the stream down. And
Okay. No
the
problem.
audio's mostly been working here tonight. I just got one thing I needed to tweak real quick. But Bear Piece, hey, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, good grief, this 400-year vengeful punishment isn't even the worst move God makes. And this caller apologizes for it. Bring on the baby paste. He'll dig it. You know what? I thought about it. I didn't end up doing it, but I did think about it. I was having a lot of fun watching Mac and Dominic converse. I didn't want to butt in with baby paste, but y'all know I love me some baby paste. And X Million, great to see you, friend. Thank you so much for the $20
you want
super
me
chat.
to? Did you want me to drop now? And
Yeah,
say
let's go
that?
ahead and drop. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
When you get in the guest box, I'll see you.
Okay.
Yeah. X Million says, with the Bible fixating on what people do naked, God desiring to be in us and portraying himself as the bridegroom and Jesus coming for us in the clouds with his sword, it concerns me about his ultimate plans for us in heaven. And X Million, I think you nailed it. that like this is the thing. God's like, hey, you know, I'm coming on the clouds, and I need to enter you. There's some concerns. You know what I mean? A flanker, good to see you. It used to be 420, now it's 130. Says why? Why would you put all your life and belief in this religion if you have not read the book? And you nailed it, flanker. Why are people doing this? Why are people reading a book? I'm sorry, joining a religion before reading the entry guide? It's preposterous, crazy. All right, Mac's going to be in here in just a second. Give me one moment. I got to load a slight audio software change and then see if it works, and then we'll read the rest of the super chats. Okay. Take care of it. Second. There we go. Should be good. I'll double check the stream, make sure stream's still good to go. Stream looks good. Okay. Oh, I gotta open the chat still yet. There we go. Chat is open. And I'm gonna go to the super chats real quick. Actually, I will go to all the donos as well. Ooh, go. And we're back in the saddle, y'all. All right, 1 second. Oh my gosh, there's so many unread super chats. My goodness. I am perplexed and amazed by the amount of support in this community. All right, let me bring in Macluster real quick. All right, Mac, can you hear me? Macluster? Oh, sorry, he's muted. Sorry, I forgot to unmute you there, buddy. Can you hear me?
My microphone is lit up. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're good. Sorry, I unmuted you. I mean, you came in muted because that's my initial setting. I just want to make sure that the audience
I can't hear anything.
Oh, you can't hear it? You can't hear me. Oh, well,
I can't. I can see you ask. I can read your lips, but I can't hear you.
Oh, interesting. Okay. 1 second. Okay, what about now, buddy?
No.
Oh. Interesting. Huh. That is strange.
Still no.
What about now? Oh, sorry, wrong one. Where is my damn microphone? Okay. All right. Can you hear me now? No, you can't hear me now. Unfortunately. Okay. That's frustrating. Okay. Well, Mac could not hear me, but if you're on
No.
Say what? Oh no, you can't hear me. If you're on YouTube, let me know if you could hear Mac at least, and also on TikTok. I assume you can hear Mac on TikTok when he talks.
I'm gonna rejoin on TikTok.
One second.
You want me to rejoin it on TikTok, or you want me to wait? Okay.
Okay. I'm looking at your stuff here, Mac. It looks like you're connected, but you're just not getting the audio to it, which is really strange, actually, that you're not getting any audio. I want to try one other thing. What about now? Can you hear me now? No? Of course not. Okay. Well, Looks like I'll have to work on that. Okay. Go away. Someone text Mac and
Okay.
tell him to go back. Well, I fixed one problem and created another. There's no echo anymore when I bring in the guest, but now the guest can't hear me. So congrats. What are you gonna do? Okay. Okay. Well, I'm going to read, I think Mac's back. I'm going to read some super chats with Mac on TikTok and we'll get it all going. Sorry about that, Mac. I fixed one problem and created another. With the audio, the audio was doubling when I would bring the guest in. And now that's fixed. The audio is not doubling. But my audio is not going to the guest. I'll fix that after we do this. Roy, hey, thank you so much for the $1.49 super rainbow. Super appreciate that. And Psych, thank you so much for the 14-month membership. Huge W. Formerly, oh, you changed your name. You used to be Rational Atheist. And heard a guest on yesterday proclaim Bart Ehrman was an atheist church father. Rock hard fug. You know what? That is kind of funny. And it might be partially true. If you're looking at church fathers, founding fathers of atheism, I don't know if he's a founding father, but in terms of atheist Christians, like Christians had deconstructed, I think he might count. What do you think, Mac? Would we count Bart Ehrman as kind of like a founding atheist church father?
New atheism, maybe. Yeah, that distinction, like 2000 stuff. I'd give him that.
Maybe. Mixtress, Monica, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says they hate when you read the Bible to them. They're allergic to truth because they are used to the love thy neighbor and other nice verses. True. Yeah. This is a fair point. It's not that they hate the Bible. It's that they hate it when you make them read it for real. Once they have to not mean words or words don't mean words, then it just becomes really difficult because they're like, words can't mean words or we got a problem here. Robert Summers says, I saw a live the other day claiming Christianity doesn't need Judaism. That seems silly. Have you seen that before? I haven't seen a live on it, but Mac and I both absolutely have heard Christians say that first of all, you don't need the Old Testament at all. Christianity can be true even if Jesus ignored the entire Old Testament. Christianity is still true even if Jesus fulfilled 0 prophecies. And what they'll say, the way that they get to this point, is they'll say, well, if Jesus resurrected, then nothing else matters. This is like the Mike Licona, Gary Habermas approach. But that's stupid. Yeah. Somebody resurrecting is meaningless to whether or not they're the Messiah. What were you going to say, Matt?
I think I saw that live, and I think I sprained my eyes rolling them. Yeah, it was insane to watch it. I do remember live with that background, but I'm like, this is just, like, this can't be anything worth watching, so I didn't go in. But yeah, I've seen that.
So I have been lately experimenting with when people bring up the resurrection, granting it just to see what we can do. I've not, and maybe you've heard more than I have. I haven't heard anyone give a good defense of their position. If you just grant the resurrection, okay, fuck it, he resurrected. What now? How did that make him the Messiah? They have nothing after that. They just assumed that if you prove the resurrection, then it's done. They never thought that there was extra steps after that. It's crazy. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, well, they think virgin birth is like a messianic prophecy. Like,
Mm.
you know what I mean? It's like it's so messy what is actually expected of this Messiah that, like, yeah, just let's nail the resurrection, and then yeah, that's good enough.
Yeah.
But it's
Right.
like, when does resurrected Messiah prophesied?
Never. There's no prophesied resurrected Messiah. And then even worse, if you're reading Luke, Luke is interesting because the funny thing about Luke doesn't know shit about the Hebrew Bible, but Luke does get a couple things right about the Hebrew Bible that was like, I'm kind of shocked. And the thing that he gets right is at the beginning, chapter 1, when his uncle prophesies over Jesus. He prophesies over his son, then he prophesies over Jesus. He says something really interesting about how God has sent a savior from the house of David in order to save them from the hands of their enemy and all who hate them, in order that they might live in safety and worship the Lord. Like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
that's what he should have done. That's what you find in Jeremiah. That's what you find in Ezekiel. That's what you find in Isaiah. Like, oh, so who's ever writing this, Luke? He might have actually under the
Tapped into
impression,
something.
yeah, that like he understood the expectation. Number one, number two, he was writing after Jesus died, but still expected it to happen. But actually expected Jesus to come back soon in his lifetime to finish this.
I mean, they all did, right?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Jesus did. I mean, that's like, you want to have, a hair pulling argument. Talk about what this generation means,
Yeah.
because it
It's
actually means
bad.
that generation. It means
Oh my
any
gosh.
generation, really.
If you just
It's
look up
crazy.
the Greek words for like this and that, you'll
Mm-hmm.
find that they define it the same way English does. This is near, that is far. Whether
Yeah.
it's physical location or temporality. Like that is over there in the future, this is now, right? And
Yeah.
that's what you find in the Greek text. It says this generation, not that generation. There's only one way to interpret that, which is why so many scholars, even recently, have written copes of like when the Son of Man didn't come, right? Because they understand that, well, the prophecy
Yeah.
was that
Like,
he
you
was
whiffed
supposed
on
to
this
come.
one, but here's why that's okay.
You got it. Yeah. He didn't do it, but here's why it doesn't matter. And if you call now and give $1,000 seed money, it's bad.
Yeah,
It's so
we'll
bad.
get you
Uh,
we'll get you a mug full of vinegar.
exactly. At least a sponge worth, right? Texas Panhandler, my friend. Hey, I didn't even see this till now. I don't know how I missed it at the beginning of the stream. Thank you for the super chat. One human sacrifice, very rare. Yahweh, the blood god. You know, I find it, and I forget who said this first, but the first time I heard it, I was like, oh, I think it was Jeff for Truth before he said some political shit and got canceled. But so like, God in the Old Testament is really fucking mad about child sacrifice.
Well, he
He's
said
like,
racist shit, just to be clear.
oh, he did? I didn't hear that yet. That's oof.
Yeah. That's what that
Oh,
was he
oh
was being a
no.
racist to Fee,
Oh,
Fee, right?
yeah.
And
What happened? I
Christina
didn't see that.
Carroll were on his panel. Yeah, and he was just being like
Oh,
a real piece of shit.
that hurts. That hurts a lot. I hate
And
that.
he's a transphobe
Well,
and
we know
a
that
bunch of
much.
other awful shit,
Well,
yeah.
yeah, and he openly cheats on his wife. There's all kinds of stuff.
Oh,
Anyways,
I didn't know about that. But,
yeah. It's pretty well known.
well
That's a
deserved canceling.
whole nother thing. Yeah. Um. Oh, that sucks. I hate to hear that. But he was the one I think that first mentioned it. It's stupid that God spent all this time in the Hebrew Bible, like saying child sacrifice is evil. Now we got like wipe out. We got to do genocide because you're doing child sacrifice. And then when it's like, what's my plan? What's my master plan? Oh, fucking child sacrifice. Like, what are you doing? That's crazy.
Perfect one, my kid.
It's maybe the reason why he didn't want them doing child sacrifice is because he didn't want to be overshadowed. He didn't want to be outdone.
Well, I mean, my contention is his beef wasn't that children were being sacrificed, but that it wasn't to him.
Yeah, that actually is my reading of the text. It's not that he hates child sacrifice, it's that he hates child sacrifice to Molech.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just wrong guy.
Yeah. Sacrifice your child to me, it's going to be all right. Well, he said so too in Leviticus 27, verse 28 and 29. It says, well, he says it in Exodus too, and Ezekiel says it, but
devoted to destruction.
yeah, whether person or animal, or it's rough, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you see him walk it back in Ezekiel 20, trying to walk it back, right? Trying to say like, I did this to punish you, but it's not really like my thing.
Yeah, yeah, it's rough. Hey, Cam, thank you for being a new member. It says crucifying someone is like cashing in on their collision insurance. Maybe to be fair, in the Christian in the Christian like message, that kind of is what's happened. Like God took an insurance policy out on Jesus, and then you know what? Take him, done. Like he got underneath the car to do some mechanic work, and God said, "Oh, it'd be a shame if that jack just came loose underneath that car." And there you go. You got
Like
that insurance
insider
money.
trading when you're omnipotent or omniscient.
It really is. I'll never understand why Christians have this bullshit talking point about God like having to defeat evil or defeat death. Defeat? Why is there a war? He created it. Crazy. I don't get it at all.
Got away from him.
Anyways, Peter, thank you for the super chat. It obviously never occurred to him that the all-powerful God could write his own rules. I know, isn't that wild? Keep up the good work and greetings from Germany. Well, shit, Peter. Greetings all the way to Germany. Thanks for being here and for supporting the stream. And from Martin again says, you're not doing research, theists. You're reading what others have compiled. At best, you're studying the research of scholars. It's not research. Actually, so this is actually a really important thing to like consider. So like when you go and get a real degree in these fields, you're not just there regurgitating what somebody told you. Like you're not, and that's where like this goofball I talked to for like, almost 2 hours, thinks that I went to seminary and they ruined me. That's not how that works, actually. You go to seminary and you read all of the academic literature on the topics that you're studying. You're not supposed to get like, here's the viewpoint that you need to learn. Here's the thing that you need to believe. They don't do that. They teach you Greek, they teach you Hebrew, they teach you sometimes Latin and Aramaic, or I did Akkadian, and they introduce you to all the ancient Near Eastern texts and context, the Mediterranean texts and context, and they teach you how to be a real theologian on your own. They don't teach you what theologian to memorize. They teach you how to be your own theologian. That's the whole fucking point, is to stand on your own 2 feet. And so if you went to a seminary and people think seminary ruined you, it didn't. Learning how to do proper research ruined you. That's what happened. So what are you gonna do? Anyways, from Martin again.
I think
go
even
ahead,
calling
buddy.
what they do studying is generous.
I mean, come on. What Christians are doing with the Bible is not studying. They're like, they're like cracking it open, reading a couple of verses, and be like, how does this make me feel in my tum tum? And that's like it. Like that's the whole thing. So it's just, got to remember, like a lot of the point behind a lot of these Christian like Bible studies or like, I don't know, study Bibles even, it's not to teach you real stuff. It's to teach you like, okay, here's this is the text and here's what you need to think about it in order to reinforce what you already believe. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, it's not hard at all. I can do that all day. It's pretty crazy. Martin, thank you for the additional super chat. Says caller came in crashing. Best God has to offer. This is the unfortunate part, and this is the best God has to offer. That's the part that is so frustrating. God doesn't have much going on for himself. He's really an incel. He's really upset. He's having a tough time. Maybe, I don't know, Satan will reach out to him sometime. We'll see. Also, from Crispy says, caller accused Justin of moving the goalpost, then proceeds to move the goalpost to Adam and fucking Eve. Can't be serious. I know. That was not a serious caller. He had no idea where he was. He had no idea what he was saying. Had no idea even how lineages work, which is why he's not a serious individual. But he was fun to stick his head in the sand and beat him a few times. Still attacks a bit. I was just talking to you, talking about you to Carnage, because your previous name was a man with a stoat through his throat, which is, I think, what your picture was supposed to be. And I couldn't remember how you spelled stoat. Shoot me an email. I'm trying to remember, because I was trying to look up an image of, like, what the fuck is a stoat? I don't remember. I couldn't remember how to spell the damn thing.
You spell it like goat.
Oh, is that it? Okay. Let's see.
Yeah.
Well, see, when I type in stoat, it pulls up like a ferret or a small rodent.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what
a
it
different
is?
thing?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I thought it. I was
never
trying to
saw the
figure it
image.
out.
I don't know.
Okay, maybe that's
Um,
what a stoat is. How do you get a stoat in your
It's
throat?
like a weasel kind of thing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I got questions for Silitax. And Miss Mags, thank you for being a member for over a year. Thinking he has one brain cell is being generous, and you know what? You might be right. I did give him some extra credit. Gavin says, "Do you think morals are still subjective or none?" Well, I mean, it's technically the same. If they're subjective, that means they don't really exist. They're just things that we conceive of in our brains, which means they don't really exist. Not in the way we describe other things that exist, like things that have actual existence, like being, as opposed to things that you can think of. Like the thought of the tooth fairy doesn't mean that the tooth fairy exists. The thought of a moral
That was making me
action.
insane.
That's
Listening to
rough.
that, because he was saying like because something is a concept, it's not real. It's like you can have a concept of a real thing. Like if I
Yeah.
described a person that you've never seen, I'm describing a real person, but the concept that you have is not going to be exactly what it is, but it'll be a real person.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I gotta tell
It's
you, like
wild.
Savi's not respected anywhere. Sorry, anywhere. He's a punching bag like everywhere he goes. But he just showed why.
Well, yeah. I don't know if he'll come back to my stream, but I think we'll meet again somewhere else. I'll see him on somebody else's TikTok stream, and if I see him live, I'm just gonna jump on and fuck with him. He's not a serious individual for sure, but he is fun to fuck with, I think. It's nice to hear him cry a little bit. Hey, Dwight explains the Bible. It says another fun story I don't think you've talked about. Never help God's people. 1 Samuel 31 and 2 Samuel 1. Oh, well, yeah, you got to be careful. 1 Samuel 31, 2 Samuel 1 is a little bit treacherous. Actually, 2 Samuel 6 gets into some bullshit too. But you're right, because the people of Israel turned their backs on some of the people that they were supposed to be protecting, like the Gibeonites. And that's not all. Let me think. Who were the people that got fucked up in 1 Samuel 31? Let me see. It wasn't the Gibeonites for sure. Give me a second. Oh, maybe it was the Gibeonites. Hold on. The Philistines were to taunt his sons. Yeah, so they're fighting against the Philistines. Yeah, that, we know about that. Okay, and then 2 Samuel 1. Now, the crazy thing is, remember, David used to fight with the Philistines. Remember, he was a mercenary for a time when he was on the run. And then, the mourning of Jonathan. Okay. Yeah, glory. I'm not sure, Dwight, which betrayal you're referring to, unfortunately, but it is true that if you fast forward in 2 Samuel, this goes into all the way to chapter 21, you hear about the betrayal of the Gibeonites under the reign of King Saul, which hasn't quite happened. Well, actually, it is happening here in First and Second Samuel. You got listed, but it's not quite the verses we're looking at. But maybe some clarification. I'd be curious to know which alliance you're referring to. Because in Joshua, they were supposed to have an alliance with the Gibeonites to let them live, and Saul killed them. Says Raider says, I told my wife there are some standing here who will not taste death before I take out the trash. I'll get around to it. Yeah. Well, actually, that just means 6 days later, you're going to put more trash in the trash bin. Because come doesn't mean come, go doesn't mean go. Temporal and location references are meaningless here. You just have to do something trash related at some point. And Steven says, Captain, we're under Bible attack. Captain, deflect your shields on maximum. Sulu, divert to avoid word collision. That's fantastic. Yes. The goal, gotta remember, the goal as apologists is to, whatever you do, make sure the words don't mean what the words mean. And Cute Waterfowl says, Justin, I want a debate between BMF and that atheist who supported Jesus. The battle would be legendary. Also, have a good weekend. Well, thank you, Cute Waterfowl. And you're right. John Masterson is who you're thinking of, and I would pay money to see John Masterson and BMF debate. Got to be honest, though, I would be rooting for BNF, even though he's a believer, and I would actively relish watching John Masterson get fucked up. Also, if you haven't seen John Masterson's pretend atheist crash out yet, you don't want to see that. It's a legendary one, actually. He's going to be in the Crash Out Hall of Fame, I think. Did you see that one, Mac?
No, I don't. I'm trying to place this guy. Then I don't know the name.
Yeah, it's a wild one. I think I posted it to DZ Debates. It's not on TikTok.
Well, I mean, you'll find it, but it would happen on your live.
Yeah.
It's up on YouTube.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a wild
one. I'll look for it.
Yeah,
but he's like a poser or what?
I think so. He claimed to be an atheist, but he got really mad that I didn't agree with his argument that Jesus was like a revolutionary, great moral teacher. And I was barely pushing back. Like I was barely giving him pushback, and he lost it. So sounds like a Christian.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's on DZ Debates somewhere. And from Steve says, a Christian is from the Church of Stupid. Well, I wouldn't have said stupid, but I think you're pretty damn close, one letter off. And Carnage Asada, how did I not see this super chat earlier? Dumb guy voice strikes again. This may be the worst case yet, I fear. And you know what, Carnage? You did nail it. That guy's dumb guy voice was really, really rough. Like, one of the worst we've heard in a while. And I'm amazed that I didn't have to get, like, a hearing break from the stream after listening to it for like an hour and 45 minutes. It was truly something to revel at. But he will go down in like the list of dumb guys like of 2026 when I do my year-end wrap-up. Penelope, thank you for the super chat, says, to everything, squirm, squirm, squirm. Some birds are crazy. Pop song, but before your time, rock hard for Doug. I don't know that one, Penelope. I'm actually... do you know that one, Mac? I don't know that one at all. Hold on.
Well, I mean, if it's in the tune of like turn, turn, turn.
Oh, to it. All the seasons turn. Yeah. So he just changed the words.
Yeah.
But
isn't that? I think that's Solomon. Like the lyrics of that song are from like Solomon or something.
Yeah, it's from the Birds. The song is called Turn, Turn, Turn. To everything, turn, turn, turn. There is a season, turn, 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 and a time to every purpose under heaven. By the Birds. Okay, that's why you said.
The lyrics are out of like Wisdom of Solomon or something, or Ecclesiastes.
Oh, now that I don't know. That I don't know.
Check that out.
Okay.
Because we were my friend G was doing like a reading of Ecclesiastes. And she's like saying these verses. It's like, this is just the song lyrics. So
yeah, like, here it is. Yeah, you're right. Ecclesiastes 3, 1 through 8.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Oh, it's a reference to a time. Yeah. I remember the chorus now when they sing a time to be born, a time to kill, a time to weep. Yeah. I thought you meant the turn, turn, turn part. You're right. Yeah, that definitely is a quote from Ecclesiastes. That's where they get the title A Time to Kill. Remember that?
Yeah, the movie. Yeah,
that was a wild one. That truly, that was one of those movies when it came out, like truly made me throw shit across the room. But you know, thank you for that, Penelope. And from her race 6666, good job not engaging with the moral concern trolling. Justin, that guy was fucking insufferably stupid. Yeah, you nailed it. And you got to remember, when you ask them questions of... Oh, actually, now I know you're talking about the dumb guy with the curly hair who couldn't pay attention, not the guy I talked to for 2 hours. Yeah. That guy he came in specifically wanting to have the moral argument, saying, well, you don't have objective morals, you're not on the high ground, blah, 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 blah. But that's not even the argument I was having. It has nothing to do... I'm not making a moral argument right now. I'm just demonstrating that Christians hate the Bible. Joshua says they read the book in 12 batches, divorced from context bits. The clergy don't tell them to read because they'd have to think, and you did nail it. The goal is to not read the book and have like your priest or your pastor just tell you what to think and keep putting money in the collection plate. Also, Not a Robot says John Cohen's setup tells him which convo a super chat came from. Maybe you can incorporate that into the streamer software solution you're building. Rock hard for Doug. Well, I already have that Not a Robot. Every chat that I have comes in. It tells me the date and the time. It tells me the date and the time that I showed it on screen. And then it also tells me which stream it came from. So right now, your stream says that it came from the title Live Debate, Christians Hate God's Word, 7/17/2026, on the Deconstruction Zone channel. So that's, so I do have the data, my friend. And although I think John is still using Social Stream Ninja, which gives you the same data. I think I hooked John up with Social Stream Ninja back in like November, and I think he's been using it ever since. But when I get my software finished, I'm going to send it to everybody to use. It's going to do everything way, way better. The only thing that I'm thinking about making it turned off by default is the soundboard. Because my soundboard is a browser-based soundboard, so I can put everything into one window, I just think it's undependable, and I think I might just do an operating system level soundboard and leave it at that. But I also am taking this whole application in the cloud and creating it into an OS app for Mac and Windows, so you don't actually have to use the web browser. You actually just have a native desktop app. And the reason why I'm doing that is not because it doesn't work, but because it would make the sound routing a little more efficient. And it should be easier to stream in 4K. Streaming in a web browser to 4K is a nightmare because you have to encode the video twice rather than once, and it uses so much processor to encode it twice. So for now, this is where we're at, but as soon as I get the proof of concept completely done and working, I'll update my Mac OS edition, and then I'll start sharing it out with people who want to stream in 4K. If you don't want to stream in 4K, no one gives a fuck. You can use the web application just like StreamYard or anything else. But if you want to stream in 4K, honestly, you have to have a native app on your OS. Doing it in a browser just won't work. That's why even in StreamYard, if you got like the $150 a month package, you still only get like 1080p streaming. It's just too much processor to do everything in the cloud that particular way, or to do it in a browser. But you're right. John Cohen does have that set up.
Yeah, I think they're saying like it goes like one level deeper, like that it also tells you like which guest was up when that comment came in.
Oh, that is something I could do. I never thought about that. Because I could do that. I'll check into it. That's a good idea. Which guest was up when the chat arrived? That wouldn't be hard to do. I do have an AI agent built into the software now that can summarize all of the verbal dialogue, so I don't have to take notes. It wouldn't be hard to have it detect at what time a guest comes up and when a guest leaves. I don't think that'd be hard at all. All right, I'll work on that. That's a good idea. I don't want to do it manually though. I don't want to like manually type in guest's name, which is what a lot of people are doing right now. It's too much work for me, at least. I'm sorry, Bethos. I didn't read that super chat. Bethos, thank you for the super chat, Fred. Says AirPods Max are not cheap. I have the space gray ones, so I pay my DZ tithe. Well, thank you, Bethos. I appreciate that. And I got these originally because I kept having trouble with. So I had some headphones that were, I would say they're like light and soft, so they were good for long-term use, but the sound was really shitty, the microphone was really shitty, they don't travel very well, and they're just kind of really cumbersome, and these were pretty compact and really durable, really good for traveling, which I was traveling a lot, and so they weren't gonna get destroyed in my bag. And so it just made a lot of sense. They're made out of metal, so they're a pretty robust product. And then the other thing was that the sound canceling on these are phenomenal. So you don't have to like take them on and off when you're like going in and out of the house or in and out of public places. You just just leave them on and you're good to go. And they're way more comfortable than doing earbuds. I used to do earbuds. I still do them quite often. But like if you're having like a 7-8 hour stream with earbuds in, man, your ears start hurting for a while. And it's really nice to have some good soft noise canceling headphones because I can still hear what's happening behind me. With like the clarity, I can hear like the birds or the cats or something else going on back there. I'm not like drowning out all the audio, but it's still doing enough noise canceling that I can pay attention to what's happening here, which is kind of nice. My earbuds just block everything out. I can't hear shit when
they have a microphone, but you just override it with the mic in front of you, like a shotgun.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So that's
Got a good mic in those though. Like, would that be suitable if you were like out and about to be on a live? It sound okay?
I think it's okay. I've used them on a couple of live streams. I would say this in terms of headset mics with no boom, they're among the best I've heard. But if you're going to be streaming for real from a headset, you just want to get one with a boom. And I've tested a lot of them on the market. I've got one that sounds really good from the boom, but it's super fucking uncomfortable and the cups wear out super fast if you have facial hair. So that's kind of a problem. But there's some new ones out.
Like a light foam. They're like a light foam.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
There's a new one out. It's the Cloud 3 by HyperX or whatever. Those are much better in terms of reception, and the cups don't wear down quite as much. Oh shit! 1 second. Let's see. I apologize. I got to run downstairs and give something to Carnage before we have a problem. Be right back.
You guys want to see my watermelon?
Fuck yeah. Sorry about that. I had a delivery sent during the stream. Wow. And I forgot that it had some wine in it, and they needed my ID to drop it off. I was supposed to get it earlier today, and I didn't do it. I didn't do.
That's the smaller one. I actually have one that's like a little bit bigger than a basketball.
Nice little melon.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, this one, the tendril is completely brown, dead. So that's how you know it's like ready to pick. So I'm gonna pick this one tomorrow.
Let me know how it tastes. I haven't had a fresh watermelon in ages, but they're fantastic when they're ripe and fresh. Hey, Billy Sipes, I didn't see this till now. Thank you for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. That's huge, buddy. Super appreciate that. And so do the 20 people who got the new memberships. Huge W. And for those who have memberships, I am updating the cheat sheet right now. I'm working on integrating it into a web and phone app rather than a Google spreadsheet. So stay tuned. We should have a new link. I mean, the spreadsheet will still be there. I'm going to have a new link for the cheat sheet soon that should be easier to read for people who can't do like spreadsheets or they need glasses. I think it'll be a lot better here soon. And Carnage with another super chat. Caller is an inanimate fucking object. That's completely true. But in fact, most of our callers were inanimate objects tonight. And Timothy says, I know I need to do my due diligence, but did the Jerusalem Council abolish the Old Testament laws for Christians? I know Jesus didn't. Okay, Timothy, kind of, but not really. So I want to give you, and my take is not, I don't think it's controversial. I would say that my take, though, is not the consensus among Christians, but might be the consensus among non-Christian biblical scholars. I might divide it that particular way. And so it is true. In Acts 10 and Acts chapter 15, there is some discussion about what do you actually need to follow if you're a Gentile. And it's clear that the clean and unclean foods, gone, right? The sheet comes down with Peter. God says he declared all foods clean. Done. So those laws are gone. Mark in chapter 7 thinks that Jesus, he's wrong, thinks that Jesus got rid of the dietary laws. Oh, okay, cool. Dietary law is gone. And then in the Jerusalem Council in Acts 15, there's this big old question about, okay, well, what are we going to do with all these laws and the circumcision? And give me 1 second. I'm going to add it to the screen and show you what's going on here. Let's see. Here's the window. Oops.
I'm curious. I want to hear more about the Mark thing. Like, what makes him wrong?
Oh, sure, yeah. We'll grab that here in just a second. Okay, so one of the problems is that a lot of people are reading Mark wrong, but we'll grab Mark in a second. So in Acts chapter 15, they're like, hey, what do we do about the circumcision people? It says, certain individuals came down from Judea and were teaching the brothers, unless you are circumcised according to the customs of Moses, you cannot be saved. Okay, so the first question is this about salvation, or is this about following the laws? It's technically about both, and I think that's kind of the point we're going to get at, which is in Acts 15, it seems pretty clear that one, some of the laws just don't apply to the Gentiles, like the dietary laws, and it seems like almost none of them apply to salvation, right? So you can be saved, but we still have to talk about what are we doing with the laws so that the Gentiles can have communion with the Jews. Because just because the Gentiles don't have to follow the law doesn't mean that the Jews don't have to follow the law. The Jews have got to follow this law. So if that's going to be the case, if the Jews still have to follow the law, the Gentiles got to do something, because we can't just like go eat with the Gentiles. Like we got rules to follow. And so anyways, we got this whole conversation. Peter stands up and is like, hey, the law was, even too difficult for our forefathers to bear. And what about this, sheet with the animals? And then they kind of get to this point where they find a point of agreement. They're like, all right, this is what we're going to tell the Gentiles. It says, therefore, I have reached the decision that we should not trouble those Gentiles who are turning to God, but we should write to them saying, from things polluted by idols, from sexual immorality, what had been strangled, and from blood. And so a lot of people say, oh, well, there's only 4 laws that they have to follow. That's not quite the situation. So it says here that these are kind of the 4 stipulations. Now, it turns out that these are still in Moses' law. So like, wait a minute. I thought we didn't have to follow Moses' law. Because this is not about salvation. This is not about you will not go to heaven. This is about what do we do so that the Jews and the Gentile can be together in this religion without defiling the Jew. And that's what's happened here. So he's saying, these are the things that you need to abstain from, even though they are parts of Mosaic law, which you're not necessarily being held to, especially not the dietary laws. But it's not entirely clear from the passage that the goal is to say that these are the only laws you have to follow. It seems like these are the initial laws that you have to follow in order to not have problems, and then we can work on the others later. Because look at the next verse. So it says, because in every city from generations past, Moses has had those who proclaim him, for he has been read aloud every Sabbath in the synagogues. Okay, so this is interesting. So they're like, listen, these are the 4 rules. Teach them to abstain from these 4 things, and things will go well with them. Because, listen, Moses is preached in all the synagogues. He always has been. So my reading is like, listen, they'll pick up the rest. We need to get the bare minimum taken care of, and that they can learn some of the rest later. Now, the problem that you're going to have here is Paul doesn't agree. Unfortunately, I'm not sure that what we find in the book of Acts is in perfect harmony with Paul. And I think it's okay. I don't think Paul's letters and the book of Acts have a perfect one-to-one crossover. I think they contradict each other sometimes, and I think that's okay. And I'm not entirely convinced that the council went down the way that it was portrayed to be going down anyways. So that's neither here nor there. Nevertheless, let's get some more super chats. We left off on M Wiggy, and M says, "If God is real, why isn't he? If God is real, why isn't he real?" You know what? That's a fair question. If God is real, then why? Why? And Bev, thank you for the super chat, says, "All hail Rabbi Justin." Well, I will accept some tithes and offerings, but I won't demand tithes and offerings. Never. I never have, and I never will. And Lynn says, "Caller, I never knew this happened, but let me tell you the context." Justin, yeah, sure. Tell me the context. Caller, ChatGPT, fucking nailed it. Every time you pull up a passage, you're taking it out of context. I don't know what the context is. I know you're taking it out of context. Also, hey, give me a minute to Google what I think the context is. When you get to Second Kings and they demand that they know the context of Second Kings, and then they don't know the context of Second Kings, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. Actually, I was thinking of something else. I want to write down a note, but Carnage with another super chat. I cannot believe I didn't catch all these super chats. Says Savvy hates God's words. Prompt is spot on. You nailed it. Yeah. The whole thing with this prompt is proving that legitimately Christians do not like what God said in this book, which is why they have to go into it and say, no. God said it, but he didn't mean it. This is what he really meant. That's the problem. Also, Trude, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. Super appreciate that. Huge W. And also for Steve with another super chat, says, "Dr. Justin Emergency, brain salad surgery in ER, number 123456. Put on some ELP to carry you through the night." I feel like this is probably a song that I don't know, but the brain salad surgery is a real thing that we have to do here. This is like the amount of, word salad is what we have to do here. The word salad here is crazy. But you know, what are you gonna do? You have to like give these Christians a lobotomy before they can see straight, and that's what we're doing here. You know. Eddie says, "You probably know this, but the Egyptians also believed the gods live in the sky." Yeah, everybody did, right? The sky is a copper plate that was the ground of their domain. Yeah, you nailed it. Yeah. There were some discussions about whether or not it was made from copper or something else. But Eddie, you're 100% right. The Egyptians wrote about what they thought the firmament or the sky was made of. Everybody did. Everybody had some lore about what they thought it was made of. And the Hebrews were no different.
They thought the stars could fall to the earth.
Yeah.
Like, never mind that the smallest Earth is like the smallest star is like 1,000,000 Earths. They thought they could fall to the Earth. They didn't understand that.
Right.
That's what I was screaming while I was waiting to come up. It's just insane.
Well, you know what I need to do? I've got some texts that I've collected for demonstrating this particular purpose from the ancient Near East. I need to assemble all of them and finish adding them to the cheat sheet. I do have a tab on here with a lot of. No, I didn't do it yet. I added the tab for adding the heavens passages from the Bible in the ancient Near East, and then I didn't do it yet. But I have a document on my Google Drive. I've been collecting sources from the ancient Akkadian and Sumerian sources and like Egypt and whatnot, demonstrating, and even from the Greek, that all of these people, when they used the word heaven and sky, it means the same thing. That's where they thought the gods were. It's crazy to me that Christians, and religious people just don't know this. And Havzik says, "Say I'm holding an innocent person, preventing them from falling to death. Then their grandpa does something bad. Letting the innocent loosed be just then?" I think that's kind of the equation we were making the guest wrestle with, right? If we have an innocent person here with us, right? And we're like, "Listen, your grandpa did something bad, so now we have to drop you off of a building. Or we'll have to stop preventing you from falling off, right? We're not cutting the rope, we're just, going to stop holding the rope." Well, that's like murder. I mean, come on, and trying to like do semantics over the legal word of murder was silly, Mac.
All right, I was late to that party. I didn't hear that part.
Oh
Oh
man.
well, no, we talk about the. I do remember something about like intent, or like I don't know, that might have been a conversation I was having earlier. I don't know. Yeah, I might have missed that one.
No worries. Basically, the situation was we had a guest who, when we're talking about like the idea of somebody being punished for a crime they never committed, they really got caught up on this idea that murder has such a specific and narrow definition that it can't be applied to like what God did and blah 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 blah. Listen, motherfucker, this is not really about the definition of murder. This is about unjustified killings. But he just couldn't get with the program. He just wanted to argue for a half hour about the definition of
It's
murder.
legalistic.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, like technically, you know, if God says it and God can't give an unjust, then it wouldn't be, you know, nothing. God couldn't command murder. Blah blah blah. Yeah.
It was a whole thing. It was nonsensical. But nevertheless, you know, we got through it. From hard work, good to see us says Phil Bros love their philosophy and hate the Bible. You nailed it. That's why when when they read the Bible, they can't. If you study philosophy, it is a guarantee that when you read the Bible, none of those words can mean what they mean. You have to take your philosophy and convert all of the words in the Bible to anthropomorphic language, metaphorical language, coded references. Words absolutely don't mean words to the philosophy types. That's been my experience. What about you?
Yeah, it's types and shadows.
Yes. Yeah, it's always types and shadows.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, yeah, Eddie Philbro was a Christian who figured out that it's bullshit, but could not drop the God idea, so they had to figure out a way to like keep it going.
Yeah. Yeah, that's 100%.
Because that stuff I've never even heard of anybody being convinced of God through one of these like philosophical bullshit arguments.
No, I've never seen it. Also, my cat's trying to destroy my camera. Hold on. Volta baby, hey, can you not destroy my camera right now? Hold on. Hey, buddy. What are you doing? Can you not climb up the camera? Thank you, bud. Thank you, honey. Appreciate that. This cat in particular is determined to destroy my camera. I don't know why he hates my camera, but he's going to destroy it one day, and it's going to be sad. My KB Comorphica, thank you for the super chat, friend. So God has feet. Yeah, you nailed it. No, we nailed it. You know what, my K baby, I am excited and depressed that such a good pun left my mouth and I didn't even catch it. I'm happy that it happened and you caught it, but I didn't fucking catch it in real time. I'm losing my sharpness, Mac. I'm falling apart in my old age over here.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you get that tunnel vision in the heat of battle.
That's what it was. Yeah, the adrenaline
always jump out.
fucked up my brain momentarily, and I didn't catch it. Hold on.
You're like a great white, you know, your eyes roll back. You're just like going in for the bite.
Just doing the crocodile roll. Hey, Verillion, good to see you, friend. If the Bible got the metaphor wrong, why didn't God correct that? True, right? The other question you have to ask yourself is, okay, people will say, well, the Bible couldn't just say what it needed to say. It had to say stuff like that they could understand. Okay, they couldn't understand, hey, the earth is a ball? That was too hard for them. The earth is a ball? Yeah, what are we talking about here?
Didn't have any fruit that was shaped like a ball.
Yeah. Literally the word ball shows up in Isaiah. It shows up in the book.
That. I looked for like spear, I looked for orb, I wanted to search for that one day. I didn't think to look for ball.
That's the problem, yeah. So I'll show you where it shows up. 1 second. It shows up twice as far as I recall, but the one I'm thinking of is Isaiah. Isaiah 22:18. And let me grab the translation. I got Cat Farami. Are you shedding, buddy? Okay. The word should be dur or kadur, and it could be either. I'll explain that here in a second. But let me grab the browser real quick. All right. So it says, With winding, he will wind you up, tossing you like a ball. And the word that they use here is kadur. And this is a surprising word. It's actually kind of a two-part word. Dur means like a generation or a rotation. Like it's when you're referring to a generation, it's like a turning over of, you know, DNA, right? But it can just refer to things that turn over. Kadur is a prefix. It's a particle that means like or as, something that turns over. So you can see why this particular word ended up being the word that they use to refer to balls and spheres, because it, you know, it's descriptive of what balls do. So if you
like it's constantly like turning over. There's no like edge to it.
exactly,
There's no end. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. There's no edge to it, right? So that's how they ended up with the word, and it typically just refers to a ball. So that's it. That's the only reference that we have to something like spherical, like a actual ball. And the language was there. Like the Bible could have said that the Earth is kadur, like a ball. Didn't do it.
Yeah.
It could have said the Earth has no edges. It could have said that the Earth is a circle in all directions. Like there's so many ways it could have described the Earth that people could have understood.
Doesn't end.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But it failed, you know. Eddie Bombay says, caller says, no ancient people believed in the dome, etc. Literally, Hovind teaches that to people today. That's a fair point. They literally do, like, there are people today who believe that there is a firmament or a dome.
Yeah. I've talked to him. I've seen him. I just saw a video yesterday with the guy and his wife. And the guy was kind of a dummy, and the wife was doing the talking, and she's talking about the firmament.
She never read Timothy.
He called it a firmament.
No.
Yeah. So you're a firmament, buddy.
Firmament's crazy. That's hard to stomach. Biohazard said it takes a spectacularly special kind of arrogance to be a Christian. Rock hard for Doug. What's LFSS? Av Lucifer. Gay for Justin. Hail Baphomet. What's LFSS? Y'all know that one?
Something to do with Sharon?
That's what I'm thinking. That's a new one. Biohazard, I appreciate the new hashtag. I don't even know that one. That might have come, maybe it came from the Discord. Oh, that reminds me, I need to integrate the Discord in my chat system too. I haven't got there yet. Fishbait says, I'm crying for our future tonight. Tonight has been unbelievable. Back in a minute. You know what, Fish? It does make the future scary. That these people vote. They're going to eventually one day hold public office. They're going to have children. Oh, that's why we have to do these live streams.
Yeah, Savi will make you have to take a minute.
Yeah,
that's pretty.
He's gonna have kids.
Like, when he gets dropped off a panel, the panel takes to collect a few minutes just to be like, "What the fuck was that?"
Yeah, it's really bad. Alex Orange says, "Please clip the Genesis is poetic, but also literal conversation for me." Oh, we will, no doubt about that. We'll definitely be clipping that video, friend. Well, I mean, all of the goofy ass guests like Sav, like we're going to be clipping. That's like just a default thing, you know. All the ones that are fun or crash outs, we end up clipping. We clip the good ones too. We just post them at a lower frequency, you know, because people get bored with those clips. Not a robot again. Thank you for the super chat. Book or movie idea pre-Genesis. All the stuff that went down pre-creation, before the foundations, Proverbs, wisdom, Satan's rebellion. I mean, kind of. If you read Job, the angels existed prior to creation. I don't bring that up too often. But the angels, it says stars in Job, but the angels are stars in Job. Were singing when God created the heavens and the earth. They're like the idea that.
Well, wouldn't they be the hosts of heaven though?
Yeah. Well, the hosts of heaven, they thought were like actual like agents, angels, sentient beings.
Yeah, but isn't that in the beginning of like? Wasn't that like Genesis, like the start of one goes into two? Weren't they mentioned there?
I have to double check. The Elohim Savaot, yeah, should be in there. Savaot doesn't, when it says heavenly hosts, it doesn't really mean just like the heavenly bodies. It's more intricate than that. Let me get you a real definition real quick. So the first, one of the first references is in Samuel. That can't be right. I know it shows up before Samuel. I thought there was a reference, because there's a reference for sure in Joshua when they meet the commander. So I know it shows up way before Samuel. I have no idea why this word search didn't bring up earlier references. Yeah, it's in Numbers as well. Okay, yeah, I have no idea why it didn't come up. I'm just going to use the Greek and Hebrew search. Or the Greek search real quick. All right, so the word, blah, 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 sacrifice of Yahweh. Okay, yeah, Savaot is the word for hosts. And yeah, it shows up in Genesis too. I have no idea why the word hosts didn't show
Genesis
up in the
2:1.
English. Yeah, it's just right there.
It's in the KJV.
The KJV did a better job on that one then, for sure.
Yeah, I'm going through. I went through translations, and it's yeah. One of them said array. This one says, "Thus the heavens and earth were finished, and all the hosts of them."
Right. So what you'll find is Tzava literally means like an army or a war, or like warriors, like a large collection of them, right? So Savaot is the plural of Sava, and it would mean warriors, like a large collection of warriors or a large collection of armies. So these, when we hear about the Lord of armies, the Lord of hosts, not talking about the stars. They thought that those stars were literally like other gods, other deities that served the one true God, Yahweh. So all the definitions of Sava and Savaot are going to end up being just like what I'm telling you. These are actual, like, they believe that they were like actual, entities. Same thing with Isaiah 14, when it talks about going up a Mount Savon and trying to become higher than the other stars. It's not talking about literal stars. It's talking about the other deities. This person wanted to elevate, or this entity wanted to elevate themselves higher than the other deities, which is what you would expect on Mount Zaphon. And Mount Zaphon is where the one, like Baal Zaphon, was where his mountain was, went to be coronated and have his council and temple built there. That's where the ruler would sit and chill and show dominance over the other deities. Let's see. Yeah, verse 13.
Is 14 the one? Chapter 14 is it the one with the taunt for the king?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
you said to yourself, I will ascend to heaven. I will raise my throne above the stars of God. I will sit on the Mount of Assembly on the heights of Saphon. Yeah, because these are referring to like deities. In fact, let me see what 14:13 says. In Hebrew for stars. I think it actually, if I remember correctly, uses a real word for stars. There actually is a real word. Yeah, it does use the real word for stars. So kokav is an actual real word referring to stars, not hosts. Hosts is not really referring to stars. Anyways, to the chat though, Robot. Genesis, yes. Is there a movie or a book from the pre-creation? There could be. Certainly could be. And also from Verillion says, imagine arguing an all-powerful God couldn't eat. Isn't that wild that they say that kind of stuff? God, but at some point they have to admit that God can do all that stuff, but he has to change his nature, and they don't want to do that.
Yeah, they're anthropomorphic nostrils too.
Exactly. Yeah. When it says that the smoke is a pleasing aroma, how the fuck would God know? He can't smell. He got no nostrils. How does a God with no eyeballs see and a God with no nostrils smell? Like what seeing is an act of photons being absorbed onto like inside of rods and cones in your eyeball and like transmitting electrical signals to your brain. That's what it means to see. How does God see anything? How is he absorbing photons? I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't know. Beats me.
It's weird. And from Mike says he has a spiritual bachelor and master's degree. True. That guess for sure. He didn't go to school, but he had a spiritual degree, the Holy Spirit, obviously. Carrie says, when in doubt, deep sigh. Yeah. Deep sigh and never stop talking.
The Holy Spirit kind of left him high and dry.
Yeah.
Like, they always say that. They always say that, but they can never pull the verses. They can never, like, discern shit.
What's the point in claiming that the Holy Spirit got your back when the Holy Spirit don't got your back?
He must. You gotta, I don't know, it's just like you gotta believe. Even though there's no evidence showing it, it must be true. So it's true.
It's true because I need it to be true. I want it to be true. Well, sorry about that. Poetry says, what study Bible would you recommend? Well, I think people who have been around the channel for a while know that my favorite is the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible. The 5th edition is currently the only one that you can get immediately, but if you're patient and you can wait, they say you can wait till November. It's going to be delayed again. It's been delayed like 6 times. The 6th edition of the New Oxford Annotated Bible is supposedly shipping in November and is on pre-order. I doubt it'll show up in November. It was supposed to show up last year in November. Nevertheless,
we're hearing about that.
They are really taking pre-orders this time. They were supposed to ship it in April and then June. And now it's November, so it's what are you gonna do? At least it's gonna be really good. That'll be the best when it comes out. Currently, probably the 5th edition. I got the 5th. The one that I use the most is the 3rd augmented. There's not much between the 3rd augmented and the 5th that's changed. I would say that not the Jerome. I mean the my 2 others are the Catholic Study Bible 3rd edition. If you can find the Catholic Note-Taking Bible edition of the Catholic Study Bible 3rd edition in the NABRE, get it. But they did discontinue it because my personal opinion is they weren't marketing it properly. Nobody knew what the fuck it was. They thought it was just another generic Catholic Bible. They didn't realize it was actually a real Catholic Study Bible 3rd edition, like the legit one, the academic one, and nobody bought that shit. I bought one because it was fucking amazing. It's now discontinued. I bought mine for $30. It's now $150. You can still get them on Amazon for $150 if you really want to get one. I'm glad I got one when it was still $30. It was only out for a couple years and they already pulled it. Sorry. It's the best Catholic Study Bible on the market. The only thing that comes close is the non-note-taking version of it, which has very thin pages, shitty binding, and it's not formatted quite as cleanly. And also, you can't write in the pages. So there's that. But it's still the same study notes. It's just, the format sucks. After that, maybe the Net Bible with full notes. That's amazing. Reverend Nate says, Hitch was wrong about, and the war with Iraq. True, I think he was wrong about the war with Iraq. I don't know what he said about, that's not something I'm privy to, so I can't really comment on that. Hey, Duskframe, good to see you, buddy. Says God is so petty and childish, he acts like a toddler. A godler, if you will. Oh, fuck. Well done. Well, there are some times that I am proud of the community, and then there are times that I am just filled with beaming, like, fatherly pride in the community, and this is one of those moments. That was good. That's good. Speaking of that, good question says, Praise Doug and the Hitch. The unholy trinity was sorely needed at that time. Atheists were like closeted unicorns before they bashed Christian nonsense. True. I love Madeline Murray O'Hare. Oh my gosh. She was not just a pioneer, just a fucking badass. You ever watch her, Mac?
I caught her. I was young, but I caught her on like Donahue or that, and I've seen like old clips of her, but I wasn't really like keyed in on that stuff.
She was a wrecking ball. Just sharp.
Took no shit.
None. Yeah. I loved her. I remember when I was younger, when being a religious right winger, where I grew up was still kind of mainstream. people would talk about her like she was evil. Oh, she took prayer to schools and whatnot. I was like, I didn't know anything about this woman. I didn't really know anything about her until I already became an atheist. Then I started seeing her videos like, oh, not evil. She's fucking badass. She's awesome. She didn't take prayer to schools.
She rocked, yeah.
Yeah, she was pretty dope. Lord Julio says the Old Testament did it state that the Messiah would be born of a virgin. Is this a New Testament claim? Lord, good question. No, the Old Testament doesn't say any of that shit. This is a bad reading of Isaiah 7:14, which in Hebrew literally says, "Look," or behold, Hanani in Hebrew. The pregnant young woman shall shortly give birth. Basically, she's pregnant already. Now, the problem is Matthew couldn't read Hebrew. He was reading from the Greek text. And the Greek text kind of, let's say, I don't want to say they bungled it, but they could have done a better job with it. So at the time Isaiah was translated into Greek, it was still acceptable to use Parthenos in Greek to refer to a young woman, whether she was or was not a virgin. The problem is that notion changed. The idea that Parthenos in Greek only referred to a virgin, by the time Matthew's time period came around, was kind of the consensus. So if you read earlier writings like Homer and whatnot, you'll find references to women who already got married, already had sex, and already had kids still being called a virgin, a Parthenos. Even in the Genesis of the Greek Septuagint, Dinah is referred to as a Parthenos after she's already had relations with Shechem. The problem is Matthew didn't know that. So not only could Matthew not read Hebrew, he didn't fucking know classical Greek from before his time period, and he just assumed that Isaiah was about a virgin birth. And it doesn't even say that a virgin will give birth. It says a virgin or a young woman will conceive. And virgins, I don't know if he knew this, virgins can actually conceive in real life. It's not a miracle.
Yeah. But also, not a Messiah.
True. The child, not a Messiah at all.
Wasn't supposed to be a Messiah.
No. Emmanuel was never meant to be the Messiah. Not even for a second. You read chapter 8.
Yeah. I love thinking about this scenario. Like, you are a king, and you've got these rival kings, like, coming into your land. You're nervous or whatever, and a prophet says to you, "Hey, listen, in about 700 years, there's going to be a virgin who has a baby, so you're good."
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
What's that going to do for him?
Don't worry, bro. I got a sign for you. When you're dead and gone, and most of your, children have been dead and gone, I'm gonna fucking send somebody. It's gonna be a real thing. You're not gonna see it, but it's gonna be real. Well, you know how apologists get around this, or how they try, right? They try to say, well, actually, because he rejected asking God for a sign, God decided not to give him a sign, but gave Israel a sign. And the reason why we know this is because it said house of David. And it says you in the plural. I was like, oh my God, you don't know anything about the Hebrew fucking Bible. Yes, because he was talking to the literal house of David. That's the king and the king's people. In Jeremiah, he does the same thing. Jeremiah goes in and addresses the king as the house of David and says you in the plural because he's talking to more than just the king in that room. I was like, oh my God, you're so stupid. Crazy.
Yeah, I feel like that's one that, like, you could definitely, somebody could do that one, could get over on someone who doesn't know that.
True.
Like the Hebrew. Like, I could see somebody coming to me, I'd be like, I don't know, I have to think about that. Because, like, if you obviously know it and understand the situation and everything, it's like, yeah, obviously, like, bonehead, like, he's talking to a plural people, he's using this language.
Yeah. It's just one of those things where, like, if you're familiar with the Hebrew Bible, this isn't a thing. Like, it, yes, there's a plural there. Great. Did you not read every other time this happened? Like, it's not, it doesn't change to a prophecy for all of Israel just because the person speaking knows that there's multiple people in the room.
I mean,
oh no.
Look at how many times the servant is mentioned in Deuteronomy Isaiah.
Yeah.
But they definitely ignore that.
Yeah. That's so bad. Anyways, that's the answer, Lord. Hope that helps. And Randy Potatoes, thank you for the super chat. if it's going to load. Oh, there we go. I guess we were lucky that the second coming was not during antebellum. Jesus would be required to be a slave master. Actually, listen, if Jesus came back during that time period, he'd be a slave. Like they're not gonna. No, they'd make him go pick cotton with everybody else who's not white. It would have turned out hideously. And Greg says, "Such a nice young man. Unless I'm missing something. Holy shit, you have no idea." Yeah, he's a very nice young man. Very, very nice. I mean, depending on what the word nice means, obviously. And Pacific Wave says, ask caller what the GAAP accounting depreciation formula is for women. Inflation is a bitch, and so is the fuck. I know that's an accounting term, but I'm not quite familiar with it. Hold on. Let's see.
Oh, is this the guy? Is this Dominic?
I think so, yeah. It means generally accepted accounting principles.
Okay.
It's just a standard, apparently, in accounting. I'm not an accountant. I don't know much about it, but that's kind of funny, actually, though. A Pacific. Appreciate that joke. Simeon, hey, good to see you, friend. Thank you for a super chat. Just got home from a great day of breathing in tons of hydrocarbons. I know. I've been trying to avoid going outside right now with these forest fires. The view at Lake Erie was crazy, though. With that smoke, felt like Silent Hill. I would not be hanging out on Lake Erie this time of the year. Lake Michigan, Lake Erie, Lake Superior, none of those Great Lakes. Bad time to be by the Great Lakes. Please do not put yourself in danger. You don't need to go swimming that bad, y'all. Just stay inside for a while. Make sure you've got filtered air conditioning. You'll be all right. Mindforge says, unless your righteousness surpasses that of the Pharisees, you will not enter the kingdom of heaven. Jesus says, follow the law or no heaven. Well, okay, kind of. I'm going to posit that when he says your righteousness more than that of the Pharisees, this particular instance, I think he's referring to not being hypocrites about the law. Because the Pharisees, they weren't following the law, and then they were being hypocritical about following the law, which is why I think Jesus said this particular line. I don't think what he really meant was that you had to follow all the law perfectly to get to heaven, but he does hang some stuff on it. When the rich young ruler comes to him, what must I do to inherit eternal life? He says, you know the laws, follow the laws. And then he starts to enumerate them. Dionysian Mask says, Justin is looking hot. And you know what? I don't know if that's the case, but I will say it is warm. I have my air conditioning running in here, though, just in case, so I don't get too sweaty. I don't know if, hopefully my microphone filtering works so y'all don't hear my air conditioning. Can you hear my air conditioning?
No, but that's just hoot. Like, they think you're an owl.
True. Listen, if you're going to stretch it, it has to be HA, like hot. It's just hoot. A fair point. The Duncan Ido Gula, thank you for being a member for a year. Justin, I could have been wrong, but that guy just wanted to preach to you. Don't understand. Sounded similar to Johnny Chang. I will imagine it was. I don't know who Johnny Chang is. Is this another person I'm supposed to know? Hold on. Johnny Chang is... Oops, wrong button. Says Johnny Chang... Oh, is a Christian speaker, pastor, and content creator who reached... Oh, he's got a million followers on TikTok. It is so easy to get followers on as an apologist. Okay. Yeah. So he's got a huge YouTube channel as well. I've never seen him before. His profile picture on YouTube is him shirtless with tattoos. So he's really getting it done.
He's got a brand.
Yeah, he definitely does. Huh. I will bet money, and I could be wrong. His profile says daily devotions, live streams, Bible class, live events, prison ministry. I will bet money that Johnny Chang probably has zero biblical education. Let me find out. Because in order to be an apologist, you almost can't have a biblical education unless you're Sean McDowell. He's one of the few, but he also did like his PhD in apologetics. So Johnny Chang teaches. Nope, no education. Cool. Just checking. You can have zero biblical education and be considered a teaching expert on the internet as long as people like you.
You went to Vibes University.
See? Exactly. Anyways, I don't know what Johnny Chang sounds like, but if you think Johnny Chang came by the stream, I'd be interested to find out if there's a way to verify that. I mean, I'd love to cook some apologists in real time. Also, from Tony Silvera says 2 things. If Doug and Sharon ever have kids, actually do, Rocky and Pebbles, can you name them Pebbles and Bam? Oh, well, we got Pebbles already. I didn't think about Bam Bam, though, but we do. Rocky and Pebbles. And if it's a sin to lay with a man, is it a sin if you're standing or on your knees? Keep up the awesome work. Well, thank you, Tony. And no, it's not a sin in Doug's religion. Doug doesn't care what you do with your genitals. That's up to you. This is a religion of freedom, y'all. We don't worry about those kind of things. And God Eating Penguin says we should have a battle royale. Who's with me? Well, I'm old. I need to know what kind of battle royale you're referring to. If you're referring to like a physical fight, I think we'll let the young people do that. If you're referring to like, I don't know, a good game of Rook, I might be on board though. So we'll see. And Cute Waterfowl back again says, I don't know if my first super went through. It did. We read it a long time ago. A big issue that goes unnoticed is you will no longer sin once you become a Christian, and yet they still sin. Yes, and I know Mac knows this one, Popular Talking Point. In 1 John, it talks about this, how the Christians won't sin. You remember which one that was? Is that 1 John 3 or 4 or
verse 9, 2? Verse 9 in chapter 3 says they cannot sin.
Yeah. Those who have been born of God do not sin because God's seed abides in them, and they cannot sin because they have been born of God. What?
Like literally impossible.
It's a passage. Just another Bible contradiction, though. And from let's see if I read this. Harevvalgo, you were also much closer at pronouncing my name than Ian was the other day. Believe it or not. Listen, it's an interesting collection of consonants. Hraesvaelg. Perezvelg. Maybe is that better? I'm trying. Also, the follow-up says, my former name was Solsike, by the way. Oh. You changed your name from something difficult to even harder? Damn. Okay. All right, then. Well, I'm glad you're trying to punish me. Thank you for the support, though. And from Good Question says, can your AI agent classify comments? It could help with sound issues and farming out co-host duties to the chat. I'm just now working on some of the tasks that it can do. It is now searching and hunting for specific words, and I'm actually using it right now to control my my pretzel meter. So I've got a pretzel meter that looks for particular words, and when I see a certain number of the particular words or particular emojis, my pretzel meter will slowly show the pretzel getting more and more cooked. It's kind of fun. I didn't use it today, but we'll get it out here sometime soon, and we'll bring it back. But yeah, so I got some cool stuff happening with it, but I do need to start doing adding some chat moderation with it, right? So if it detects particular words, it'll edit them out, which is not hard to do. If a particular person comments, I can automatically highlight the chat so it doesn't get missed. There's some cool stuff I'm hoping to do with it. I just got to get the bones and the other parts of the structure and everything working exactly the way I need it before I start really detailing the finer bits. You know what I mean? But for the most part, it's going pretty well. My Midlife Crisis Man says, so great to re-engage with your content again. Well, thank you for being here. It's not you. It's not me. It's these dishonest Christians that were depressing me. You know what? I understand that. Watching a Christian lie over and over and over and over and over and over again, it can be a tough one. Actually, it can be tough to stomach. M. Wiggy says, I told a Christian that the servant in Isaiah is defined as Israel in earlier chapters, and he says, that's not the same chapter. So much for context doesn't mean anything. Yeah, the same chapter. That's the point. In the whole section, he tells you over and over and over again who the servant is. When you get to that chapter, you don't need to ask who the servant is. He already told you who the servant is. And last super chat says, will you ever do the background again? I kind of miss it. It's a good question. So I don't do the animated backgrounds anymore. There's a couple reasons why I didn't do that, or why I stopped doing it. One, I got a lot of fucking people complaining because they thought it was AI generated. It's actually not. Now, I did have some AI generated backgrounds at one point. That one wasn't. I actually did that one myself. Nevertheless, I like that one. It's a classic. It was reminiscent of early DZ. That being said, it's actually really cumbersome to keep doing the live backgrounds, and here's why. Because now I stream to YouTube and TikTok, and I don't use it as my main source for camera operation and green screening. And so what that means is I have to have a real green screen behind me. TikTok green screen without a real green screen, but I can't use it. So what that means is if I travel, I have to travel with a green screen, and it's really cumbersome to do that. And so doing it this way, where I just have a background behind me with a couple prompts on the screen, so when I travel, I don't really have to. I just need to pack my camera and some some gear, some portable screens, and some audio equipment, and we're done. Not a big deal. So it makes streaming a little bit easier. I did like the backgrounds. I think they're eye catching. I did a lot of market research. I did a lot of research on when people click on things, why people click on things, what is the benefit to using moving objects or non-moving objects on screens. And let's just be honest, using those animated backgrounds, they draw more clicks. I know some people don't like them. That is just the fucking facts, y'all. You can look at the numbers on the web, on the internet, on all the video platforms. If you have a moving background behind you, people are much more likely to click on that shit. It just happens to be that it's also kind of cumbersome to set up and make it look good if you don't have a good green screen. And I didn't want to travel with one anymore. And Billy Sipes, we had one more super chat that came in. Thank you, Billy. I really appreciate the $50 super chat. Huge. It says, I can't believe I left. Went and made dinner, had dinner, watched 3 episodes of Burrows, and came back, and you're still streaming. You're amazing, Justice. Fuck, Billy. I'm just wrapping up. I literally am just wrapping up. I was going to do one more thing before I close down. Billy, thank you so much for being here and sending so much support to the channel and to the community at large. It really does help my channel and everyone else's channel that you contribute so much to. But I did port in one code fix for the guest room, I think, that should fix our problem. I'm going to refresh my browser real quick and load the change and see if it works this time. Okay, the change should be live. So let me double check, make sure y'all can still hear me. I see the volume meter moving on TikTok. Someone on TikTok, shout at me, let me know you can hear me on TikTok. I've got the chat open on YouTube. Shout at me on YouTube, let me know if you can hear me. Mac, you can still hear me, right? Did we lose Mac? Who's shouting commies in the chat over here? Oh boy, well, we'll just mute them for the rest of the live. Cool. So they're done. Marxist playbook. But are you confused? CA94087. Do you think this is a political live stream? I think you're lost. I think you're in the wrong place. I hear, and I'm not Mac. Wait, what? Oh, sorry. 1 second. All right. What about now? Y'all can hear me now? Probably should be all right now. How about that? Death of a mic. I know. It should be good now. Sorry, I had to recycle it twice here. Mac though, I think Mac's out cold. I think we lost Mac.
Just a little heavy breathing. It's only been 10 minutes since I checked my clock, and it wasn't.
Don't worry about it. Okay, I think I adjusted a couple of the audio routes. I think it should work now. If you could do me one last favor, my good man, and hop over to the YouTube queue real quick and see if you can hear me this time. I think we got everything ready to rock and roll.
All right. I'll be back in a second.
You're awesome. Thank you. Now it works. Yeah, I see the comments over here. Good. What did they say? You gotta crack a few eggs to make an omelet. Yeah, we I think we got just about all of the bugs worked out at this point. All right, I see Mac in the box. All right, Mac, can you hear me this time? Fucking A, that's what I'm talking about. To the audience, do you hear anything weird, like audio doubling on me or Mac's end? Let's see what they say here. Hopefully it should be good. I see some goat. You should be. Let me see if I'm sending you a video. Hold on. See anything now? No, I'll work on that. It was working earlier today. Then when yeah, it was weird. Fixing the audio routing fucked up the video routing. We'll get that figured out though. It's should be all right. I'm thinking right now though, it looks like they're saying that the audio is working. They're not saying that there's any doubling or echoing. There's no echoes, right? Okay, good. Should be all right. Give it 1 second to the audience. Oh, I see. Interesting. I see the preview when I come in as a guest. Weird. Interesting. I have a setting that I put together that should detect if you're on a phone or a computer. And if you're on a phone, it'll give you a vertical feed. And then if you're on a computer, it'll give you horizontal. So if I could turn it horizontal, it should automatically switch the horizontal feed. So that's what should be happening on your end. I'm curious if maybe you've got like a browser cookie or something that's fucking it up, that's causing it to not catch the feed. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay. And then I'm going to turn on Mac's output to the audience now. Say something, Mac.
Testing, check.
Y'all should be able to hear Mac on the YouTube side now. I just turned on the output from the guest box to YouTube. So everyone should be able to hear Mac in the guest box now. I had it turned off previously on my soundboard because there was doubling the audio. Like, oh shit, we don't want to double the audio. We just want. So now it should be okay. Y'all can hear Mac better now. There's no echoing, and you can hear his gorgeous awake voice.
Fully awake, never slept. And deny any and all allegations.
Okay, good. Although it is a little bit loud, I'm going to turn it down a little bit. There's one thing I didn't do yet with the sound settings is I want to create a loudness control that, like, I think Zoom has it, and other software where the guests it'll like normalize all the people's audio so they're all roughly the same. So that's the next thing to fix up with the audio. But I think it's good. I see people saying it's all good. Somebody in the YouTube comments, just type in Mac in the comments if you can hear Mac. And also on TikTok, type in Mac if you can hear Mac when he talks.
Yeah, check. Jesus was a failed prophet.
Fuck yeah. TikTok said they can hear you. So you should be good
Cool.
there. And YouTube, I hear a couple Macs on YouTube. So everything's working. I'm going to save all the settings and create a new version tag. So it's saved. And we can like fall back to this at that point if we need to. And we should be good. Mac, thanks so much for helping me debug some of this. I'm excited to get this software out here in like another couple days, maybe a week, and let other people use it. I think it's going to be really, really helpful. The only thing that we're still handicapped with is because TikTok locks down their streaming service. If you want to take guests on TikTok, you still either have to do some funny shit with your phone or use TikTok Studio. I wish there was another way, but we're still stuck using TikTok Studio, and TikTok Studio is a train wreck.
Yeah. Yeah, I never had much success with that. When I was going live, like, I tried to go on Studio a couple times, it just crashed. I'm like, this sucks.
Yeah, it sucks. It's really intensive. Like, I'm running two vertical. I got a vertical stream and a horizontal stream right now running to YouTube, and they're both in 1080p. To 4K though, it's not a problem. Run one stream in TikTok Studio at 720p and it freezes. Like TikTok Studio is a train wreck. No, not much I can do about it though. Anyways, friends, thank you so much for being here. Who's live that we can go raid right now? Surely somebody's live. I know Thinker's not live because somebody's got to be live that we can go. Let me check the YouTube and see who's. It might be that nobody's live right now, but surely somebody's going to be live, right? Let me see. I was sad yesterday. I missed. Oh, Mezzo's live. Okay. I missed the show with Dalton and Matt on Wednesday night. I didn't know they were doing. Hey, Mezzo's live. Listen, Mezzo's rocking out over here on YouTube and TikTok. So let's do this. Let's do a double whammy. Let's send everybody on TikTok and YouTube over to Mezzo's live stream, and we'll get it going, friends. Tell them that Mac and Justin sent you, and I really appreciate y'all being here. Mac, I appreciate you joining me, especially for this late night. It's like 1:30 in the morning now.
Yeah, kind of carried on.
All right, buddy. Friends, have a great one. Support the rest of the community. I'll be back live on Monday on my channel. And, I'll be everywhere else on Saturday and Sunday. So great to see you, friends, and have a good one.
All right. Good night.